No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
Left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
No missile delay. Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
left.
White.
Air stand. One
Put down.
one enemy.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night.
That
There we go.
one enemy remaining. And one enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Right.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night.
That
There we go.
one enemy remaining. And one enemy remaining.
Like I never left. Aw, thought to try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night.
That.
There we go.
One enemy remaining. And one enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Air standing. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
Left.
White.
Air stand. One enemy.
All right. Beautiful.
And whilst we're waiting, because the bans haven't come through yet, and I do believe that there may be a kerfuffle about how the order of bans are gonna go, because yesterday in the tournament we were running off ban, pick, ban, pick. And currently we are looking at what may be ban.
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing some people play on Pearl, a map that I don't think gets brought up as much as the classics.
And do you want to see some Pearl? What's up? Why you want
Yeah.
to see Pearl?
I like it. I like because I get distracted halfway through the game. I'm going to be honest and just start looking at whales.
Oh, well, I think you'd be happy to know that Fortnite Legends is actually a specialty team on Pearl.
Oh, that's
They love their Pearl. Yesterday, they managed to pull a strong victory over what was Buffalo Sauce in a 3-game series where they managed to take their Pearl map pick.
Yes, well, I'm
Convincingly.
sort of missed that because Pearl, I think, is one of those maps that sees a bit more of an interesting play, especially with the really long angles that are present on B site, resulting in a lot more kind of interesting aim duels than you might see on one of the more closed-in maps, such as Icebox.
Yes, and Fortnite Legends has. Yesterday, they did win on both Split and Pearl. So those were the two maps which they won on, and then they got completely decimated on Haven. Absolutely demolished by what was Buffalo Sauce last night.
Well, luckily they're not going to have to deal with it because they have, in fact, banned Haven, possibly because of their experience yesterday, whilst MUE has banned Split. Fortnite Legends' second ban comes in as Lotus, and we're still waiting to see what MUE will ban as their second. What are your bets on, Shannon?
What are my bets on? Well, MUE, their perma is Split, and they will always ban Split. Here's the readjustment. The new ban page is coming through, and they will be picking, I assume.
Can you hear us?
And here comes the first two bans and picks. So MUE has decided to get rid of Split, and yep. Yes. And the admin did just come by and mention that they have switched back to Ban Ban Pick Pick, Ban Ban Pick, which is the VCC Classic.
I'm just getting lost with you saying ban and pick, but I'll trust that they're doing something responsible.
They are doing it correctly. MUE has mentioned in passing conversations with myself that Split is their permaban. They haven't managed to make the Teo and the Breach work on Split, and it looks like Fortnite Legends doesn't want to opt onto Lotus either.
But with this new order, that means that Fortnite Legends are risking going back to Haven, a map that, to put it frankly, stomped them yesterday.
Yep, they did barely manage to come out with a few more rounds than they thought they would. They ended the series, I believe, 5-13 or something along the lines, because when they were on the defense, they were getting demolished. The match started off 8-0 on Haven. But with the Ban Ban Pick Pick, it means that Fortnite Legends can force the map which they do want to play, as MUE is not a team which has an adaptive ban.
And what map do you think that will be, Shannon? What do you reckon?
Fortnite Legends is picking Pearl. They will not pick anything else.
I'm
and if they
so
do,
happy.
I will be confused.
Wonderful. Well, that's great because I love to see some Pearl gameplay. And how about MUE? Do you have any sort of inclination as to what map they're going to pick?
They did lose on Haven yesterday, which is little odd, but their best map, which is Lotus, has been banned out. So, MUE is going to have to scrape together through some sort of map here, which they aren't weak on Pearl, to say.
Oh, and is that Fortnite Legends protecting Fracture, not Pearl?
Oh, God. All right. They've decided to opt for a map which they aren't as well known for. Though I do believe that Fortnite Legend... No, that was Wads' team. That's another team which has been eliminated recently. But Fracture is not a map which we've seen Fortnite Legends play in the playoff stage.
Well, that could be interesting. It could mean that because they're playing something that they don't play as commonly, there's less opportunity for their opponents to have VOD reviewed it. But MUE have picked Pearl. They have chosen their own demise, if what you say is true.
I'm only going off the rumors which I've heard. The team which is absolutely amazing at Pearl being brought onto their own turf.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of being fed their ideal maps on a platter here, but maybe MUE have something up their sleeves for Pearl that we haven't seen before.
I have heard that MUE is quite confident in their Pearl. In a intervarsity tournament, MUE has managed to get a 13-0 before. Though, I will preface, that match was against a team comprising of Platinum players.
Hey, don't come after Platinum players, okay? We're not all bad.
Someone's self-reporting here. And now we're gonna have to see what the next two bans are to find the decider in this series. MUE in most semesters has been known for their Ascent. However, I haven't been seeing them pick it much this time.
I mean, surely we're going to see a Haven ban from Fortnite Legends, given what happened yesterday.
And MUE also having been demolished on Haven yesterday. However, the quality of the two teams which they were facing against, some would say have a huge disparity, with what is now a finalist, SSS, ruining MUE 13-5.
Yes, the match with SSS later today, after we finish this lower bracket final, will be an interesting watch, that's for sure. And Haven has been banned by Fortnite Legends, leaving an Icebox is gone, the decider is Ascent. So it looks like we're going to Fracture, Pearl, and Ascent for this series.
And Fortnite Legends will have the side pick on Ascent. And as most teams are, quite comfortable to take the defense and try and build some round advantage.
Yes, Ascent is definitely one of those maps where you want to start on the defender's side because it's got such good points to hold, especially some of those chokes, that you can really build up an early advantage.
And the Fortnite Legends have taken the attack side on Pearl.
Fortnite Legends have taken the attack side on every single map.
They were forced onto attack for Fracture, sadly. But it has seemed that they will be starting attack, attack, attack.
Well, that makes our job easier because it means I can keep track of who's on which side more easily.
And, well, we're going to move on to a slight break before they start the series, because there will be inevitable small delays as we get into the lobby and the server loads up.
So don't you go anywhere and get hyped for the MSC Summer Championships.
Lower finals.
Oh, come on. All right, and we are back. Let's have a look at what agents are being played on Fracture. On the defending side, we've got Buck on the Breach, Moon on the Cypher, Swing on the Yoru, Salmons on the Brimstone, and the IGL Live on Teo.
The standard composition. Generally, you'd opt for the Neon instead of the Yoru, and here we are looking over the settings. We've got to make sure everything's in ultra high quality. Oh,
And we've...
and
we're back.
Crap. And Live on the defense side is going to have to orchestrate an active defense, as that is the general plan on Fracture. You try and get map space, and then you leave the other side for retake, generally running up the enemy through their backside.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be quite an aggressive early kind of play on A from the defenders here, with Breach and Teo, both their initiators, posted up around A. And the round has started. Teo drones heading up A main.
And they've already taken the A main space, 3 faces holding down A, but they've left Dish completely untouched.
And Reels is trying to sneak up and take advantage of this. Will he be able to wrap around and get behind them? He's dropped down onto side.
Oh, and the contact was missed, but they didn't see each other. Swing every angle, takes down Risky Reels. Maycat finds a kill onto Buck, and now
They're just spraying through the smoke,
numbers
trying to find something.
in the favor of MUE, and X-Taroki trying to clear out main, and Wally with the pinch, but there's no one there.
And it looks like the defenders are going to try to group up here to coordinate some sort of effort back onto A. Put a bit of pressure on.
Preparing for that retake, Moon swings out, ends up facing into just one as the other two back off. And Swing every angle, takes down Maycat.
And
That's
3v3.
Oh no, the numbers cut down, and Salmons with 2. That's 3 for Swing every angle, and Salmons, the substitute, coming in to get rid of, just be in place of their other duelist, which isn't here, has managed to get some numbers on the board.
Absolutely. And the pistol round will go to MUE.
Oh, wait, no, that is MUE. Why are the sides wrong? Oh no. Production, please switch that at some point. Fortnite Legends is not up 1-0.
All right, and it looks like we're looking at a push from Fortnite Legends into B.
And it does look like they are going to look for some early arcade control, try and get that space.
Oh, Neon with a shorty. That's something to be scared of if you can make it work.
Oh, the drone's going to go up, trying to get that information.
And Cypher's down.
Nicole, a substitute it seems. It's quick to take that space.
This shorty's managed to get really deep into sight here, but it won't find anyone because MUE aren't even there.
They were playing the solo Cypher hold, generally what is opted for on Fracture. And now the retake into position.
Yoru clone baits.
Yoru clone. Salvos come flying in,
And
trying to clear out the space. Shorty's gone, and now they have to cut through the anchors in heaven. Salmon sticking the defuse. Out, down goes X-Taroki, and Nicole taken out by Swing every angle. The 4K cleaned up, taken, all in the hands of MUE. A relatively clean anti-eco.
Yeah, that Yoru is seeming very oppressive at this stage. The way he's able to take space with the TPs and use the clones to bait out enemy positions is giving him a lot of advantage from his util right now.
And Swing every angle does not miss. He's been getting heads.
I mean, if your username had every angle in it, you'd have to make sure you were hitting those shots.
And he is doing as his namesake says. He's swinging everything.
Looks like we're going to see Fortnite Legends take a bite at B from the other side this time. Can they break through the solo Cypher hold again?
Looking towards A main, the salvos go out to break the trip, and now Neon looking for a deep space, following the drone right up into heaven. Does tag out Moon, and now Moon has to escape, trying to run away.
Will he get away? It's not looking good.
The high gear does manage to catch up and Swing every angle. Dimensional drift right up into heaven, trying to follow all their players. Maycat isolated. Will Swing every angle, catch him, but taken down. Maycat does manage to find the Star Duelist, which was the spearhead for their retake.
And we've got Reels posted up here.
They have a great post-plan position. 5 players all alive, left into 2. Live and Buck are going to have to try and pull this one together, but it's a little bit rough. The stun being held off contact, the
I mean, they're
flash.
just hoping to find a frag or two here to hurt the eco, but it's not going to happen. X-Trocky takes him down.
X-Taroki more than enough. Gets rid of both of the players in Canteen, trying to orchestrate a miracle of a retake. Now, we're left on to the next round. That was an expected loss for MUE. But they didn't do much damage against the buyers, so...
Yeah, and it was also interesting to, on a bonus, see the Yoru Dimensional Drift committed. I would have thought that'd be saved for a round a bit later.
I think that they were banking on some effect of the Yoru Dimensional Drift finding its value on the exterior and managing to find that pick and putting pressure towards the arcade side.
Yeah, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it work, and it looks like Fortnite Legends are going to try something that's worked before, straight up B main.
And Maycat does see the salvos, does know that there is some arcade aggression, finds the first swing every angle, does get the
Maycat
pick.
finds two!
Now that's both of them down, Salmons and swing every angle, both taken out by the Lurk player.
And MUE are just being picked apart here. There's not much they can do. Will they save or will they go for the frags?
And now Buck and Smoon left to retake, but they may not have the weaponry to make this work. Both of them on the rifles. I lied. They do have the guns, but they may not have the positions to make this pull together.
Yeah, and having the guns may actually be a dissuading factor here because they'll want to save those for a later round instead of committing them to some sort of suicide rush.
And it is 5 versus 2. There is the stun being held out. If either of them shows their face, they will get sent right back.
So I guess the question now is, will Fortnite Legends go headhunting?
It does look like they're just going to back it off and stay respectful. They do seem to want to keep all of their rifles going into the next round. And now, both of them saving. Buck and Moon will be carrying over both of those rifles, but the other 3 will be left on some fractured economy.
Yeah, oh, come on. No, that was all. I was about to say, you know, a Vandal and a Dream, something real, you know, hopeful about the ability to fight well with little guns, but then you had to go and ruin it by making that joke.
A fractured economy is what they do have, but in the hands of these players, I'm assuming to see some sheriffs. And 800 credits for a one tap at most distances is quite effective for players of this caliber.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maycat still just sitting here and spotting out utility.
Will Swing walk right into her? That's the question.
No, swinging every angle. Maycat has been making noise, and swinging every angle takes down Maycat. That's a rifle into the hands of MUE. That's another one passed over. The 2 trips does tag out Risky Reels, and now to X-Taroki taken down. The sight hold for A has been immaculate thus far. Swing every angle does get the information. Risky Reels did kill the
Pinned down by that breach util though. He backs out.
The aftershock does push them off the plant initially, but now Risky Reels right back onto it. Down comes the Armageddon. Fast lane coming through, but that's not enough. The Armageddon 1 and 2, the heads are falling.
The IGL cleans them up and Swing finishes it off as MUE prove that A site is theirs.
It was the slight overstack towards A, with even the Cypher trips being moved over just to secure this A site.
And also Swing getting that early pick on what has been a consistently good lurk for Maycat definitely helped them get the advantage in that round.
It does seem that Maycat, one round of playing it towards the drop in arcade side, did manage to get red the round right after. And now the economy looking good for both sides. We're coming into another rival round head to head as they're looking to contest for some early B main control.
And Swing is just dominating. The next closest person in frags is May on 4 kills while Swing sits on 9.
He's doubling the next guy, and now early B main control, trying to see if there's someone playing an advanced angle, but no one's there. Swinging every angle, looks for the pin. Swinging every angle, and Salmon's pinch onto the...
Yeah, and look at this. The defenders have taken one entire side of the map between A and B
Now
side.
comes the Steel Garden on B, but it's all a ruse. It's not enough, and live, the solo anchor on A will have to get the information off the trip, and now into side. Live, just waiting.
But Reels has already managed to tuck it up quite deep. Will he push through the smokes?
Spams come through the smokes, and now the plant's going down. Wally in the safe plant for main, and now They have to back it off, and they're just going to...
And they've got the Armageddon for post-plant here, so I wonder if we'll see that committed to deny the defuse.
There is a full 5 versus 5 retake. There is utility ready to stop the Sands push, and now the spams come through the cyber cage, but it's not enough. Neither side finds
Oh,
the pick,
Reels
and
finds one, but he falls. Good trade from Swing.
Reels does find the first trade, and Swing,
That's the Armageddon committed.
rare whiff at the start, but does manage to finally clean up the
Oh,
kills.
and X-Toroki takes down 2 with a collat.
The X-Toroki's molly has missed completely, looking for the half, but Moon not able to find it. X-Toroki picking up 3 just to...
That's a brimstone for the windstone. That man is taking out anyone who was trying to touch that spike.
And with those 3 kills, that's the, Brimstone ult online. Now, that's another post-plant piece of utility which they can use to just clean up another round.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, especially because they've also got the Neon ult, which can be definitely used to take space, because Reels, despite only being on 3 kills at this juncture, has been performing pretty well this game.
Reels has been getting the space which has been demanded of him, and now we have a standard B-side.
And the ult's been committed. Will the Neon frag out?
And now, right onto B-side. No one here to defend. The plant coming down. This may well be...
Brimstone ult committed.
The ball gets dropped down, but they still do have the Brimstone ultimate on the side of Fortnite Legends, and they may be trying to look for a round in the likes of a DRX and playing this infinite...
But Swing's coming out of the Yoru ult. Will he be able to make magic happen? Let's see.
Dimensional Drift now in the arcade side, trying to find all of the space, fighting off 3 members alone. They have
And
to
he
look
finds
for the
one.
Maycat goes down, and now that's the Sentinel first down. Down comes the Orbital Strike, and trying to find the space. Buck needs to find these kills in the smoke, but it's not enough. Salvo's dissuading another tap, and now Salmon's holding the smoke, trying to keep them down. That's
Salmon
risky
takes him
Reels
down.
down.
And now it's a 1v1, Swing versus Wally. The
But
IGL
there is
versus
no
Jules.
time to defuse and swing every angle. Taken away by the spike. Both of them falling, but the economy now leans all in the side of that Fortnite Legends.
And it looks like we're going to see a light shield half by. No, looks like they're forcing up Vandals on the side of MUE.
The half arm is more than enough with the team which is somewhat preferred Vandals. But it does look like there are 2 Phantoms which may be able to abuse the fact that they are mostly on half armor.
And Maycat is banking on the fact that people won't expect them to do the same thing yet again and going for the lurk.
And Maycat is isolated on their side again. However, there is no aggression towards that side of the map. And Risky Reels taking the entire side of A. Cleaned out Sands, cleaned out front side.
But the trip.
Moon absolutely perfect with the shot, scalping the Neon and taking their head. And now, sight has been given, but the pick has been taken. So the numbers evened up.
Yeah, we're looking at a 4v4 with a retake for MUE, but they're all on the same side of the map.
Nicole is too far advanced to be trying to use this Rolling Thunder for the post plant. Now, backed off, looking towards main. The pick is found live, getting rid of one piece of post plant utility. The ultimate no longer there. Buck, Aftershocks, delaying those playing in Dish, and now they're looking towards the spike. But this is planted open. This is just perfect for Fortnite Legends post plant.
And in comes the molly.
That will be more delay in live, calling the save, getting Buck to run away and get out. But Maycat, that's a head claimed, and that's another one down live. The only member surviving from MUE has to try and back it out.
And it looks like the momentum...
Line.
Oh, and he falls to X-Toroki. It looks like the momentum is starting to turn in Fortnite Legends' favor. They're definitely starting to find that rhythm with them taking the last 3 rounds in a row. And Maycat going for that lurk again because she's only been punished for it once. Oh, looks like she's coming back. Changed her mind.
And the value is tangible. Maycat has managed to get that space as long as MUE doesn't decide to opt for that full pinch, but committing 2 people towards just 1 player on the side of Arcade and Dish has been something which they have played with, and they are no longer happy committing that much presence towards that, as they have been forced into post plants off that scenario. Down comes the...
Oh, and instantly Buck takes out Reels, killing the momentum of that push up A main.
Buck may not play much rank, but his shots are still true. Completely ruins the Risky Reels, and that's
And
the entry.
the IGL's going to be first onto site as he pushes into B.
Wally's still tagged by the Cypher camera, and now looking for the plant.
This will put Armageddon online for the post plant.
That is Armageddon now on the side of Fortnite Legends, but the numbers advantage are not in their favor, and down comes the Rolling Thunder. Armageddon used to delay,
early,
trying to keep them from the fast retake, the flood being denied, and now Xtaroki taken down, the trade found quickly. They do know of the player arcade and the player tower. Down comes the start.
Looks like Moon's gonna take some aggressive space, gonna try to fight Wally here.
Salvo's thrown down.
And Wally takes out Moon.
Shorty more than enough at the close distance, and now Wally has to try and get this.
Oh, and Buck with a beautiful shot.
His 2 in the round, managing to pull it together for MUE. The first kill with the Sheriff actually pulling the numbers into their favor.
And that is a thrifty for MUE. They evidently heard what I said about momentum and got angry.
MUE has completely stymied any chances of Fortnite Legends building what they would want to be a 3 or 4 round lead, and now the lead from 2 has been cut right back to 1. This has been a slugfest.
And once again, we're seeing 2 dominant players, with Xtaroki and Swing being the only players with double-digit frag counts on both teams.
It is only 9 rounds in. Forgive the other players. They've been trying their best. And now, advancing slowly towards Dish, a contact play, trying to get towards the score, and maybe get some
Big
stay.
stack. They might have noticed that May has been pretty uncontested on her lurk the last 2 rounds, so they know that Dish is somewhere that's often unprotected.
And now, Swing Every Angle was trying to get that orb, and now was denied by the salvos. This drone does pick on Wally and finds his position, and
Spike
Buck,
down A.
an early pick onto Nicole from Dish.
But Swing takes down Reels, but is traded out by Xtaroki.
The trade does come through, but the numbers not in the favor of Fortnite Legends. MUE has 4, and down goes Xtaroki, the numbers 4 versus 2. Wally looking for the timing on the outside.
But the
taking
molly will
down.
force him out.
Wally, wait, Maycat.
Oh, finds one.
But the aim
not
isn't
to be.
true. Has to try and find the last 2 like facing, and it's not enough. The double swing does manage to get rid of Maycat. Post round, Spike Gibbons alive, and the Armageddon is now online for MUE.
Yeah, and
Score even up.
yeah, it's quite interesting to see on a map that's typically quite attacker-sided, to see it be so neck and neck.
However, some have said, at least on Pearl, when Vise is picked, maps become defender-sided, as Vise does delay for more than long enough for the retake to become a flood.
This is very true, which means it'll all be resting on Maycat to make it count in the second half of this match.
However, we still have 2 more rounds to go. I'm being a little bit too excited talking about the next half. The gate crash does get sent over towards B, and Swinging Every Angle is going to go take some early space. Deep down into A with that dimensional drift. Finds 4 players, and out comes the Buck as the shorty. Manages to find Risky Reels, but the trade does come through.
Man, that's got to be humiliating though. Imagine being stacked up with your entire team and getting killed by an angry samurai with a shorty.
The shorty has been quite valuable, but Wally does find a kill with the aftershock, and that's IGL dead.
But where is May going? They're getting a really deep lurk here, but the Cypher Trip will force them to make people aware of their presence.
Cypher Trip, more than enough. Breaks the trip, trying to get the presence, trying to show May, trying to feign some presence towards B. Trying to fake it alone.
But it looks like they're turning that fake into a rotate as the spike makes its way over to B main. Salmons is posted up here. Will he be able to call Cypher over in time?
Just waiting for the line. The smokes will come down. And now, let's see whether Vise and the old man can pull this one together. Spike going down, safe default. Trying to look for the round. Now,
Will we see the Armageddon come out for the retake?
It is into 2 ultimates. They do have both the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike on the side of Fortnite Legend. Trying to keep this round alive. Armageddon comes down, clearing out towards Heaven. Arcade still given right over. Here comes
And we
the
see
Rolling
the Orbital
Thunder,
Strike
trying to
committed.
delay. All of them swing out. The flood has been more than enough. Down comes a few members in 3 versus 2 now. Rolling Thunder already down.
Oh, but Xtaroki finds one. He's going to molly the bomb here, but it has been halved.
Half is there, and the Spike Live has to hold
Neck
this
and
one down.
neck.
Tap.
Oh, and Xtaroki. He's just got that
Playing
rhythm.
with his food. The classic more than enough. Live does try to go for the wallbang, but Xtaroki cleans him up. 3K.
And this is really interesting because this is once again, that round win came from the value of Maycat's lurk. The fact that she was able to get so deep up onto B site, which is where she's been consistently trying to sneak from that top half of the map, allowed them to get that rotate and that plant. It'll be interesting to see if MUE pick up on this and react to it.
And the few rounds which MUE did try and collapse on the lurk, they did lose, but that was because of unfortunate post-plant scenarios. And now, both sides do have their buys coming in. MUE's is a little bit more shattered with half armors and regen shields coming around, and it does look like the side of Fortnite Legends is sprinting it down A, finding all the space. Neon all the way onto side, looking for the upper. And Moon, the solo anchor towards A. Trying to make this work. The first goes down. Wally spammed through the smoke.
You gotta love it. Spray and pray.
Being forced to try and
Oh, but
save
the orbital strike will come out to kill Reels.
The spike does manage to go down though. But that's a member down, and the post-plant utility isn't as strong this round.
Clean headshot with the Guardian from Nicole.
Nicole
But
does
she
find
will
first
fall.
two. The flash comes through. Taroki finds another, but the defenders have been sitting on the spike like an egg, incubating this entire time. Kills come through, everything.
And that's a 6-6 perfect split for the first half of this match.
And both sides might end up seeming quite happy with what they have. Though, even if it is attacker-sided, Maycat may be able to try and delay on this B site alone. It has been known that Vi can solo B to some extent.
I'll have to see it to believe it, Shannon, but I'm going to trust your take, and I will be interested to see how May goes with device util on B.
Well, we just have to see whether Maycat turns out to be like Meteor, or whether Maycat is just another brick in the wall. And let's have a look. The attack for MUE has been leaning towards A, trying to get some early A space, but the Brimstone...
Oh, it looks like we're going to see a kerfuffle in A main. 3 of them posted up, swing backs off.
But the early smoke does deny MUE. They do decide, let's not mess with this one, and they skedaddle right over towards B.
We're going to see the proving of your Vice thesis right now, because she's the only one on this site.
Swing every angle from 100 to 40 HP, 60 damage done just by the Razor Vine. Now, Maycat has to be the solo anchor on this side, getting flushed out by multiple.
But Swing takes her out.
But the HP damage has been done, evened out, swinging every angle on low HP. But Salmon's risky reel taken down, numbers in the side, favoring MUE.
Oh,
Wally
and Wally
with the 3!
The IGL proving that he's not just all brains, he's got the brawn too, and the pistol round will go to Fortnite Legends.
Wally does take an aggressive timing through the smoke. MUE, caught unawares, gets rid of the 2 tower players, and the plans are, they're unable to fight back. They're holding onto the lunchbox, praying for their life.
I hate to say it, but I think you might be right about Vice holding a site.
Vi's managed to find a lot of chip onto swinging every angle, leaving him really low. So even though they were up 3 versus 2, swinging every angle was just taken down with 1 shot.
This is true, and it looks like we're seeing a huge stacking of the attackers towards Arcade here, hoping that they can come into the side of the site that doesn't have Vice's wall, and thus gain a bit more space before being chopped apart by Vice.
They are looking for the contact play. This may be an aggressive stun up towards the heaven to try and catch Maycat off. Their positioning is all advanced now, and they're ready to just try and pounce on this solo anchor.
And Swing's going for heaven.
They're off deep. They don't know her just yet. Down comes the camera, trying to spot out any players on Generator, and now Maycat alone. The anchor taken down.
But look at Moon. They've managed to get really deep into sight. Will Neon be expecting this? Nope, they backed off.
The anchor through the smoke does manage to find 3.
And it's all up to Moon.
Moon had managed to get an advanced position, but forced to give it up, and now...
There's one.
The burst was found, but that's a damaging eco round. MUE managing to cut down 3, denying what may be a Spectre from the other side.
This is true, and now we'll see MUE coming into their full buy round, whilst Fortnite Legends are stuck on... Would you even call that a half buy, Shannon?
That's... I mean, they are just going to take their eco and just take what they want. It is just going to be... They are going to opt into a Stinger. That is some extra money, but Risky Reels will be able to take down Salmons in a single shot. That regen armor does only offer protection for 125.
All right, swing on the Vandal, making some space up B main.
This is MUE's default. They do like opting towards 3A main, and Salmon's alone towards Arcade. Trying to find early aggression, and now looking towards A, trying to find that space. Down come the salvos, trying to get rid of the advanced positions, and they are gone. Reels backing off towards side,
But Live copped a shot from that Marshall in that push.
the Outlaw did manage to tag him down to 10 HP, and here we are. They may not have realized, but they're walking right into the Tiger's trap.
Will Reels make the shot ring true though? And that's
It's a
and
miss.
no.
Swing every angle does manage to find the pick through the wall, and now Wally, only one on side, but he has friends everywhere.
Oh, but the aftershock's gonna catch him. He has to drop down, and here comes Swing.
The swing every angle does come through, but Bug finds a trade, and X-Roki, the numbers actually not falling too far off what Fortnite Legends would deem appropriate.
30 seconds
3 versus 2, these are decent guns in their hands. Maycat does have to try and make this 185 work with the Stinger, but
But
it's not
Nicole
enough.
gets triple peaked and shredded. That is another round to MUE.
Absolutely pelleted by the bullets. MUE is keeping their wits about them, even though they were down both the pistol and the buy on the enemy side, and now they have to try and pull this together.
Yeah, it's looking like the Vice hold on B is very strong, but if they go A, MUE just have that momentum to carry them onto site.
But it does seem that MUE did pin a good weakness in that Visor solo defense. Unable to fend off multiple coming right up the rope and picking them off in tower.
Which may be what we're about to see as we watch 2 come from B main and 1 explore in from Arcade.
That does look like swinging every angle is 1 point off the ultimate. Here comes the dimensional drift.
Oh, and the Euroclone will trigger the Vice wall, removing that imperative part of the site hold early.
The Vice wall buys 6 seconds, and now that's 6 seconds down, and the Razorvines don't do nearly as much.
Cage triggered.
Oh, but
Side
it looks
cage
like we're
thrown.
seeing a pivot towards A.
Just trying to fake the B alone. Oh, swinging every angle's gonna rip this
Here
dimensional
comes the
drift.
dimensional drift, everyone.
He did fake a little bit of noise, trying to get some early information towards where Make
And it looks like he's going for info, not for frags, but will he go hunting for risky reels?
all the way onto side. They have taken all of A, and now all advance onto side. 3 of them ready, and Salmon's alone on Dish.
But we will see the salvos and the orbital strike come in to try to deny that plan, and it will find Buck.
And Buck, the sacrificial lamb to all of the ultimates. The orbital strike takes him down with the stun, and now they have to look for the tap onto the spike. The Armageddon taken down now. Moon tries to find a sneaky timing, but it's not enough. 3 people holding him down. Does find
Moon
X-Roki.
finds X-Toroki.
But the spike has been delayed for 40 seconds at this point, and now Live Salmons does find one, and now trying to keep these fights alive, trying to make sure that they can't just get back onto site. The boss lane does block the
And
flash,
Swing takes down Wally, the IGL fallen.
but Moon does have the line, does find the other, but swinging every angle takes out Maycat, and that's another clean round onto MUE's hands.
And these two teams are still neck in neck with the 2 top frags on identical KDs of 21 and 11, the only difference being the assists.
And it's absolutely blasphemous, but swinging every angle has been completely dominating this map. And
Yeah.
they did manage to identify the weakness of the solo Vice defense on B. The wall being easily tripped by the Euroclone.
But what's this? We're seeing a major switch up from Fortnite Legends. Vice being placed solo on the A, but will they suffer due to this push coming from Dish?
Oh, out comes the aggression. Risky Reels trying to get up to that position. That's a sneaky jump. And now does try to get that space, does get it, and did spot out swinging every angles towards A main. They will know that they have on the wrong side of the map, and Live re-clearing B main. Uh-oh.
But they've heard the Teo drone, which has made Breach turn around and second guess himself.
Just pulled back both Wally and X-Toroki. Oh wait, no, that's not Wally. They pulled back X-Toroki, and now here they are, back towards A. Nicole
And the Teo drone will spot a few of them up near Dish.
but the overstack is towards A. 3 versus
And they clash.
Down A.
3 versus 3, the numbers. Even trades are good for the save, and now Maycat tried to find the shot onto Salmons, but it wasn't enough. Salmons does keep their life. Wait, no, it's not even Salmons, it's
And
Buck.
the Rolling Thunder's committed.
Live does get rid of Maycat, and now it's all in the hands of Nicole. The Sheriff, not enough. Get rid.
And the MUE IGL with a 3K, once again proving that he's got the skill to back up the strategy.
The 3-piece is enough to collect that round, and now that pulls Live straight into the double digits alongside the rest of his team.
And it's still anyone's game at this stage. We're looking at almost full buy from Fortnite Legends with just one regen shield, and I'm presuming X-Toroki hasn't bought yet. There we go.
This is a must-win round for Fortnite Legends, or this will spiral into a snowball of rounds being given over towards MUE.
Well, they have the Vice ult and the Neon ult online, so
Risky
hopefully
Real
they can make
swings
work.
right out. Salmon's left out to dry as the rope has been taken by Moon, disappears and leaves Salmon alone. The smokes are now down from the MUE side, but they have managed to get into B alone.
Oh, we're going to see Swing and X-Toroki, the two top frags, clash.
See who wins. Swinging every angle takes the fight and takes the win, and now trying to get all the space. The gate crash is sneaking out behind Fortnite Legends.
And we see the Vice ult committed. Pistol time.
Live sneaking around the back, does find the trade onto Risky Reels, does find another Live.
And
Sheriff
Live
breaks
is
through.
just coming alive right now, taking heads, pushing angles. His Teo is dominating.
But it's not enough. They were on the spike. It has been half. They do know where it is. The tap comes down. Live
Can the IGL make it happen?
called his bluff. Called their bluff now.
And the salvos are
Down
out.
come the salvos. Is this enough HP? But it's not enough. Live 4K.
And that is the second round in a row that the MUE IGL has just stomped, putting him in the second frag position for his team.
And that was with the Sheriff for most of his kills. The Steel Garden restricting that rifle which he had, and now
It's the sunglasses. What can I say? It gives Teo an extra level of aim.
yeah, Fortnite Legends did commit the Steel Garden into that round, trying to make that retake absolutely perfect, but now they're forced onto the Sheriffs. Seems that maybe the Thorns have jammed up their own primaries, or maybe they've jammed up their economy.
And yes, now the Fortnite Legends economy is in shambles. They are all on Deagle, well, Sheriffs, and they're going to have to make this work with some beautiful headshots, or else this will probably spiral into
Risky
map point.
Reels, Buck holding him down, trying to keep him out.
And the ult's committed,
Here comes the overdrive, trying to find the others. Does spot out two, but this
and he's
could
got
be
the bomb.
equalizer. Down goes Moon. Boom, esports kind of play, and swinging every angle does find both. The numbers equalized by the Star
But the guns are not.
Swinging every angle, trying to take over the position of the prodigal son for MUE, and now the space being taken. Dimensional drift right into B, trying to find Maycat all alone on the B side.
And
Do see
Fortnite
the
Legends
Sheriff.
have definitely learned to fear this dimensional drift.
And Salmons does get rid of him, the information more than enough, and now they're all the way in B.
And now we are involved in a battle of the bearded men and a Yoru. And we'll see who comes out on top.
Yoru, the edgy Japanese boy, does find the first and almost finds the second. The HP taken down to half.
And there's just no way Nicole makes this work. They
all
just don't
alone.
have the util for it.
We'll have to happy
But
Deagle
they find
clutch,
one.
that's the first. Looking for the stun.
Stun comes in.
Live does find the dodge.
Uh,
And the ammo, not enough. 6 bullets.
and Live once again closing out the rounds for MUE, proving that, as we've seen, he's not just a controller player.
And now it does seem that that was a good round for Fortnite Legends in the sense that their economy was shot, but they still managed to get 4 members down.
Oh, and we're going to see a timeout called by Fortnite Legends as they desperately try to find a way to take back the momentum to stop this from careening into match point for MUE.
This is the first timeout taken in the series, and X-Toroki desperately begging his IGL for any counter strategy for what's been happening to them. It just seems that the Yoru is too oppressive when your Vise is what's meant to be delaying everything.
Yeah, absolutely, because that dimensional drift and the teleports and the clone are, basically 3 of your 4 bits of util are built to bypass that Vice stoppage, which means that Swing can just waltz into a site that May's meant to be protecting.
And Maycat all alone on B is not enough in that tower position. if they're left alone in tower, they could easily get flooded through arcade, and MUE did try that on their save round, and they did find the value, but they haven't gone back towards arcade.
Yeah, so the timeout coming to an end, and will we see an incredible pivot from Fortnite Legends to take back the momentum for this map, or is it too little too late?
They did call the timeout quite late, 3 rounds down in fact, and they have to try and make this one work. If they don't win this round, it's a snowball right into hell. Oh, and Moon decides to take the wire away after seeing the contact from 3. Moon taken down. Risky Reels, a clean shot on the wire.
But Swing is going to try to take some space onto A. The Iron Garden comes out.
That's the Razor Vines which just popped, and now they're trying to take the wall up, raising it. Just gonna pause for a moment. The strategy just being a little bit quieting themselves on A, feigning a maybe a B rotate. Hiding from all of these people playing.
And if we look, we can see live the IGL sneaking up B while no one else is around. But the bomb and the players are all on A.
Fault line is thrown. Buck does find Maycat. Now they have to back right off. The Rolling Thunder does find 2, but they have managed to escape.
And they're going for the late rotate, and Live is in their house.
Wally was aware and did jump spot. Live, unable to catch them unawares, and now all the way deep in B, but
MUE have the salvo and the orbital strike online for
Spike wasn't there yet, and Buck taken out as he tries to waltz into main, but they've got full generator control, and down goes Salmons.
And suddenly the momentum has shifted. It's looking like Fortnite Legends might be able to take this back.
The flood defense was more than enough, swinging every angle, couldn't find the shot onto Risky Reels, and now taken down. The numbers. Risky Real takes 3 heads.
And it looks like that timeout has really helped Fortnite Legends. They were super aware of what sort of stuff MUE were going for that game, with even the prediction that Live would be deep in their spawn.
And now, MUE does have to stabilize this round. They do have the economy to make a full buy, but if they do lose this round, they will fall behind. It does look like they're opting for save for next, and trying to make sure that they have enough money to stabilize on the 11 to 10.
But we do see a Hero Vandal in the hands of Live, which, given his performance the last few rounds, might be the game changer.
This might be quite valid having the rifle in his hands, but now Risky Reels takes down Live. That's the rifle gone.
That is, will they go to recover that? They will.
Salmons does find it in his hands, swinging every angle, takes down Wally. That's the first one down, and now the Neural Theft does find all of them.
Moon going for an aggressive swing here, potentially? No, backing up out of the smoke.
Moon knows exactly where they are, but swinging every angle's teleport sends him right into the orbital strike. Deep fry.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Oh,
Moon
but
finds
Moon,
Maycat, and now
Moon taking back this round, potentially.
But this is 2 versus 3. They do have the orbital strike to keep this round alive, and Buck, they do find where Nicole is. The tap does come through. They are forced to drop the orbital strike now. Both of them off the spike. No one taking damage.
It's a 2v2 with full HP. We'll see who comes out on top.
Out comes the molly. The delay is there. Risky Real sticking down the spike. Buck all alone trying to make this clutch work. Did find the first. And finds the second!
Beautiful shots from Buck. Just great timing there. And that more exposed plant giving him the ability to take it back.
And that's a Buck clutch to make that round come to fruition. They were pulled right to the edge, 2 versus 1 in Buck.
And thanks to the cautious saving of last round, we now see a full rifle loadout coming out from MUE as they plan to kick Fortnite Legends while they're down.
MUE is also 2 points off, and like 2 crucial ultimates. The Dimensional Drift and the Armageddon both being available off just 2 orbs, and we're on Fracture. There's 4 for the taking.
Yeah, May is going to have nightmares about that Dimensional Drift. That thing has been tormenting them all game.
And now, all the way up B, Yoroclone looking to trip that wall. Killed before it takes it out. That could be a game changer, buying maybe 6 seconds.
But here it comes, the Dimensional Drift. But it pivots.
It's just to try and feign the B presence, and now heading towards A. Doesn't manage to find the stun onto Risky Reels. The stun point does go through, but now backing right off. Swinging every angle, doesn't know of Wally.
Where's Wally, one might say?
Wally's on A side and has found 2. taken right down. Moon and Swinging Every Angle, two game-changing players.
The
now.
salvos come in to force Salmons to separate from Buck, leaving him ripe for the taking.
Buck isolated and left alone. He wishes he had friends, but Salmons does find one in live now in a 1 versus 4. I'll buy him a Happy Meal if he wins. Let's have a look. Reloads the rifle, trying to make this work. The spike not in his hands.
He is one off Armageddon, so if the enemy team make the incredible mistake of staying grouped up, he could potentially make something work here, but it is highly unlikely.
The fault line does.
And that Neon's gonna pull up in behind him.
Advanced position for Risky Reels. He tries to
finds
take the fight.
one.
Does find the first.
Does he know about Neon though? That's the question. He doesn't.
Unawares, Risky Reels takes Live's head. And crucial recovery for Fortnite Legends to try and keep themselves in this map. And Salmons, formerly coach and now player, has to try and find the adjustment to close this one out.
Speaking of, look at the assists on MUE. We've got 15 for Buck on the breach, which is expected as an initiator, and 16 for Salmons on the brim. Just demonstrating how much these guys are setting their team up for frags.
Salmons will just get assists off his smokes. Yeah, if they walk through a smoke and they get killed, Salmons gets one. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's some amount of help, but that is expected of him, and X-Taroki, he doesn't really need those assists because he'll just claim those heads himself.
This is true. X-Taroki and Swing still tied for kills and deaths. 5 rounds since I said that. They really are neck and neck.
They really have been going at each other, trying their best to try and make things stay alive for their team. The hopes all in their hands.
And coming in to round 23 now to see who will prevail.
This is... The buy on MUE's side is suspect to say the least.
This is true, but we have seen Swing work with that Sheriff earlier and make it work. So potentially, if he can take some heads, especially because we've got 2 sets of regen shields on the enemy team.
Swinging Every Angle has been the king of the Wild West, getting rid of everyone when he sees them, but it is still only 800 credits. The pinch does come through. Risky Reels finds Moon, finds Salmons, and that's 3 down on the side of Arcade. That's the entire advanced force.
And in a blink of an eye, the round is all but over. What can Live and Swing do?
The scouting party's gone, and now Live has to try and pull this one together alone. Swings the angle, but the Spectre's not enough to take this long-range fight. The stun there, and now the Molly just delaying him and trying to keep him away. Live will just stay anchored towards that unders position. Swinging Every Angle, trying to find anything. Live does spot out 3. Now come the Razor Vines just to delay him. Swinging Every Angle, advance deep in.
And
finds the first shot.
Takes ahead.
Nicole taken down, and now Swinging Every Angle does have the rifle in hand. 60 HP to work with.
He's got a gun and he's got a dream. Will he be able to find some more frags?
And now 2 versus 4. MUE does have 1 rifle in their hands, and Live will just start adjusting towards main, just trying to get onto site to help.
30 seconds.
But Swing, bad timing with the smoke, taken down by Wally. And Live is going to try to get that rifle.
There was just a gap which Wally left for himself to just, you know, get a free kill. X-Taroki may not have smoked it off perfectly, but Wally knows how to play around his friends' little errors.
And now we are 1 round off OT here. Will MUE be able to drag it across the line, or will we be thrown into overtime? What do you reckon, Shannon?
It does look like Fortnite Legends has 3 of the ultimates. All of them absolutely game-changing in a round. The overdrive could just run them right over, and it looks like they maybe advance up towards B to try and get some early aggression, but it's just not enough yet because no one's there to see. Moon hears it, and now Live just has to back off, and now they're leaving. Live's the only one with an ultimate here. Takes the rope, just sprints it right back towards his team, has to get some friends. And there is also the Steel Garden and the Armageddon on the side of Fortnite Legends. This is nigh, but over for
but Swing takes down Risky Reels. That's the Duelist and the Neon ult offline, but Cypher's been split off by the Vice Wall.
Swinging Every Angle, the difference maker thus far. every single movement.
But
Extra evens it off. Moon taken down, and Armageddon in the hands of Live sent out towards Generator and Canteen. It comes down, trying to flush out main, and that's all they've done.
But
out comes the Steel Garden. It does miss both Tower and Side, but these salvos are more than enough. Salmons does barely manage to jump out, and here comes
it's just util hell in heaven right now.
We're playing Overwatch, every single ability dropping from the skies, and MUE doesn't even see a face as they get
I
sent.
mean, with that many shapes and colors, is it any mistake that MUE unfortunately lose the round and we are in to OT?
And here we are, overtime. Both of these teams quite comfortable on the Fracture. Now it's time to see who can pull together a defense and an attack round. Let's have a look. Swinging every angle has been a difference maker. Critical to MUE's defense.
But we're once again, as is typical, surprising no one, seeing that Maycat lurk at the top section of the map.
And it does look like Xtaroki in that round has managed to pull ahead from swinging every angle. And now, no longer a concern. He's ahead in the kills, and he wants to keep it that way. This round may be closed out by Fortnite Legends.
Alright, and it looks like they're trying to pinch Maycat. They've predicted this lurk, and there was nothing they could do there. Just taken down by Salmons.
But they've been sent right back into the same scenario they've been put in every other time they've caught Maycat off. They have to be forced into a retake. The spike being planted in the open. This is risky. Aftershock does find Xtaroki.
But the bomb is down.
3 versus 4. Buck is low, but the utility value is more than enough. And Risky Real's the only one on side. Fastlane comes out trying to keep himself safe. Just jumps away the flashpoint. Does catch them, but it's not enough. Risky Reals. Out comes the stun in here.
It's too much.
Ooh, the fault line does catch Risky Reals. Swings out. It's not enough. There's smoke on the spike. Is there Live looking for half. Does get the half.
The bomb is hard.
Does back off. Salmon's advanced now. Moon, last one on the spike. Sticking it, and the defenders do manage to pull it together. The salvos do get the kill, but it's not enough. Just too late.
And again, we are getting shown that the dominance MUE have on defense remains intact even after a rough attacker's half.
And MUE, they just kept it together. They played the full retake, took the first pick, and made sure that everything was still in control.
Absolutely, and now we'll see if they can levy it to make it work to get past that Vice. If Swing can find enough frags or orbs to get that dimensional drift online, it'd be an absolute game changer.
And we are on Fracture, the one map where there is enough orbs without kills to get your ultimate online.
It's very true. You notice it's the only map where you can technically get a
down
7
goes
kill.
Live. Risky Reals does find the first, and that's IGL now gets to focus on thinking instead of shooting. And now they're just waiting outside of the dish and arcade side of the map, and oh, they're going to take the rope right back over. Salmons will try and find this.
Maycat's about to clash.
Position.
And she finds one.
Does find one, but Buck does get the trade. No HP taken from Buck, but the 1-for-1 is not good for MUE. 3 versus 4. Need to try and make it work. Xtaroki smokes.
And the spike isolated up in the top right above A here, whilst the rest of the team find themselves in B main.
Flashpoint to re-clear this side of the map, but no one's here. No one thought to advance, because now that they have the contacts, Risky Reals knows that they want to come towards B, and they are sent packing. 4 versus 2, it just means that they can play 2 Enkin on each side. The worst thing that could happen to them
30 seconds
is
left.
that one person disappears, but the utility comes down and Risky Reals, the rotate's already here. 3 versus 3 as they
Swing's
come
gonna
right
do
in.
what his name suggests, and swing.
Every angle taken down.
The Rolling Thunder comes out from Buck.
Rolling Thunder
Last
does
player standing.
roll, and now Moon taken down.
We're gonna need a miracle from Buck here, though, and he just doesn't have the time, tying us up at 13-13.
It just seems that the defense is where both teams mount their comeback, and neither side can really breach that final gap.
Yeah, because as you said, if they let Maycat live in that lurk, she gets space that's really disruptive, but if they make the effort to go and kill them, they give up the site.
And now, it looks like Maycat may not be allowed to lurk alone. Oh, they might have gone for a switch up. Maybe trying to see if MUE tries to go for that free lurk again just to face into 4. Maycat all alone. Salmon does swing out wide, trying to find the fight, but Salmon is more than enough. Finds the headshot. Now that's another head taken. Risky
But Reels
dashing
going in deep,
inside.
but it's too deep. Salmons takes another head.
Salmon's the head coach, still shooting more than true enough.
But Wally trying to even the scoreboard, bringing it to a 2 versus 3.
But 3 versus 2 is right here. MUE has to try and make these numbers work for them. They need equal trades win them this round, and that's all they need. But Nicole and Wally are just trying to walk away.
Right there.
They do have the B side MUE, but they've left A right open.
The question is, will MUE wait to group up, or will they feed into A?
Wally's getting
Straight
the
into
Armageddon.
Wally's
Wally's
punches.
getting the Armageddon.
But the
out
stun
the
comes
fault
in.
line. Stuck on the side. The salvos are true, but it's not enough. Buck.
That was a huge fault line to deny the ult usage from Teo there.
Nicole has to try and pull this round together alone, but that's a two-face, and Nicole would have had to find both of them to even try and make that round work.
And once again, swing with the defuse.
They didn't even have to trade, they just went.
And
Kill
it was
one, kill
just
two.
so, cannot overstate the importance of Buck getting that stun to stop Wally hiding away with that Armageddon for the spike post plan. That was huge and debatably won them the round.
Wally's plan was for them to get the spike down and then hopefully for him to regroup with Nicole off towards, hopefully Dish or just towards the CT side of A, but it wasn't enough. The stun just kept him on the side and locked up.
Yeah, and this overtime is still neck in neck, however, and we'll see if the trend of the defenders reigning victorious persists.
MUE, both sides refusing to lose their deep end. Both of them jump spot the wall, and that's the wall right down. They did realize that the weakness was.
But Reels is crawling up the back to take a 1v4.
Reels is all alone, but the shot is more than enough. That's a triple face, and down goes Nicole. Does find the first, and that's a Sardoulis down, but that's both of them.
And we find ourselves in a 3v3 as Toroki takes Buck. We'll see who comes out on top. They do still have Vice and the Razor Vines online for B.
But they are overstacked towards B, and Vise is being sent.
Moon just exploring up A here, seeing what they can see.
Moon might find an empty side and call his friends over. And Wally's re-clearing over towards Dish, and there's nothing towards that side of the map. He's calling that they might be in the mains. Uh-oh. The information is in the side of Fortnite Legends' hands, and now...
Alright, Moon is trying to sneak up here, and Wally is looking the other way, but he's turned around, his sixth
30
sense.
seconds left.
Wally was just trying to check for the timing, and still worried about the possibility of Moon trying to catch them on the pick. The smokes come down, and they're already on the side.
Going for the risky plant, the salvos come in, Moon's forced to back off, but the bomb does go down, and they've got the orbital strike online for the post.
Ironically, that spike plant may have been the safest in that situation, just because they wouldn't expect them to be so brazen and plant right in the open. The spams come through the box.
May's trying to wrap around,
May
finds one.
first, and now they're
It's
looking
all
for
up to
second.
Moon, and
the
Moon
shorty.
falls. Once again, defenders take the round. We're just tit for tat right now, back and forth between these two teams.
Now it's just to see who can make their attack work.
Switching
How is
sides.
this going to work out for both teams? Fortnite Legends has been struggling to make anything come from their attack, and MUE in a similar situation, both of them just trying to pull anything they can.
Yeah, and the question is, Shannon, how long do we sit here? How long do we let it go tit for tat before, well, someone intervenes?
The admins are going to keep this going forever, and we're here to keep watching.
Alright, well, we're going to see Risky Reels try to create some space, but the stun catches them, no avail.
Fault line.
Yoru Clone committed quite early.
And
Live.
swings down, gets rid of Risky Reels. The trade
Gets
does
right
come
Buck
through,
with
but
a
Buck,
collapse. Takes down, and that's a 3k.
Spike down.
the heroic initiated to keep it all closed, says A side is mine, and the fault line was not the only thing he was offering to the defense.
Yeah, Buck with a huge 3k there, and now it is all up to our resident sneaky lurker, Maycat.
But Maycat hasn't been too alive in this. If they win this one, I think maybe I'll have to offer the same I did to Live. Happy Meal in the 1 versus 4. Waiting for anyone to peek alone.
Well, given that this is OT, there's no eco damage, so all they can do is just Hail Mary.
Try and win this one out. The fault line does stun them up, and that's just another piece of utility to play it.
That's one.
Salmon's taken down.
Backs out.
Maycat finds another, and now Rolling Thunder is in the hands of Fuck, so there is no small chance that this is being
30
delayed.
seconds left.
Maycat swings
Maycat
wide,
finds
takes it
another.
again. That's a 3k. You might have a Happy Meal for someone. The Steel Garden comes out. Bomb is retrieved, but we are on 40 HP. 1 versus 1. Can...
Not in the hand, the Maycat finds it! Oh god, I'm gonna have to pay out a
That
Happy Meal.
is a 4k clutch for Maycat. Insane performance from the Vice, who's had a bit of a quieter game today and breaking the rhythm of the defenders always winning. This might deliver the map to Fortnite Legends.
That could have been the one thing which brings this map into Fortnite Legends' hands. They weren't able to pull any attack rounds before, and the round which they get, 1 versus 4, Maycat.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't see that coming. The Vice on the attack just doesn't have as much of a use case as she does in defense, but that was a very impressive, carefully coordinated clutch.
Managed to isolate all of the fights. Swinging every angle, was trying to get the trade, but it wasn't enough, and now MUE scrambling to try and make this attack work. They need to pull this one for them, or else they will be on the losing end of this map.
Will the 30th round see the closing out of this game?
And Maycat does spot the people in main, and that does pull back the scouting party in arcade. Oh, no, they're backing off. They're just going to sprint it down towards Dish, try and completely clean this area out.
But Moon's too timid to try to take the space. There's too sus of the fact that there might be some people lurking somewhere when there aren't. The site is empty.
But they're all the way advanced. They'd found a bunch of space, swinging every angle, sends the clone right through, trying to spot out the Visor's wall.
Maycat down. Vengeance for the previous round claimed by Moon.
Moon, yes, he's definitely looking for revenge here, trying to make sure that that round that slipped out of their hands is being pulled right back.
And Bomb is down, and we've got 5 versus 4. It's looking like the tempo might have shifted yet again. And Live takes 1, takes 2.
1 and 2. The salvos do come out to flush him from the line, but no one's there to play right off that. Risky reels. And Wally left alone in the 2 versus 5. I'm not promising a Happy Meal anymore, because I've seen heroics, but fucking Moon making sure that nothing happens.
And we tie the game up again and hit 30 rounds.
This is a 15-15 overtime. We've had 6 rounds of this.
Don't remind me.
And now we need to see whether Fortnite Legends can make another attack round work, or...
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see those kind of heroics from Maycat 2 attack rounds in a row. That would be insane.
Fuck! Oh, the timeout comes out Live, making sure that this is the overtime where they win it.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic performance from both teams. Both teams doing very well with the util, with the kills. They've been switching up their strategies enough to keep the enemy team on their toes. They haven't been doing the same thing again and again. We've been seeing consistently different plays from both sides as they adapt.
They're both neck and neck, and whilst they do have two timeouts in a regulation and now the extra ones in overtime, but they never used all of their timeouts, and I don't know how the tournament client works in this case.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to hear what Live is saying to his team right now.
Maybe Salmons which is talking, as he's the coach of this team.
That's a very good point. You've got the IGL and the coach on the same team, which means you've got mega brain power, if you will.
Yes, and they are going to need every single neuron to be firing for this half to come to fruition. Looks like the overstack towards B, some early aggression.
But the salvo comes in, Real's trying to make space.
Stymied and delayed and kept away. Now the overstack may just be a utility dump on those which enter, and now heading into unders, trying to get that space. Trying to make sure that Arcade hasn't been encroached upon.
But what's this? The Teo drone creeping up A main, a site that is woefully understaffed at the moment.
Though those 2 trips which Moon has tossed on A have been criminally effective against Fortnite Legends. Down comes the stun, Nicole getting some space for risky reels. They try and fake the side, the tap of the robe scares Salmons enough to pull him over to hold it, but do they figure out it's a ruse? Oh, the movements are coming. Bark and Live taking the rotate all the way towards A. They committed all that util and not a single face seen, and now all the way into Dish. Will Moon redeem for the missing clutch which he had the round before, and now all
Moon just tucked up in here. Trip is dodged by both parties.
Dodged the first trip, and Nicole gets tagged up, and Moon
Moon
right through.
Moon
That's
with
a
the 4K
for Moon.
redeeming themselves for the 1v1 they lost against May and bringing MUE up to 16.
That is match point again for MUE. And Moon, that may be the 7th Moon which has been shown.
It's looking like this overtime is going to be decided by the Sentinels coming alive.
Yeah, it's whichever side manages to pull the heroics and get that attack round. And Moon was all alone on the Dish side of the map. He's going to be watching and just trying to see if anyone's advancing early and taking that rope again.
Alright, it looks like we're seeing Swing try to suss out B main, which has gone back to the old Vice setup we saw early in Fortnite Legends defense.
It does look like Fortnite Legends is looking to try and just play a nice slow defense. Try and just play off a flood retake off of contact. But now, they don't have enough information. The clone comes through, but they've done this every round. Does manage to deny it from taking the wall down.
And it's just looking like both teams have kind of slowed down a little. They're being very considered in how they do things this late into the overtime.
The IGLs may be facing into each other soon. A mirror matchup.
Yeah, the Teo versus Teo, Wally and Live.
Both of them just jiggling the line and praying for someone to get a little overzealous.
And the drone comes out, but it's destroyed.
The drone is the first thing to come out from A. Had to re-clear that space because they hadn't taken it earlier. And now Moon still trying to find this lurk timing, which hasn't happened ever.
And Live's caught by the salvos, but the fault line is going to protect him from Wally's swing.
Now, all the way into Sands, trying to get all of that space. The smoke does deny them from getting right in. Risky Wheels gets rid of Moon.
And Live taken down, Moon taken down. It's just, and the attackers are falling, and we're tied up. 16-16.
My God.
32 rounds.
This defense is gonna go forever. Neither side going to let it go.
Need I remind you, this is map 1 of the series.
Neither side has taken a map yet.
Yep.
We're looking at what could be a really strong map from Fortnite Legends, even though MUE picked it next.
Alright, Shannon. Do you reckon Taroki is going to hit the 40 bomb?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Taroki will find 40.
absolutely.
Taroki has been getting massive value in all of these rounds. Did slow down in the overtime just a little, however, still more than enough value. The drone doesn't manage to catch out anyone, but they do know the information of the door being open.
And it looks like Wally might be peeking into most of MUE here, but he's backed off.
Just a little bit of contact towards Dish. Just 4 faces.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Not a lot. They're all stacked up in the dish like a Christmas dinner, and they have pushed
Reels
onto site.
takes down Swing every angle, and now the round is left in the balance.
Oh, he spotted Salmons. The coach isolated, killed.
Taken down, and now 3 versus 5. This could be the attack round that Fortnite Legends was looking for.
Drone catches them though. Will we see some heroics from the last 3 members of MUE, or will this attack round go into the pocket?
Moon has managed to crouch and dodge the vision of Maycat, but that's not enough. X-Taroki gets another on the board, and now Maycat
Enemy remaining.
all the way has all of Dish control. Risky Reels, the pinch is here, and down goes Bark. A flawless attack round, the one which they needed many rounds ago.
Absolutely, and now with the defense in their favor, will we see May with that Vice util close out this map?
And MUE historically, with the core which has included Live in most iterations, has been quite the cockroach team.
Well, that's not a nice thing to say about your own team.
Well, it's not in the case that they're, you know, little things which scurry around. They stay and they fight, regardless how hard the maps end up getting and regardless how dangerous their opponents
This is true. I shouldn't count my chickens before they hatch. Swing, trying to take May's head off.
Does find one, but doesn't find another.
The Sentinel comes alive. 2 down.
Buck does manage to get a delayed trade, but the HP cut right down to 2. Heroics are going to need to be here. Moon's in an advanced position, but the drone will spot him out.
X-Taroki is sneaking in to their house, and he's got the molly out. Oh.
And that's the kill going over to Risky Reels. Now Moon and Live have to try and pull this one together. 2 versus 4. If anything could happen, Live has managed to make some clutches work, but Moon...
And it's a 1v4.
That's the first one down, but Live now tagged down to 30.
It's all up to the IGL to save this map, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Has to swing out, has to find the shot, but
that's
it doesn't happen. X-Taroki ending the game at 41.
34 rounds, and it goes to Fortnite Legends.
Fortnite Legends, not on their map pick of Fracture, has managed to take it away. That was a lot of rounds of overtime.
That was a lot of rounds of OT, and proves just how well matched these 2 teams battling it out for 3rd place are.
And then that means those 30 rounds of overtime means MUE and Fortnite Legends are going to be asking for their mandated break. And we are too. So, we'll catch you when the stream comes back for map 2.
Don't you be going anywhere.
We'll be back in 15 minutes.
One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Spike down.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left. Air stand. One. One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left. Air stand. One
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. enemies left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. That. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
And we are back. Welcome back to the MSC lower bracket finals. I'm joined by Shannon on the casting couch as we're moving into map 2.
Map 2, Pearl, selected by MUE, and this is a map which Fortnite Legends is well known for, or at least some of their players are well known for.
And yet it was picked by MUE, and given the close game we had on Fortnite Legends' pick of Fracture, I'm excited to see how this plays out.
MUE has always been confident on Fracture, but both sides managed to pull it to a long overtime fighting to the very end.
Yeah, and it took some crazy clutches from the respective Sentinels, Maycat and Moon, to keep the series divisive, but ultimately, in part thanks to that incredible 4K, the winners were Fortnite Legends.
And they did manage to win their map pick, which means now Fortnite Legends is staring at the possibility for series point if they do manage to take Pearl.
Which, given their confidence on it, wouldn't be too unusual.
Yes, the players which are on Fortnite Legends, like Wally and the like, they have played a lot of Pearl. And yesterday they did have to face an unconventional comp on Pearl, but...
Well, speaking of comps, here we go. It looks like we've got Teo, Jet, Fade, Cypher, and Astra facing up the attackers, and Jet, Yoru, Vice, Astra, and Fade facing up the defenders.
And Moon here gets to play his actual role. MUE's main problem this semester is they have too many duelist players.
That's not an MUE problem, Shannon. That's a Valorant problem. Full stop.
So, Moon has gracefully stepped aside and played Sentinel most of the time, but on their Pearl, it looks like he's playing the Jet, filling in for what usually is Skies, and now they start on the defense trying to make this work, and now the generally attacker-favored map is going to be...
The double Astra is no surprise, but I was secretly hoping for a Harbor.
Ooh, Harbor's been out of the meta for a while, buddy, and now out the push, and Moon taking down Maycat, trying to keep those heroics alive, but Buck spams him right through double doors. Walking up mid, they've got this control. Telling MUE to screw right off, and now mid re-cleared, taken right back.
And Astra, Wally's going to try to make a little bit of noise over towards A, but catches some damage through the smoke, bringing the HP down a little.
Did look like Wally was trying to spam and see if they could catch one of the Razor Vines on the floor, pull some attention right over, and now...
We see a Prowler heading down B, clearing those small
Killer
little
is-
pocket angles.
Pillar is now cleared, and they do know that no one's advanced, and they have to try and get into B.
Volley
Live's
comes
the
out.
Live's the anchor, and the Razor Vines are more than enough. Extra Rookie goes down.
And it looks like the push has been stopped in its tracks for Fortnite Legend, and they've had to back off as the defenders roll in for a site hold.
And the Flood was completely ready. Everything was there.
This is quite a late rotate, especially for pistol round, so it's going to be tough.
30 seconds
They
left.
do have their Astra now advanced deep on B, just waiting, trying to maybe make some noise later in the round. Oh, they have called that one of the players has rotated off, and they are ready to come right back into the side.
Live
does
jump
catch a
spots.
jump
Will
spot.
that bring the fade back? It looks like it will.
Live, Wally now down. They have to get this spike
10
down.
seconds on the clock.
8
Reels
seconds.
falls. It's all up to fade.
Spike goes down in Nicole.
Nicole
finds
finds
the
one.
first shot, but Buck, the trade is still there, and ooh, what a close round for
And a
pistol.
bit of anger coming out from Buck in the spamming of the corpse. Are we going to see some sauce develop?
That would be a fine on VCT, but good thing we aren't there. And
What, this isn't the VCT?
no,
Oh.
sadly, it's not the VCT, but it is a testament to how strong this Vice is on the defense side of Pearl. The stalling capacity of the Razor Vines managed to keep Fortnite Legends out for...
Absolutely, and it looks like we're seeing a split push from Fortnite Legends as a few of them try to take some space towards A, whilst Cypher is exploring mid.
Early space taken on A, the Razor Vines are towards mid. The cam does come out, trying to spot out any of the players. And now, down goes the camera, and that's Buck re-exploring towards mid, trying to find this
Looks like we're going to see
solo.
Fade and Cypher clash, and Buck finds the head.
Down goes Maycat. Heroes do not live tonight.
Portal closed.
Now, they don't have that much money, so...
And so they're flowing into mid. It's looking like they're going to go for an aggressive push through Art here. Oh, Smite Classic. You love to see it.
Absolutely perfect. And now they're trying to push in towards the
But
Art.
do they know about Yoru? They don't. Swing comes out and cuts him to pieces, ending the round in favor of MUE.
And that's a flawless round for MUE.
Which
and,
is good for this bonus, which they'll try to do as much eco damage as they can.
And Buck did not buy last round, so it does allow him to head into the Phantom. And they do also have the Outlaw in Moon's hands, which was sitting bored on B. No one explored out towards B, so no one knows that they have the Outlaw.
That's very true, and that could potentially catch this full shield, full buy off guard if some heads can be taken, which, as we've seen in the past, Jet is more than capable of doing.
Now, down comes the Prowler, trying to clear out close pillar, and now
Careful here.
they haven't found Moon just yet. Moon hasn't opted to swing.
And here it comes, but no.
Nicole, clean first shot, manages to take down Moon. That's a
Executed and Outlaw deprived. It's going to be a tough uphill battle for MUE here to do as much eco damage as they can on this rifle round for Fortnite Legends.
And the Razor Vines did manage to stall them, keeping them at bay, and now
Here.
that is the Outlaw right back into Samus's hands, and now...
Yoru clone comes out, just, building paranoia, keeping him guessing.
fishing for information, really, looking to see if they've backed it off. None of them are going to take the shot. They did get scared, get cold feet at the end, thinking maybe it was a fake one.
Do you think, Shannon? Do you think we'll see a Yoru fake in this series?
I don't think I've seen Swingy every angle use a fake clone at all ever.
Well, I mean that means it's the perfect time to use one, right?
I suppose so. And now readjusting towards A. The gun advantage in their hands, numbers in their favor too. But Live has managed to find a deep angle. Taken down early, but the damage given over
30
towards
seconds left.
Risky
Yeah, 3v5, but Teo on a sliver of HP in a dream here. But Taroki's posed up. The Prowler protects him from the headshot.
Buck did manage to get protected by
Stay down.
the Prowler, and now in pit trying to pull together any situation he can.
Salmon's Outlaw claims one.
Now the numbers still not in their favor. Have to try and find another. Buck now takes
claims
down
another.
Wally.
It's now a 2v3 with one on very low HP. Could MUE turn this around, or do they just not have the time?
They do need to isolate all of these fights, and this is a rough situation. They do know of the player which is tucked hard right. That was the player which did break the Razor Bind.
And
That's another taken
Make
down.
out falls. It's a 2v2, both from the same angle. In comes the volley.
Now,
Fade down.
Buck finds another, and now this is heroics to try and pull this one together.
Salmon's
has
going
to
for the
stick this
defuse.
fight.
Will Buck get the front? And that's it.
Buck, the 4K to pull it all together, make it all happen.
And the enemy team fades away.
And that was their buy. That was the one which they needed to win.
MUE proving that Pearl is their stomping ground despite any sort of reputation Fortnite Legends may have cultivated on this map.
Yeah.
With Buck 8-0 3 rounds in.
Buck has been absolutely on fire. Doesn't want to have another quiet initiator game. Doesn't want to just be the support. Is willing to be the main show now. Let's have a look whether MUE can pull together this next round of defense. They are playing into multiple stingers. This could be deadly on the close range sprint.
Absolutely. Riot said they've nerfed the run and gun a million times, and yet the Stinger and the Spectre still persist.
And Buck getting flushed off the line. The Prowler chasing over. The
Taroki making space, trying to isolate close quarters fights in what he knows is a gun disadvantage.
Oh, and they pop out through the smoke. But Damage finds the first. Does do a lot of damage to a second, but that's a Vandal handed over. They aren't going to try and retrieve it. They think
But
it's being held.
Yoru swings here to protect
every
it.
angle.
And there it goes. Bait, hook, line, and sinker.
Is that spammable? Huh. I'm going to copy that. And the spam does come through. Counter spam does find some damage on towards Nicole, and now
Just these stingers spraying, hoping for a lucky headshot. Vandal into the hands.
they do trade the Vandal into Risky Reels' hands, and Buck does pop off, finds the angle, does get rid of Risky Reels. That's another
And
one.
Buck is just the king on this map.
The Horns catches both, and now the Seas does get onto Nicole, but Nicole was already low anyway. There was no decay to make that.
Yeah, she's very susceptible to spray through smoke.
And
There it is.
But
30 seconds
Buck's shot
left.
was a headshot. It wouldn't matter if she was 1 or 100.
And now it's Maycat. Will we see a repeat of the 1v4 heroics from last map's OT?
No, Maycat has to try and make that 1v4 work, but it does not happen.
Buck is just unstoppable right now.
And
What's
now
their
that's
KD at?
11-0. Oh no.
No one can compete. And the ult already online to use for a retake.
Nightfall will be here for the retake, and Fortnite Legends, if they do want to make Pearl any chance of their series, they need to pull some rounds now.
Yeah, this is so much more. With Fracture, we were just seeing back and forth, but this is a strong early lead from MUE.
He has managed to pull together the early rounds, and
Oh, Moon coming alive.
Deep and
1,
swinging
2,
every angle.
3. The duelists claim heads.
they have pushed up deep in A main, and that's the spike claim. There's nothing left except for Wally walking it down A.
Hey, you know what? I'll take a note out of your book, Shannon. If Wally wins this clutch, I'll buy them a pizza.
Pizza, oh, that's a little bit more value, and this is a 1 versus 5, trying to make it work. They do know that the Vise wall is here, but the odds are stacked right against them. They will trigger the wall just to...
Oh, no, they won't.
They didn't manage to trigger the wall. I suppose they just wanted to check close on screens.
They have a full minute on the clock, but they don't have the bomb. They're on the wrong side of the map, and they're probably just going to save this Vandal.
Well, on Pearl, it is the Astra's job to be the solo lurk, and most Astras on Pearl do walk it down B. And sometimes you'll find yourself tucked into the cubby on the right side of
But the question is Buck feeling confident enough, given their stellar performance, to go headhunting?
Oh, Buck is chasing. Buck really wants another. Has been walking
30
up, just
seconds left.
Will this be their first death?
not exactly sprinting it, but well aware that B main could be a position.
Oh, the timing.
Both
Astra's
of them
been taken
missed
from
each other,
behind.
and now Buck.
takes another.
Another head on the line. Buck.
No deaths, 13 kills, maximum credits.
Buck has a belt of skulls on his waist and is ready to claim more. This could be.
And we've got the dimensional drift, which nightmares probably persist in Fortnite Legends' minds from Fracture, and
It's true.
the Nightfall online for MUE. Whilst we've got 3 ults online on the side of Fortnite Legends with the Nightfall, the Armageddon, and the Astral Divide.
All 3 of those with a completely demolished economy. They're sitting with the Greek economy in 2016, and now comes the swing, but does find the dink. Moon now dropped over to 5 HP.
But do they suspect Swing? They know he's there, but they've got stingers. Can they even make the pressure work?
Swinging every angle, forced off the line with the salvos, has to take the teleportation, and now he's gone. Salmon does find Maycat on the early line. Razorvine's popped early, denying Nicole from pushing right back through to find the trade.
But they've lost a member, and MUE stands 5 strong, although Moon is on
5 HP.
a sliver.
Barely anything to work with. That dink from Wally was absolutely stellar, and now stars coming down, the smoke's on today.
Wally trying to make some space for his team.
Down comes the Nova Pulse. It does pop their backside. The stun does come through. Risky Reels looking for the plant. Live may look for the spam. Does find some damage, but it's not enough.
The Nightfall's out for the retake, and here they come.
Now the Prowlers go chasing. They're looking for everyone. Risky Reels
Swing,
takes one
Buck.
down.
And Buck's first death at the hands of Wally with the Sheriff. Takes ahead. It's a nice consolation prize at the very least.
It's a consolation prize. Is it consolation much at all? They're down now 0-6 on what is usually.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a timeout from the Fortnite Legends yet, given that they're... Well, look
That's
at that.
the moment.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear. We've seen a timeout from Xtaroki as they try to evaluate what the hell is going on.
Fortnite Legends do need this timeout. Down 0-6. This may be a defender-sided map when Visor's in play, but they haven't been putting enough pressure.
I hate to say it, Shannon. I think this might be a Buck-sided map.
You may be correct. 14 kills has been the answer for most of their questions, but they have no way of actually making it down B. That wall has remained intact the entire time.
Yeah, honestly, it's been really interesting to see how Vice has matured in the meta, because upon their initial release, they were viewed as a bit of an underpowered, poor pick compared to other Sentis, but they've really come into their own.
That was largely because the Razorvines were half the damage which they are now.
This is true.
And the nerfs have come through. The wall has a shorter time now, but the Razorvines are still as strong, and they can delay for a while.
All right, this timeout has come to a close. Let's see if Fortnite Legends have been able to work up some sort of counterplay strat to this dominating performance from MUE.
They're going to run it down B and get all the space. Swing every angle, and Moon just ready to sprint it right down.
Both teams on what's basically a full buy, except for Nicole on the regen shields.
They both do have the full purchase, and whilst they are equal in the money, there are 5 ultimates on that side. The Nightfall does come down, and
The Armageddon.
here's the full execute onto A. They have ripped every tool in the
And they're in
toolshed.
deep. Jet in deep on A site, hoping to find that Astra.
But Salmons does have the Steel Guard, and they can get rid of all of these guns live. Has to take this fight against Extra Rookie.
And it's looking like we've got MUE sweeping in from the back to pincer maneuver.
Ooh, the trades
And the trades come in. It's a 2v4 in MUE's favor.
Risky Reels does manage to find another trade. Make hat now.
And it's just
has
risky
to spam
left.
the spike. Buck was just
defuse
sitting on
comes
it. And that was perfect.
And we see a
Absolutely stellar
3K
round.
from Live. The IGL coming alive for this round. Alive? You see what I did there?
I do see what you did there. Live is the kind of guy to spell live as Lyve.
They're Valorant players. They're not spelling bee competitors.
That is
Okay.
the case. And now, that's the 7th round on the board with 2 ultimates committed, and that was...
Yeah,
enough.
it was not. It's 7-0, and we've got the Blade Storm and the Astral Divide online for MUE, meaning that... And Xtaroki, though, brings out a Blade Storm of his own. Will he be able to make it work?
Has to try and find any pick he can, and that's Moon swinging out.
Knives
damage
flying,
straight over.
no purchase found.
In the end,
Prowler clears, Salvo clears, double up of util there.
no, they just need to find the space. Xtaroki does need to get deep.
He's got to be a hero here.
Trying to fish for where the wall is, but they've tossed it towards mid now. They thought the B was just free.
And cops some bullets, still has the knives up.
Has to dodge that.
And the knives whiff, and Xtaroki falls. Swing every angle,
That's
coming
the
in.
3K.
Yoru, bang, bang, bang. 3 frags.
Sprays right through that cyber cage and drops all of them.
And it's all up to Wally. And I bet the defending team are thinking, where's Wally? Where is he?
That is the case, but they did figure him out moments into his 1 versus 5 attempt.
Well,
now,
once again, the offer stands. If he wins this, we'll buy him a pizza.
he's been left in a lot of pizza scenarios, but
The pizza debt is real.
30
it's
seconds
going to be a
left.
rough round. He does want to try and find the save. Any picks would be absolutely stellar.
But he's getting headhunted. Swing is on the prowl.
Swing every angle, does
But
find where he is, finds the first
Falls
pick.
to Wally.
They are going 1 by 1 currently. They have
They
not
are. They're
regrouped.
feeding to him.
Live.
But 13 seconds on the clock. Salmons falls. This is
Wally.
very good for Wally, damaging the eco. Goes up against Live. And
Does try to jump away, but Live manages to clean it right up. 8-0.
Battle of the IGLs, who have coincidentally played the same agents each map. Teo, Astra.
That does seem to be the case, and Wally struggling to tell his team, hey, can we find some kills here? Everyone is struggling in the aim
8
department.
and 0 with Swing and Buck putting on a dominating performance. Swing 1 point away from the dimensional drift.
That would be an ultimate to seal the deal on this half. Could MUE actually recreate their 13-0 against a team of their caliber?
Well, it's starting to look like it. They seem to have gotten mad about the series on Fracture.
And now, Fortnite Legends does take early space on towards A. That is their A default. The C is taking over the orb space, making sure that no advanced duelists are there to take them down.
Yoru and Astra stanced up against each other on B, neither willing to push forward. And it looks like we're seeing a collapse of Fortnite Legends over towards the B side.
Early information taken, but Moon takes down the call. That Prowler couldn't find anyone, but it was the bullet which found her head, and now they're pushing right up towards
Risky
B.
Reel sends out the drone.
Drone does get up deep, does find the Razor Mines, but they do also know that the wall
Xtaroki
is not
takes
here.
ahead. Star Duelist of MUE taken down.
Every angle now sends right back. Maycat has to try and contend with multiple pieces of util.
Buck just pushing in. Got a little too greedy there. May on 8 HP. Gets caught with the reload.
Salmons does find the trade, and now out comes the Astral Divide, and they will be looking for a post plan towards B. The retake, 3 versus 5. The gun's not in their hands, most of them. Quite far
But Risky
away.
Reels is quite deep, and maybe the Astral Divide will build some false confidence for MUE.
Risky Reels has managed to reclaim that Vandal now. Xtaroki on top of the box where the star is just waiting.
Moon pushes out, dashes away, finds
pushes
Taroki's
out,
position.
Finds the space, and now also they figured out where Xtaroki is.
Salmons falls to Wally's Sheriff. Wally is stanced up at the end.
I
Ready to play the
should
post.
not have cursed the 13-0 in live, trying to rush around, trying to find any time he can. Has to get on that spike soon enough. Out comes the Gravity Well, and now swinging out, finds another
takes down
Risky
Reels. He's
on
gonna
the
stick.
spike. Has to stick.
Oh,
Oh, and the spray does find him. That's the first round on the board. Fortnite Legends clawing at anything they can get back.
that was every single piece of Astra util poured onto that spike to secure that round, as well as some pretty damn good Sheriff sharpshooting from Wally, the IGL.
Wally did manage to clean up a few, and Maycat getting the numbers advantage in mid was quite important.
Absolutely, and Buck, as much as I love their incredible performance this game, is getting a little cocky with that aggressive swing into a Cypher holding a corner.
Their play was quite overzealous, and it wasn't in their mind that Maycat's aim was absolutely true to even 3 and 9, they're absolutely on fire.
Well, it's 8 and 1. We could see a 9-3 curse if
They can
Fortnite
pull it
Legends.
together, Maycat all alone in mid, trying to get all the space on their lonesome.
Looks like Buck and Maycat are destined to clash once again, as they have.
But the reinforcements are here. Extra holding down two of them. Now
But Buck has learned their lesson and backs away.
No longer getting greedy. The IGL telling him, please don't kill yourself. And now they're all up towards mid and... Oh, Maycat's advanced.
Yeah, Maycat's made some space. Will she catch Vice here? No, she looks the other way.
Both of them looking away. Salmon's taking the fight. Manages to win it out just then. And now they are opting to look into it.
But they're doubling down on this push. They're continuing into mid.
Buck ready for the line. Manages
finds
to find
one.
Ex-Taroki taken down, the former star of the last game.
But Reels, the flick is true. Takes ahead. 3v4.
Now, Risky Reels is so low. Has to try and pull anything together in this scenario.
30
and
seconds left.
4 versus 3, they're able to split their numbers and still be safe.
But
This retake.
Fortnite Legends have made the right gamble and picked the site without the Vice util. But they will run into the MUE IGL, who is posted up.
Live has been absolutely amazing with the shots. Tried to dodge the
10 seconds
horns and now does find a
Gets
snap
the
to
wall.
Now swings out. Does try to find Wally, but Wally has managed to take down 2 heads
And
taken.
the bomb
That's
is
the
down.
third.
Wally is coming alive this match. Will this be the second round that he has brought home for his team?
Moon out of the sky was taken down, and now Salmons does find the first, but
And 4K for Wally. Where's Wally? He's at the top of the scoreboard
for Fortnite Legends.
for Fortnite Legends.
Of course, Wally slowly clawing their way up in the kill board, trying to be the leader for the team, showing this game is still in our hands. We can win this one.
And at the very least, they've at least taken the momentum. There's no longer this feeling of a steamroller that can't be stopped. It's now a bit more of a fair fight.
They still do have 4 players on Pi Watch on Fortnite Legends.
This is true.
If I'm not going to make bets on Pi, because I have a feeling it's going to happen, and now the camera does come out mid. They are trying to see how much aggression MUE does place towards that space.
The wall is back on B main, perhaps anticipating this aggro push from Fortnite Legends.
And this would be the round where if they flood in, they could maybe pull it together. The Astral Divide does come down again. Wally has managed to get so many kills that this is just up.
And Moon is right up there.
Moon almost whiffs the shots, but does manage to take down
Reels.
Risky Reels. No damage taken by himself. Now, all the way, they push right back.
And
taking-
Reels has backed off, but the attackers are going to be second guessing where he's hiding.
But Maycat's all the way up A. Does Moon anticipate this deep lurk? Could this be the one? Moon ready for the timing. Maycat taken down. Any scouting party just taken away.
Wally clashes with Swing, but Swing finds the kill.
That's not enough. And now Nicole and
Last player standing.
Taroki have to try and make it work. Moon not letting this just be
All
a
up to
free
Nicole,
haul.
but no. That's a flawless from MUE, telling Fortnite Legends, you stop that. Those 2 rounds were flukes.
And Moon, he just does not want to look like a sideshow anymore. He's here to take the main act.
Absolutely. Buck, Swing, and Moon are putting in dominating performances, but Live and the Salmons aren't lagging that far behind either. In fact, the whole of MUE is playing exceptionally well right now, while Fortnite Legends are resting on the shoulders of Wally.
Wally has got a few players to lift. And X-Taroki may miss Pi if he doesn't get another kill even. Now they're pushing up into A, their A main default, same as always. The I taking the space and then making sure that there's no aggression. And now, Maycat deep up mid, holding that clone, but now swinging every angle does take the TP
Well,
away.
the Prowler finds her.
Prowler does get the spot, and now Buck backs off. Space given away, and now Buck just casually holding on, no longer being more active with it. Has to be careful.
Salvos come out.
Salvo's clearing out the close, suspicious angles, and now the smoke has been dropped. They are trying to just slow down the A split.
And we see Astra collapsing over towards A, so it looks like Fortnite Legends have decided this is the site to push, but unbeknownst to them, 3 of MUE's members are waiting for them.
MUE is waiting, and the teleport is gonna come fast. Buck just holding the little poop hole. And now, Stun does barely miss live. And now,
Hiroki on site, but Moon takes down 2. Swing takes down another. The duelists of MUE taking heads, but Hiroki does manage to kill Moon.
Was seized, was spammed, and now swinging every angle brings this
And
up to
Buck
10.
is BMing the enemy team.
He's just making sure that everyone gets a good view of his KD.
Absolutely. 15 and 3, a respectable 5.0 KD for Buck this map.
And now that means that they're BMing the defuse. Could the anger come across? And now
10 and 2 on the half.
Fortnite Legends has to pull something together on their defense, or else they'll be facing down Pie Watch. 3 of them, 4 of them need anything to just...
Absolutely, and here we're going to see if potentially a bit of the advantage is lost by MUE due to now having Vice on attack rather than defense. But honestly, with the performance that Buck's been putting in, I don't think it's going to matter.
Well, Vice is one of those picks where, whilst it is defense strong, you can use its utility to go and get early space with using the Vice Flash to go be part of an A main default to spot out any deep pushes by any of the duelists.
Absolutely. But as you said, Fortnite Legends are going to need some sort of miracle to take this map and the series. Otherwise, it's looking very much like we're going to be going to map 3.
And there may be a tech pause. We're on 18 seconds frozen for now. We should maybe just have a look and see when the game will resume.
Absolutely. But yes, as you can see by looking at the KDs, Wally doing everything in his power as the IGL to drag Fortnite Legends round by round across the line. But unfortunately, he's just not finding that synergy with the rest of his team this match.
It does seem like it's going to be one of those maps where maybe this pauses for the rest of Fortnite Legends to turn on their monitors.
Oh, that's just harsh. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's just harsh.
In any case, as we wait through this pause, we will have to figure out what the issue is. It's probably tech, as it's happened yesterday most recently.
Oh, I see. But yeah, Buck on the fade and swing every angle on the Yoru have just been putting in a fantastic showing. Both of them, especially because Buck, as you said earlier, Shannon, had a bit of a quieter game on Fracture as the Breach. Had some good util plays, but didn't exactly frag out exceptionally, and showing that he absolutely is not just all synergy.
Buck has said to me that he hates the Breach, so back on his favorite info initiators, he's able to simply pop off and not worry about, oh, please stun for me.
Absolutely. And those Prowlers and the Eye have been absolutely invaluable for clearing out certain angles.
And now the game has resumed, and it's straight into an early mid default for MUE. The Prowler does go find make out early. Now
It looks like they're getting a bit more aggressive. They're trying to isolate, swing every angle, taken down.
Reels, taken off Pie Watch. That's 2 kills to bring it to 5. And that's another Moon taken down, and now Salmons and Live have to try and pull this one together. These two have played together for centuries, and now Risky Reels taking up deep advance for this.
But Reels on the 4K, will he shoot for the ace? It looks like he will. He's going after Vice.
X-Hiroki does take down Salmons, but at this point, I think they just need rounds on the board.
Absolutely, there's no time for glory hunting when you're down 10 and 3.
And Risky Reels went from 3 up to 7, and Hiroki follows close behind.
Absolutely. Will this be the switch up that Fortnite Legends needed? Did that tech pause give them time to think?
And, oh, you aren't meant to be talking strategy in your
I didn't say talking, I said thinking. They had time to ruminate.
And it seems that, well, MUE has always been quite good with their save rounds, trying to maximize the amount of damage which they can pull together. And now the contact play up towards
the salvos and the smokes will come in to secure that ult orb for Fortnite Legends as they get rushed. But Jet falls.
Everyone's sprinting them down, but 2 go down now, swinging every angle. The Classic does find 2.
But they've still got the Guardian to deal with, and it takes down Swing, isolating the spike on site.
Swing was low, so the headshot was a little overkill, and now Nicole has to re-adventure back into Art. The Stinger does find another Bug, now tagged.
2v2, but Vice on a sliver of HP and a beautiful outlaw shot to finish it off.
And Xtaroki closes out that round, and now they're just retrieving whatever guns they had left on the floor. But that was the damage which MUE was looking for.
Absolutely. Well, we'll hopefully see the full buy from MUE come in here, going up against the bonus from Fortnite Legends.
Now, this should be the round to bring them up to 11, which means 2 more rounds in any scenario.
You say should, but given the theatrics we've seen, especially on Fracture on some of those eco rounds, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
And MUE did make sure that they bought full armor into the Outlaw, and now they're taking the early space. Risky Reels spreading through the smoke, but Nicole and Risky Reels taking all the damage instead. The rifles far better at going right through that smoke.
And we've got a big stack up as Yoru aggressively takes space. Swing, chasing Fortnite Legends onto site. He finds Nicole.
And now Risky Reels in backside. They are trying to find any damage through the smoke. Risky swinging every angle, trying to back off now slowly. Manages to get tucked in deep right. Sprays right through, but TP's away.
Cops about half his health in spray damage.
That was probably even just a single shot from the Sheriff. That was a lot of damage taken for not much investment given, and now they have to re-adventure back into the space which they've left and heading right back towards A, maybe opting for this site split.
Moon's trying to creep up Art.
Wally waiting, trying to jiggle the line, does get spotted out, sprayed a little bit, but isn't even hit, and now back off.
Swing
Wally
executed by the Guardian as Wally does. Wally know about Buck though?
The two of them
Doesn't look like it.
aware of each other. Now Buck does have to look towards...
And Buck finds Wally, Salmons finds Makeout, and Moon finds Risky Reels, and suddenly the momentum of this round is completely in MUE's favor.
And Xtaroki was trying to find anything he could with that Outlaw. Everyone's HP was slightly dinked up, but it wasn't enough as the smoke fades.
And oh my goodness, the BM has evidently gotten to Fortnite Legends because we are seeing an Odin in the hands of Teo on the enemy team.
And that Odin may be a difference maker. Hopefully it's a difference maker.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like they're trying anything they can at this stage, even using what is known as the Rat's gun.
And I should have saved my speaking, as now all of them have dodged Pi. No grand food for them now, and now they're walking up towards mid, trying to get that space, swinging every angle, following the Prowler, trying to find anyone they can. The first shot comes through.
Swing gets traded out, but does take Wally with him. The IGL of Fortnite decapitated.
And Fortnite Legends was quite strong, but now they've been... Fortnite Legends IGL was the cornerstone of their attack, and now take it down.
Moon claims Maycat, once again punishing that late attempt to take mid place.
And that could be A completely opened up. The flash does come through to try and get any information they can from the Visor now.
Nicole and Moon squaring up. This isn't looking good for Nicole.
Moon's crosshair wasn't exactly in the perfect position, but Nicole doesn't manage to find the first
Absolutely,
shot.
and we're in a 2v4 dominant position. Armageddon does come out though, forcing Jet off the space in Art. Will the Odin be saved, or will we see it used?
Odin was kicked away, and then Salmons just takes a little sidestep, gets rid of Risky Reels, and now we're up to 12.
And Pearl has just been MUE's stomping ground. There's been a few tiny stutters here and there, 2 rounds there, 2 rounds there, but it just hasn't been enough, and MUE have just been able to put on a completely dominant performance. And if they manage to get reverse swept now, I would eat my hat.
It's quite a difficult round to pull together. They are trying to drag any dregs of their economy to make this one work, and now the round scored 12-4.
And we're seeing Swing bring in that old friend of his, the Dimensional Drift.
Right into backside, does spot out Wally, and now trying to find Maycat. Finds both of the plays. Moon does dash in deep into the side, trying to find the trade. The shorty, not enough. Wally
the Ares claims 2, but Salmons trades out Wally. The IGL dead in a desperate attempt. Steel Garden coming out.
Now, does back away. All of them running away, but now Xtaroki on the flank, whiffing the shots, but still more than enough. Finds the first. Does get traded out by Buck now.
Now we're in a 2v3. Live finds one on a deep lurk. 2v2. 12-4. Everything to play for.
Live gets another, and now that leaves Reels and Nicole having to play more carefully as they have to be worried about Live just anchored deep in their spawn, but Live already sprinting all the way away.
And they're going to get the plant down. I'm a big fan of the Ares, honestly. I think it's underutilized.
Maybe, but
I think the Spectre is too dominant. I think the Ares deserves more fame.
I think that the Spectre is also overused more than anything, and now they've sprinted. Now they've got their retake positions. The salvos will have to clear out some angles for them.
These will have to be good salvos. They do force some movement, but I don't think it's enough.
Now they're right back. The Nightfall at the ready.
Nightfall is ripped. And it's spotted both of them.
Information traded, and now
Tether goes out.
Risky Reels was off the spike, and now
One
the first
found.
shot's found, and now Buck does know that they were on.
And
now
that
that's
is
the end
Pearl
of the game.
to MUE in a dominating series, and we are going to map 3 for 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is Ascent. Both of them probably like Ascent.
Okay, Shannon, be real with me. Whoever in the history of Valorant esports hasn't liked Ascent?
I don't like Ascent.
Okay, well, you're a freak. No,
I'm a freak, yes. In any case, now MUE does get to start on the stronger side for Ascent, and now this will be hopefully their place to build up an early round advantage and maybe try and get this reverse sweep in the series. We'll see you in another 15 minutes when we go to the deciding map, Ascent, between MUE and Fortnite Legends.
to decide who comes 3rd in the Melbourne School Championship.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down. Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
Air stand. One.
Put down.
One enemy.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like how you know to play.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Here standing. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
And here we enter the third map. MUE versus Fortnite Legends. Trying to close out the series, both sides now tied up 1-1.
And it looks like we've got a pretty similar team comp, except for the Duelists and Initiators, with an ISO and Sova on one side and a KO and Jet on the other, with a Sova as well.
MUE has always liked running these double duelist comps as they have too many duelist players, an abundance in fact, and now they try and make it work with the ISO and the Jet now, both leaning towards the A side, trying to deny any pressure which they can find.
And it looks like we're going to have KJ set up on B, whilst A is covered by an aggro early push by the Duelists, it looks like.
Yes, it looks like they are going to be aggressing off the one-way, trying to make sure that no one can push through A main, denying them at the orb before they even come through.
And
The pings
so,
come out, they are
let's
ready.
begin.
Here comes the one-way, and now the contention does come. We're watching a Sova drone instead of the fight.
Moon finding
Moon.
2 and ISO finding 1. The Duelists of MUE claim 3 heads, 2v4.
Now the numbers already cut away. I'm not sure where the observers were looking, but
Buck finds Wally.
now all left in the hands of X-Taroki. The smoke does come through, and now the spams. Bullets all whipping, nothing seems to be hitting, and now they have to contend into the smoke. Both have backed off already. The timing was immaculate.
The controller going for a 1v4 about 20 seconds into the round. Not something you want.
Has to try and make something work. It is the pistol round. Saving here is not going to do anything.
He's taking off, hopefully trying to get that sweet, sweet plant money.
Did manage to get the spike, and now they're backing it right back off towards mid, trying to explore out, look towards any possibilities which they can in recovering this round. Maybe pulling their best Makeout cosplay and the 1v4 which their friend managed to pull together last time, but main has already been doubled up and the smoke comes down bot mid. They're trying to see whether they can feign any aggression.
And they've actually had MUE back off the angles on A, but getting through that doorway onto site is going to be nigh impossible.
They
at
did
this
manage
stage.
to pull them away, and now the player on triple now has to pull the smoke, and now both of them holding. Down comes the paranoia, and that swing every angle, taking X-Taroki out through the smoke.
And those double duelists on MUE's side are already bearing fruit with 4 of the kills from the pistol belonging to Swing and Moon.
And Moon now, here's the outlaw, ready to just take bodies. 1, 2, and 1, 2, and then a slight pause to reload, and the rest will come after.
Absolutely. And so we see an outlaw and 2 guardians being forced up by MUE for this buy round, hoping to make some big damage with those single action body shots.
And Makeout and Nicole will be opting for the sheriffs, trying to get some stronger weaponry into this round, and now they've come and taken the orb, farmed it quite quickly, and now Moon holding the line, has the outlaw holding down the smoke. That dart won't spot him out, and now they're just waiting, reset into a slow round.
Sova posted up with that recon dart ready to go, but Nicole trying
Off
to take
the
a little
rip
bit of
on the
space.
turret, Nicole did manage to spot a slight sliver of the turret shuffling, waiting for someone to swing instead of going for the advance
And the
line.
turret's
Breaks
broken.
the turret, and now down comes a dart, and now Live was holding mid, did drop it now, opting to come pick up B main, help his ally. Now,
And it looks like Maycat's trapped in wine, but there's a smoke there letting her cross.
the smoke does come down, and here comes the drone, re-clearing B main. Does only spot the Killjoy, but considers a shock, and now everyone's regrouped towards B. This is the weaker side. The turret is already down and waiting.
But they are all grouped up like fish in a barrel, so if Killjoy can land these shots, it could be all over.
Out comes
And
the
1,
0.1,
2, 3.
The shots are ringing
Live
through.
is aiming true. Swarm out to deny the push.
The shock does come into the smoke, trying to just find some damage onto Live, and now Live goes down, but Bark and Moon are more than enough.
Live does all the work. Moon and Buck clean up the remnants.
And that is no guns lost effectively, as MUE did only buy 2 Guardians and the Outlaw and the Spectre.
And
with
Live-
one person carrying over.
Live's patience there was just excellent. They didn't change, they didn't look away, they just held the angle, and that Guardian allowed them to get those high damage shots that secured them 3 frags.
It was more than enough to clean up the round, and now Fortnite Legends has to try and contend into quite a strong bonus buy.
Absolutely, with Live giving up the Guardian to swing every angle, I believe. Oh wait, no, to Buck. Gave it to Buck.
I don't believe that he went and asked for it back. In fact, I think it was just whoever survived and took it back. Down goes the alarm bot, and that will be this owl drone trying to reclear towards mid. The Guardian does take it down. Maycat and Sova spotted out mid now.
Spike left towards the back of A side. It'll be grabbed by Omen.
Does look like swinging every angle is deeply advanced into Wine. Possibly a position where he will get caught out by the fragment. But Xtaroki and the KO are just waiting outside, regrouping.
The question
bringing
is,
Maycat back.
there hasn't been anyone in Wine these last 2 rounds. Do they clear it?
Risky Reels was holding, but now all of them have given up their attention.
ISO
on.
lying in wait.
ISO
This could be
ready.
huge.
He's
He
waiting
peeks
for the
out.
burst,
He's walking behind.
and now
He's
tries
waiting.
to find the timing.
He's waiting. There's the plant.
Takes down
One
the
dead.
planter, but Wally is there for the trade. Wasn't expecting the late A main play, and now the spike does go down, but
2v4 for the defenders on their bonus, trying to get any kills they can.
MUE will have to try and pull this together. Nicole does have a deep position into tree, and Live has to try and re-clear this space, but it may not be enough. Has to contend into a kill. Alarm
Swarm
bot.
is out, trying to force Live to move, and it will catch him for a tiny bit of damage.
Does have the Spectre now. Possibly could just get rid of Nicole.
Recon Dart comes out, Buck is
Oh,
down,
taken
and it's
down.
all in Live's hands, and that'll be a rifle and an exit.
Live does manage to get the rifle and is going to go and take that right back home. Well, not his home, their home, as he's looking
But
for exits, trying to
headhunting,
contend.
one.
Finds the first, but the spray doesn't come right back.
And that's all. That's a team ace for Fortnite Legends, and they have taken a note out of Buck's book and are BMing.
And they dropped the Fortnite emote on them with the Champions Phantom, and now we're moving into the next round. As Fortnite Legends did manage to clean up the round which they needed to collect.
Absolutely, and they've managed to scrounge together a full buy with 1 light shields on Maycat.
Xtaroki did have to get someone else to purchase for them, but that was more than enough, and now they're looking towards some mid-play. The Silver and the Jet ready to contend. The down comes the short smoke, and in comes the fast play. Moon pushing right through.
But Nicole will find it. Buck will trade out to Roki.
Now they have to just keep fighting. Swinging every angle, a little bit too deep.
Scrounging in mid right here. Dirty fights, low HP for the Sova.
They killed the top mid player, and now the pinch isn't coming from top mid. They do know that they've contained them in tiles, and now they're waiting. Down comes the swarm grenade, but it's broken very quickly.
And that drone is going to show where Killjoy and Sova are hiding, all but confirming everyone except Killjoy's position.
And now Fortnite Legends does have to back off. The numbers no longer in their favor, and they do need to contend for more space elsewhere on the map, or else they will get slowly choked out. Live eating up A main. Oh, the off angle will be deadly as...
And Live is just anticipating this sneak from Nicole, read like a book, but the question is, will the aim back up the brains?
Nicole will have to try and contend for this angle, which they aren't expecting. Maycat does find the first shot, but Nicole gets taken down by Live. The space numbers still not giving up. Buck holding down the line, does find the
That's
first,
one.
and now Wally has to contend into Buck. Doesn't find it, and Buck...
4K from Buck, the initiator player, coming alive as he did last map.
Keeping him on the info initiator has managed to keep his aim absolutely stellar. It's all impeccable. The shots are not missing at all.
And that's a 3-1 lead for MUE, which is not really a surprise given how defense-sided Ascent tends to be.
And now it's going to be Fortnite Legends scrounging together a buy. It seems that the IGLs have told Nicole, hey, let's not kill our economy and buy that Vandal just yet. And now they're looking to buy for next round. The Sheriffs do come through. There is a Ghost in the hands of Maycat, as they're going to try and contend into the full force.
Absolutely, they're going to need to
purchase.
really land.
In comes the
some good
fast A
headshots.
split. Oh, in they are, already into tree, and the Ghost taking the helm, and now Moon doesn't get contact, but 6 shots start coming through. The high-low kept in.
May's
balance.
deep in sight though with this ghost, but I think Moon knows she's there and is prowling.
Does have the Vandal now.
Nicole gets her head taken off.
No.
And no, Maycat
Taken down.
fells Moon, but she can't get the rifle because it's isolated in heaven.
They are switching into their retake positions. Buck now slowly droning out towards heaven.
Will
trying
we
to get
see
that
the lockdown
information.
committed for the retake?
It is 3 versus 2, and now they do have they do have the information, and they are trying to play off it. They're going off the tap, waiting. In bated breath as now they have to try and break through. And
We
down
will
comes the
see. Lockdown comes down. Call it Melbourne in 2020, everyone.
And then now they have to back it out, and X-Hiroki looking for an advanced line, trying to find the timing, but Buck is more than wise.
And they get caught,
Player standing.
executed.
Buck taken down,
And it's
now
all
Maycat
up to Maycat.
stuck in a main, and the spike not planted for him. Has to wait for the situation. Swings out, but Salmons is more than enough. Maycat does find the kill, but the trade is just too quick.
But the consolation prize there of committing the lockdown, one of the strongest retake ults in the game, to what was a 2v3 on an eco round for Fortnite was pretty good.
That is a decent consolation prize, but in the end, the rounds are what count, and MUE is up to 3. They would like to take a dominating lead as they go into attack in.
Absolutely, and we're seeing full buy versus full buy. 3 ults online for both teams, but Fortnite Legends only 1 ult point away for both the Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown.
It does look like Swinging Every Angle has taken a deep position to mid, is tagged up by the first shot from top mid, and now they have got the space, and they're going to slowly contend in. The Owl drone, maybe committed, and now advancing slowly
Does
forward,
Nicole
Maycat
get
following.
caught by Jet watching this angle on B main?
They do know of the presence of an alarm bot, and Live has been playing towards mid recently. Moon does spray down the line, trying to find any damage they can.
Moon is getting aggro. Will they get caught by the turret Killjoy up down here?
Maycat did break the trip, and now Live has to play for just a little bit more information, putting themselves in a little bit more risk, and now backing off as the full force of B Execute is falling in. Down comes the KO ultimate as they push in towards side.
X-Hiroki finds one, and we're in a 3 versus 4, but Fortnite Legends HP pool is not looking good. That's one for Moon holding the line.
Anchored backside, still doing all the damage he can. Doing
That's
so
2.
much. That's 2 already, and now
And
the
that's
third
3.
comes down.
Moon will not be denied this site.
Moon does have a side hold smoke. He can just stay inside. This could be more than enough to keep him winning the round. That's Moon with the 4K.
And Moon, 1, 2, 3, 4. This site is MUE's.
And just playing backside does anchor it down. Maybe all those games on Sentinel have managed to train him into...
What, a Jet with discipline? What are you on about?
He has been quite disciplined in previous games, getting his one and then backing it right off, and now in the anchor has to get them all.
And it's a battle of the Jets on Ascent, a narrative in Valorant esports as old as time, between Moon and Maycat, top of their respective scoreboards.
And they have to try and figure something out, because now there is still the kill contract on the side of Swinging Every Angle. Could isolate a fight and bring this to a 4 versus 5. They didn't actually hit the alarm bot, which has been sent just a little bit further back now.
We've seen Buck pull out the Odin, though, on Sova, another Ascent classic.
Without the B main spam, this may be just a little bit less effective, but it's still more than enough to spam down a few.
And we're going to see a KO flash come out. No, it's the Molly to clear Wine.
They have re-cleared Wine, and now the Owl drone's sneaking into Garage. Swinging Every Angle does get spotted out, but it's not a tag. Has to back it off. Paranoia does tag up the Sova in mid, but it's more than enough. Wally manages to get away.
But here we are, 35 seconds into the round, and nothing has really happened.
You should
And now they've regrouped towards B, and down comes the lockdown.
It's been committed to try to take the site. Question is, how greedy does Buck get? He's going to back off nice and early, wait for the rest of his team.
Buck was holding out the Sova dart, just hoping to maybe get them on the entry, but
Swarms come out and deal some decent chip damage, but Wally finds Buck with that Odin caught unawares.
Simons does manage to get the trade, and that The swarm grenades have been doing a lot of damage, and now Salmon's alone in market, but it's just a retake position as now they have to slowly contend into the players playing main and on side. The paranoia does slow them down just a little, but it hasn't actually managed to find any tags. As the advanced scouting party into the side is now pushing
And
in
live looking in the wrong places, but
does find
finds
both. 1, 2,
three.
3. That's all. That's the entire retake.
And the IGL for MUE once again proving his caliber with a nice clean 3K to win the round.
They were on a save, but live, staying calm, didn't actually give up the rifle. Kept all of his allies alive with that 3K.
Absolutely, and another full buy coming in for Fortnite Legends and MUE, putting us in a rifle versus rifle again.
And it does look like Swinging Every Angle did commit the kill contract earlier, though I suppose that the observers would have missed it, or maybe he missed it himself. And now we have Wally with the Hunter's Fury. This could be a round changer.
Absolutely.
And out comes the paranoia. Early B main aggression. The smokes come through, and now dark cover in. The swarm grenade broken. Now they have to just back it off B. Oh, they've cut noise and they're looking to just come back in towards B main.
But the Omen smoke denies them the push out. However, we have seen ISO and KJ heading over towards A, perhaps buying into this idea that they've rotated off.
The dark cover does come down to try and keep them at bay, but they're maybe just going to keep Maycat inserted deep into B main, and now hopefully they can find a defending player just caught unawares. But Moon just tucked, playing safe and on the line.
The recon comes out, gets a ping before it goes down.
The recon dot does find information, does get the tags, and now reclearing towards mid, the jump spots, trying to find anyone out of position. But MUE has been playing with such discipline, they're staying in the position.
Yeah, they're being very responsible this round. They're not taking any ego peeks, but Buck might butt heads with the two in mid here.
Now Buck does jump spot, just keeping the information alive.
Hunter's
And
Fury.
Out comes the Hunter's Fury. And Buck just jumping around. Maycat does find Moon, but Salmons finds the trade real quick, and now
Buck finds risky reels.
Numbers are just in the favor of MUE again, and now comes down the door, closing off the B split.
Bomb grenade out.
Have to adventure through CT, and Live does
Live has
find
been
them both.
pinned by the two members of Fortnite that have made their way to
Does find them both.
But can they get the plant in time? Absolutely not.
The spike is being held down, 4 seconds left, and now
The
no
round.
more spike plant. They have to just try and save these rifles or look for the damage.
And
Xeroki
Buck
caught
finds
unawares.
another.
Buck was ready, and Swinging Every Angle cleans them up. Wally, the only one managing to carry over.
And once again, we're just seeing a dominating performance from Buck. He's really been the standout player for MUE in this series today.
Buck really has been keeping the series alive, and Wally, 6 rounds down again, having to call the timeout on their first half.
Absolutely. It was such a close game on Fracture, but these past two maps, MUE has just grabbed the momentum and not let go. They've been able to push and develop these huge early round leads in their first halves, which try as they might, unless we see an incredible pivot in strategy and skill from Fortnite Legends, I don't think they'll be coming back.
MUE has been looking like a marathon team, having fought through what was 6 overtimes, and now they're trying to, and they aren't even exhausted by their first game, and they came back on Pearl swinging, and now they've come back here, and they're completely ready to just kick them down, closing the door and trying to maybe keep this game completely shut out.
Absolutely. Well, the timeout's coming to an end, and I hope for Fortnite Legends' sake that Wally has cooked up an excellent stratagem to counter what's been happening to him at the hands of MUE. And we're back in. It looks like we're seeing a full buy from MUE, which of course we are with the state their economy's in, and a bit of a hybrid buy from Fortnite Legends.
They're trying to scrounge together the best purchase they possibly can, as now the outcomes to Paranoia taking early A main control, trying to flush what would have been Swinging Every Angle on the line, and now Maycat dashes into side, gets a fast base, Salmon's TP's off, and now comes the spray, Swinging Every Angle does find the burst, and now the tags do come through, another goes down.
Moon, Salmons. Maycat takes down Moon in the trade though, but
And now it's Maycat left in a hero situation. Swinging Every Angles does get their shield broken, and now
but there's
right
just
now.
nowhere to go.
And the tag from the drone, more than enough, taken down. Maycat had to contend with everyone on MUE and was not enough.
8-1 in MUE's favor. Ascent truly showing how defense-sided it can be.
Now it's all up on MUE with the operator now online on Moon's purchase. They have plenty of money to keep this going for the next few rounds if they do wish to keep committing to it. And now Moon will have the deep B line as they're ready to just get pushed up, break that turret, get all that B main space and say, alright, no more rotating.
Absolutely.
They do have that fast A space now. The 0 point does tag out swinging every angle. Won't be able to raise his shield anytime soon. And now down goes
the Molly comes out to clear behind Dice, forces ISO off, but he manages to retreat into Hell successfully.
Out comes the site hold smoke, and Salmon's playing inside, trying to make sure that he can keep this site held, delay as much as he can.
Swing is down, 4v4. Oh,
Salmon swings out of the smoke, does find the next, and now it's all in the hands of Nicole, who was all alone trying to hold the B main push, and now nothing has happened.
Fortnite Legends were just lined up like fish in a barrel next to that door control, and Salmons was able to cut him up.
Left to clutch it all alone. The Aldrone doesn't manage to find where they are, but the Spike so far away has to try and give as little information away.
And Nicole, are they going to break the glass and make everyone aware of exactly where it is they are?
And the glass broken, now they do know where they are, and this is going to be information.
They're about to get into a Jet Sova sandwich.
And down comes the alarm bot. Just a little bit too shallow, and out comes the dot, which
but Jet is creeping up. Moon, eager for a kill.
Moon, taken down. First shot absolutely accurate, and now the shots bouncing off the wall, trying to make sure that they can just get some chip damage in.
And does Nicole know that the entire enemy team is in Hell? All stanced up, waiting. The firing squad.
Does find another, the clutch. No, still quite close, but the numbers evened out. They will try and retrieve the operator. Did they manage to get it? No, they didn't. But the money situation does not care for.
And another op in the hands of Moon. And MUE 1 round away from double digits and being within throwing distance of victory in this series.
And once they get to 10, it's going to be dastardly for Fortnite Legends to try and pull this back.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of marksman guns bought by Fortnite Legends, Marshals, Guardians, and Sheriffs, all guns that if you can hit the taps, you get the rewards.
And now Moon already deep on the line, trying to make sure the turret does get broken down, and now the Aldrone does flush him off the line. The operator sufficiently kept at bay, and now
the op almost a collab.
Nicole.
And live picking the enemy apart with swarms and bullets.
Oh, and it's just too much. Every line they try to take a fight, their guns are not enough. Live mows them down. Bullets spattering into their bodies.
10-1, and the MUE IGL leading from the front of the charge here as Fortnite Legends desperately rests on the shoulders of Maycat's Jet performance.
And now Live has to get, if he gets one more round, he's 2 rounds away from absolute victory.
And a $500 cash prize.
Yes, from GIC themselves, the sponsors and the organizers of this tournament. And out comes the one way, the delay on A main, but there isn't that much actually in terms of in their way. But they will just slow it down, respecting the one way, absolutely. Both smokes committed towards mid, trying to...
It looks like we're going to have a clash of the omens around this smoke in mid, but no, Salmons backs off.
Salmons is just playing disciplined and trying to make sure that they do not give too much to the enemy team, as now they're in a commanding lead, trying to make sure that they're still in position. Out comes the flashpoint, and now pushing right through.
Pushing through tree, but that molly isolates Jet long enough for Salmons to take her head.
And now X-Hiroki tagged up, hit 80, and now pushing onto side, and Salmons is the solo anchor, but everyone's already ready to crunch into tree. Out comes the Aldrone, and they will see everyone. The Shrouded Step does come through, and swinging every angle.
Beautiful reveal from the recon there, gives Swing that shot on Risky.
Swinging every angle does commit to the kill contract, even though they were tagged, but it's more than enough. Shooting at bodies, even in the ISO ult, and
all Fortnite Legends hopes rest on the shoulders of their initiator and their Senti here. With no real util left to speak of in Wally's hands, he's going to toss out a recon and see if he can get a lucky pick, but doesn't look like it's going to reward him, so he has to back off to avoid that lockdown.
It does like Nicole and Wally have just left. Dodging the defenders.
13 seconds on the clock. There's
There is
no way.
time. They are backed against the wall as they go into their defense half. 11-1. This is an absolute mountain to surmount. And the kills come through at the end. The scoreboard, one's all across the board. 11-1. Let's see what can be pulled together, where the Fortnite legends can surmount this absolute hurdle.
Well, Shannon, it would take an absolutely exceptional defense performance, the likes of Fnatic against Loud in that one final. You know what I'm talking about.
And now I do know what you're talking about.
And it wouldn't like anything but the best.
They do need to find this pistol, or every round will be backed against the wall, 12-1. If they don't find this crucial round, it does look like they are looking towards early Tiles aggression. With KO and the Jet already ready for the advanced position of the flash drive and followed with a Jet dash.
Absolutely.
Unless they're just looking for some... It is the DRX play. The flash drive does come out. The dart is broken. Now tagged, but Maycat taken down.
Maycat.
The spear completely ruined. Life finds a second. Oh, the pistol round is crumbling right around them.
Costly trade.
They're already into A. Both of the mollies are committed towards hell. Are they trying to make a slow cook?
And the double tap,
swinging,
but the door stops him from shooting.
Swinging every angle, does get double tap right back up through the wall. And now breaking the door. He's on the prowl. Kills.
Swing going for X-Taroki.
X-Taroki does find him on the time, but Salmons cleans it up to 12-1.
12-1. Victory within the grasp of MUE for the third place in the MSC Summer Championships.
And
is there anything Fortnite Legends can do?
It does seem that Fortnite Legends may not be getting that victory royale anymore, as they stare down the barrel of the gun, and MUE has committed fully into purchases. They have as many guns as they can afford. That's 2 Vandals, a Phantom, Bulldogs, and the Guardian on the board.
Meanwhile, the hopes and dreams of Fortnite Legends rest on a handful of Stingers, a Marshall, and an all-time classic of the desperate Valorant player, the Bucky.
And now down comes the smoke towards mid, and it's just slow mid work from MUE as Maycat does find the collide in mid. That's 2 guns down, but that isn't going to be able to be reclaimed, and that is just the Vandals right back into the hands of MUE. Now, just slowly resetting. They do have the gun advantage still, but the numbers no longer in their favor. Maycat's heroics have managed to pull this round to a playable scenario.
Absolutely, there is hope.
There is hope yet as now they slowly creep towards mid, swinging every angle, still cautious of the copy line.
Trying not to walk into this crossfire of KO and Jet up near market.
But X-Taroki is waiting, that Bucky hoping for the Fortnite double pump and waiting. Will he be caught?
And there's the
burst
Bucky.
Goes down.
The Bucky takes one.
Gets another piece, another tag, but the kill, but the double tap is more than enough to protect him from
4v2 with low HP on KJ. Swing's gonna have to be a hero here.
Swinging every angle, has to find the kills, but
no.
Stinger more than enough now live. Has to take these fights in mid. Has been spotted out. Still has to be careful. Risky Reels won't take that fight.
And on the shoulders of Maycat's double Marshall kill at the beginning of the round, Fortnite Legends claws their way to 2.
You make it sound like they're so much closer, but they're still staring down 10 more rounds if they want overtime.
Yes, but the MUE economy was decimated by that force buy to try to win the round. So, in the actual scheme of things for this particular round, the advantage does lie with Fortnite Legends, and I do see the hated, the venerated, the famed Judge in the hands of X-Taroki.
They have bought themselves another round, maybe a second, with their eco pulled together random buy, and now with the Judge in hand, X-Taroki does have short fully in his control. And now Moon will be exploring with the classic.
Is Moon going to walk into an Omen with a Judge? Oh, but the whiff!
More than enough. It does look like Moon was looking for the Sheriff, but Live manages to snag it instead. And now, a Judge in hand, Moon does have to dash all the way onto site. Oh, this could be held down.
Absolutely, there's 2 posed up in heaven, but little do they know there's a Jet with a Judge. That's one trying to get the damage, but it's missing.
But it's not enough. The updraft trying to find a little bit more of the tags, and still...
Live is in deep, though. Will he catch Nicole on the rotate?
Cole is well aware, but now his back off doesn't seem to be totally cognizant of the timing. Live, still holding onto the line, has heard the footsteps. And now
Live will take the head.
down goes Nicole. If they lose this,
3v4 victory in MUE's grasp.
Now, oh,
That's
down
another.
goes another.
That's
and
another. The
goes to
judge. Moon is judge, jury, and executioner.
Bouncing around looking for the knife kill. Doesn't manage to find it. Now it's all in the hands of Live. Has to just deny the plans. The Molly
Bomb grenade out.
doesn't actually hit the spike, but they now know where Live is. And they just walk into it!
And that is a victory for MUE, who take third place in the MSC Summer Tournament.
Wally ends his misery walking into the swarm grenade. Couldn't bear to call any longer.
And that is GG.
And that's third place for MUE, and that's Fortnite Legends sent home after
Spike
two
down.
devastating games to be after their massive OT on Fracture.
Absolutely. I think they used up all of their energy winning that overtime, and it allowed MUE to just come back and stomp in that latter half.
Now, we shall have to wait just a moment longer for the grand final of the MSC between UAF and SSS. A match you shouldn't miss.
Absolutely. We'll see you all after a short break.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder.
No whistle today, let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One air stand. One
Put down.
one enemy.
left. Enemy kill. Nice, nice. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Air stand. One enemy. One enemy.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy.
okay?
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Here standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. Here we go.
One enemy remaining. remaining. Left.
White.
Air stand. One. One enemy.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. That. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
to play. Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One. One enemy.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
Okay.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
And welcome back to the MSC Grand Finals between SSS and UAF. And the first two bans have come in. UAF has banned Icebox and SSS has banned Pearl. This is a best of 5 series. All of the remaining maps will be played, assuming we go to 5 games.
Do you think we'll see that happen, Shannon, or do you think it's going to be a stomp in one side's favor?
Both teams are quite strong, but UAF has been lacking game time because both of their playoffs matches have skedaddled, and now they got to the finals without a single opponent willing to face them. They are formidable, though, so it's not any act of luck that they managed to get here.
Absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see the order in which these maps get played, which we should be finding out shortly.
And we'll just have to wait for a little bit as SSS hopefully thinks about what their first map pick is. And it comes down to Haven, something which they are extremely confident on. Both of their playoffs matches, absolutely demolishing 2 of the teams. Won't mention the fact that I was on the receiving end, but that's okay.
Yeah, and so seeing SSS start on Haven, let's have a look at what UAF want to pick. as their first, well, the second map in the series, but their first choice.
We'll just have to see. UAF last semester had a different roster, but was still the winner. They are carrying over Naz and Onob.
And they've picked Split.
Chosen
So we're
Split.
seeing the two maps that we didn't see in the last series. Two new ones, which will be interesting.
Neither series will be seeing Icebox, because no one likes Icebox, in fact.
Which is the correct opinion to hold. It's not a fun map to play, and it's not a fun map to watch.
And now we'll have to see what SSS will try and secure their advantage with in this next map.
Absolutely. I'm feeling Lotus. I reckon they're going to pick Lotus.
Lotus would be an interesting map to go to. SSS did actually win a game on Lotus. It was a close one, but it was that Lotus game which sent MUE into the lower bracket finals.
Absolutely. So let's see what SSS are going to pick today. We've got two acronym teams, SSS and UAF.
I'm not too sure what the acronyms actually are, but we could lean over to the little images and maybe we could glean it, but that's alright. But Haven is a first pick from SSS. They are quite formidable on that map. Bonobo having played that quite a lot.
And Lotus, I was correct. SSS second pick is Lotus. So we'll be going Haven, Split, Lotus. And if things go very, very badly for either one of the teams involved,
We
that'll
won't go
be
any
it.
further. And Lotus will be another 3-site map for Bonobo to disappear and lurk away on, hopefully.
Absolutely. I'd reckon we're probably going to see the Fracture here, and then Ascent will be the decider if it goes all the way to 5. That's what I reckon is going to happen. I may, however, be proven wrong.
We'll have a look-see, because last night, UAF was willing to pick the Ascent themselves first, but now we have Fracture on the table. Maybe UAF has a preference towards the hyper-aggressive and the, hunting style of Valorant.
Absolutely. And yeah, it'll be good. We're going to see 3 maps that we haven't seen today yet, so it'll give us some good variety for the series, and then we'll end up on the old faithful of either Ascent or Fracture if it ends up going to 4.
We'll just have to wait a little bit longer because UAF will have to select their map. I could well walk out and tell them to be faster, but
I mean, honestly, at this stage, if I sprinted all the way down to the esports team rooms, collected what their choice was, and sprinted all the way up, I may in fact beat the graphic.
the graphic is in fact just a website.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, so it's live updated. It just means that UAF is slacking. We're chilling here. Oh, and there comes the Fracture
There it is.
pick.
Both my guesses were correct. So it's looking like we're starting at Haven, then we're going to Split, then we're going to Lotus, and if it's still undecided, we'll head to Fracture, and
And
finally,
finish.
the decider on Ascent.
And now the side picks will come through. Haven defense side chosen by UAF, which is slightly odd considering most teams consider Haven quite attacker-sided. But they could be looking to mount a formidable defense to try and pull this one quickly together, and then shut them out with final innings on the attack.
Absolutely. And then for Split, surely the choice is to go defense first, given it's Split.
It would be, it is the defense side of map, and
And yep, there it
SSS
is.
has opted for the defense start. And looking towards Lotus now, UAF does have the decision between side. Lotus has been famously attacker-sided, but as they have chosen defense on Haven,
And they've gone defense again, mixing it up.
they seem to like the defense start. Maybe they're happy to start a few rounds down and just claw it all the way back on attack.
And of course, with Fracture, you want to pick attack, so we'll see if that remains, unless they're very confident in a vice comp.
And SSS, well, of course, both teams have showed that the previous games in the third place match games were extremely confident in their defense. Let's have a look whether these two will be willing to bat defense here. or whether SSS will force UAF into the early defense and collect their round advantage whilst they can.
Absolutely. Fracture is one of those maps that's made or broken by the tempo, and it can flip from being a very traditionally attacker-sided map to being quite defense-capable, depending on the kind of comp you're running.
It will just depend on how they manage to work the map and how many of those orbs they can keep farming into every round and keeping a solid rotation of ultimates, keeping those rounds.
And evidently all these thoughts are bouncing around SSS's head as we still haven't had a decision about whether they wish to attack or defend on Fracture. And they've chosen to attack the traditional method with this map, as it is originally a very attack-sided map.
They will try and claim their early lead, and now UAF, zero thought in their mind. Wait, no, it would be SSS. Wait, no, it would be UAF, which, zero thought in their mind, instantly picks the defense on Ascent.
Absolutely, as you always should. And so we're looking at SSS starting on the attack for 4 out of the 5 maps, with Split alone being the defense start for SSS.
It seems to be that UAF may just like the defense, because they chose it twice on Haven and Lotus.
Absolutely. Speaking of Haven, let's get there as soon as we can.
And we'll see when they load into the lobby. We'll catch you as soon as the loading screen begins. And now here we are, the same comps as yesterday, the ISO Yoru from SSS, and now we see some new subs coming in. Scram, Shinon, and Doleful here to sub in for UAF.
I fear I'm going to get confused having a player called Onob and a player called Bonobo on opposing teams.
It's okay, you can just remember that no one knows what an Onob is, but everyone knows what a Bonobo is.
This is very true.
And now they're looking towards an AD4, trying to get some early space.
Alright, and the pistol is stancing up, and it looks like we've got a heavy lean towards A main here for the attacker side.
And now RV preparing the dart, waving around a little bit, waiting for a moment. Still, as the time drops down now, the early tail salvos do delay this push. And Scram already on the A line, dash primed, ready. Out comes the drone. Bonobo, well aware of its position now. Slowly figuring it out ever since.
Taking a bit of mid presence here, but unaware of the two defenders wrapping deep into C.
They have managed to get past the trip. And ever since was tagged up by the drone, they are well aware of his presence. And now it's going to be OG Mikey taking the contact, trying to figure out the moment.
Cover going out.
Holding the line, Naz.
And Droid pushing up.
Walking up towards A and Scram.
Scram about to run into 3 enemies at once. The fight approaching.
Scram
One
pops through the smoke. The first goes down.
gets
Fault
one,
line.
gets out.
Jumping away. Doleful covering his ally.
Scram living up to his namesake and getting the hell out of there.
Onob does manage to find the pick onto Bonobo, and that does bring the numbers down to 5 versus 2.
And Avi will fall, giving Onob a 3k.
And that's the 4th for Onob.
Finding
Catharsis
stuff.
dropping. UAF, they're here to keep their title, wanting to stay as MSD champions 2 times in a row. 2-time champs.
Trying to seek the triple crown for the dynasty.
And they will have to contend into
seeing-
the defense with full buys, 2 outlaws already at the
and
ready.
a Guardian being brought out, as well as full shields on a number of players playing into what looks like a full classic 1 Sheriff on Catharsis, but a full classic loadout otherwise for SSS.
Catharsis hopefully finding value with that Sheriff. 800 credits, a large investment on this second round.
Onob's got a good cam here, giving Garage info.
Cam does have the angle, does catch RV, and now forces ISO off the line, and now they're backing it off.
Now isolated in Garage here. Will Shinon be able to find a pick?
First contact, now spraying at them. The Classic's doing small chip damage. Shinon still manages to find the first, the Spectre, and then Onob misses the first shot. Bonobo manages to back away. Scram holding onto Garage window.
Now we're seeing ISO's shield shattered. Onob forced to back up, but
And
lands a good pick on Bonobo.
Diffs Bonobo, both of them. The mirror matchup on Cypher, and there is clearly a Cypher difference in the server right now.
But look at these numbers. It's a 3 versus 3, despite the heavy economic disparity we saw coming into this round. This is potentially looking good for SSS.
And they did manage to sneak deep up onto B,
Paranoia's good. Backs off Jet.
now they did manage to sneak up deep.
But
and
will
now
Catharsis get caught in the back?
sneaks
No.
away. They did hear a droid running up, and now they're already planting on A. Planting open default, trying to play a good post plant, hopefully.
Dolphal's got his aftershock on. So he got his fault line online in 5 seconds.
Now the retake already being prepared, checking all the suspicious angles, trying to make sure that they don't get caught off
Fault line will come
unawares.
out. It's good.
Out comes the stun. Scram has to take first contact towards one of the sides. And Droid just
Droid
tries to take
falls
the
in the
first
corner,
fight.
RV
And the
falls.
second goes down. Onob, absolutely accurate. Hasn't missed a shot.
And Scram will give this defuse to...
Onob. And that should be his ultimate online.
Absolutely.
Could be core to the conversion of the bonus round. Any pick could just reveal a lot of information over to the side of UAF.
Absolutely. And it's the first ult online for the lobby, with the next closest being Omen and ISO on the attackers' side, both at 3 ult orbs out of 7. So this early info that could be gathered from the neural theft could be pivotal.
And Onob does have the Spectre. It's maybe not enough to get a long-range pick, but chilling.
Volley
Just
comes in
back up.
early.
Now, OG Mikey deep on
Beautiful.
the line.
The
Scram
outlaw's
does find
good.
the first.
Scram takes Bonobo.
And Droid clearing out the lines, just being careful, and that takes down Mikey. And now
Trade for trade, 4v4.
Droid has to back off, holding the space passively, but not looking to take active A.
Yoru
Shinon
Clone catches a headshot from Shinon, revealing his position, but he backs off.
now, ever since taking all the lines carefully, trying to make sure the Paranoia does head into Garage, but it doesn't seem to catch anyone. Shinon still holding the line in Garage, trying to find the first pick.
Ever since he's going to take this fight. Does he know there's a second there, though?
Now the darts coming through, they execute onto
The stun is
onto
beautiful.
C. And
Ever since
Onob
rolled.
takes another one down. The neural theft comes out. Wait a second.
but they've stalled. They've only just managed to get to site.
Flashpoint does blind up Droid, and now trying to fend off the attack, and it's all left in Catharsis' hands, and UAF
3k
brings
for
it.
Onob. They managed to convert the bonus.
Brings it up to 3. Their defensive defaults have been completely dismantling SSS. This is...
Onob at 9-0, proving that you don't have to be the duelist to be the fragger.
And we still don't know what an Onob is, even after all of these kills, and we'll have to see. The trip out front B, trying to deny an early walk-up and getting that position, and now...
Absolutely, and coming in, we're seeing a heavy tilt towards A and mid, as Scram's taking an aggressive angle with the Outlaw, hoping to catch someone who just isn't there.
And the Shock has already taken down the trip, and now Doleful looking for the spray.
Double tap online.
And
Recon's
Droid gets both of them. Does get spammed through the smoke afterwards. Bonobo finding the late trade, but the number's still in the hands.
Bonobo down.
Oh
Onob
no.
manages to diff Cypher once again, bringing it to a tense 3v3, but the spike is planted and time is ticking.
Oh no. Crap. Someone's just sitting backside, and ever since, we'll be trying to find something with that sneaky angle. Onob and Mikey going to be pushing through main for the retake. Out come the salvos.
Here.
Toss Eversince out of the line. Forced to updraft away after
RV
the
taken down, but
paranoia.
traded out by Eversince.
Left in Paranoia's hands. Does find a dink, but Catharsis manages to clean it out. The Thrifty into the hands of SSS.
Their first round on the board.
And that is the first death for Onob. He did get 3 in that round.
Absolutely. 12-1 for the Cypher main on the side of UAF.
UAF has been looking absolutely solid on this defense. And unexpected B rush did manage to catch them off guard. So,
Yeah, whilst unfortunately on the side of SSS, we've got 2 donuts from Bonobo and RV 4 rounds in.
Bonobo's been having an unfortunate series of events where he finds himself facing Onob again and again. Someone's on a heater of a game.
Absolutely.
And here comes the
ISO
kill
comes in.
contract.
Droid grabs Shinon,
and
but
Shinon diffs Droid, and he goes down, and now the site is taken for the side of SSS, but the defense is already ready for the retake.
Ever since posted up on site waiting.
Now the players on the attack are going to try and back their way back into main, looking for the clean post plan. Ever since was initially taking contact, now the spam comes
Scram
out.
knows where he is, but the shots aren't landing.
Forced to take the TP away, and now Scram already pushed into site. Open default beside platform, looking for the
Scram's
first
gonna
attack.
stick. Never mind.
Jumps off, out comes
Recon
the
dart
dart.
scares him.
The spams are coming through Scram.
Pros don't
Oh.
fake, that's what they say. Nearly gets the half, but not quite.
Now,
Oh,
out
the
comes
half
the
is there.
retake, and
Shinon gets
goes
it.
back onto the spike.
The defenders slap back at SSS and let them know that that one round was most definitely not the beginning of a new trend.
And they decided to go take an active defense there, pushing right through that smoke, getting rid of the 2 players playing from long. The post plant denied, essentially.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got full loadouts on both teams here, I believe.
This will be a full buy. It looks like there's a few chat messages. Maybe that's a pause. Oh, nope, there is no pause. Seems like they're just talking
full
crap with each
loadouts
other.
except for one stinger in the hands of the unfortunate Bonobo, who is currently getting onobbed, if that's even a word.
And Bonobo does get tagged out by the advanced C cam, and now has to back off, forced to take another line.
Teo and ISO clashing in aim long, and Teo wins out. No,
Goes to Teo. Ever since, absolutely perfect. This wonder child. And that's the dimensional drift. Does find Scram up on top of the box, has to back off, and now dashing into backside. Everson swings out now, finds the first pick, flashes into the CT smoke, looking
he's
for another
dragging
fight.
out, going aggro, but he won't risk pushing through that Omen Dark cover.
And Onob does have a flank line, does get spotted out, and now 2 players facing, holding. Oh, and he's got 4 people on his line. He just loses, and Bonobo does get the one on the board, and now
And
Doleful and Shinon.
Shinon, the last hope for UAF, and he
But
will
that's
fall.
a double face, and unfortunately Shinon can't take down O.
Just trading rounds back and forth. Only a 2-point lead for UAF currently.
And that was their pistol and the bonus. And the bonus conversion.
Absolutely, got a full set of Vandals on SSS's side, whilst we've got a bit of a smattering of a bit of a shifty buy on the side of UAF.
It does look like Shinon will be carrying the rifle and will be able to purchase next round. Scram is forced to use the Blade Storm just to hopefully pull this round together. And out come the knives.
Looking to see some mid-conflict here.
Down come the salvos, clearing out some early mid-aggression.
Catharsis.
Scram does take down to Catharsis, and now
Putting pressure on the rear line. Bonobo's forced to peel back to cover this potential flank. Shinon's
Shinon.
good for one.
the rifle does find its value. That's one down now. Droid taken out. RV now being
The
flushed out by the
aftershock's good.
aftershock. The smoke does come down just enough to save him.
Scram's lurking here with the knives, but does RV suspect it?
Now, the first shot's missed, and now RV does manage to take down Scram. They're pushing deep in.
Mikey gets
has
the
the
trade.
line.
Mikey gets another, bringing it down to a 4 versus 1. It's all in Bonobo's hands. Will he be able to redeem his early rounds?
Bonobo possibly considering the save, as the economy is not that solid on the side of SSS. The
But
rifle-
UAF are headhunting. Cypher, Onob, his nemesis, prowling around looking for that kill.
Hopefully. Mikey does find the first contact, and now the sprays do come through, and Onob does manage to take the kill off his ally's contact.
And that is a thrifty for UAF.
They managed to pull that out through the use of the Blade Storms and the Hero Rifle, managing to find some early picks.
Absolutely. Shinon was very careful with that Vandal and used it to secure some integral frags to winning that round, leaving the economy of SSS in a solid but precarious position. It's enough
They
for them to fall
do.
by this round, but if they lose this, they're cooked.
They do have 3 ultimates to look for the conversion of this round. The Hunter's Fury possibly being able to find some early damage onto enemies. Now, looking for the fast C push. The cam does spot them all out. They do know how fast it is, and Bonobo's looking for some early information.
Double tap,
Droid
up,
pops
Droid
right through the
pushing
smoke.
in. He's going aggro.
And out comes the Paranoia, and that Droid is the first one down. Shinon does find one, and Bonobo gets the trade onto Onob, but now the kills
Dolphin
not.
takes out Eversince, leaving it as a 2 versus 3.
And now the numbers are not in the favor of SSS, and it's Catharsis hunting deep into CT, trying to find the timing, even out these numbers with the hero play, but Bonobo is low, low, low. And down finds the first, but Dolphin barely finds a trade. Catharsis, the last one alive,
He finds one.
Mikey.
Dolphin's low on HP here. Catharsis could make this work.
This
He's
could
just gotta
very
land
well
the
be
shots.
the clutch. Out comes one
And there
way,
it
and
is.
Catharsis manages to take down Dolphin. The damage which Bonobo put down onto Dolphin earlier, managing to be enough to just win SSS the round.
The SSS economy, though, still balancing on a knife edge, especially after 4 met their end to secure that round.
That was 2 ultimates committed. The Omen ultimate and the Neural Theft to try and secure the round, and they did do so.
Absolutely, and we're coming in to a full buy versus a full buy with a few shifty shields kicking around. It's 5 to 3.
And the Armageddon now coming out on the side of UAF, the possibility of a anti-plant or a post-plant fight would be quite easy for
Absolutely,
the
and
Armageddon.
A is empty. UAF has completely abandoned this site in favor of banking on a C or B push.
And now the only thing holding down in what expected A aggression is a single trip, and now they're reinvestigating towards that A side, realizing there wasn't really that much utility converted.
So the Teo drone doesn't really find anything, but ISO and Omen will be making their way up towards before backing off.
And they seem to be quite aware that the UAF side has already rotated over.
The Omen ult is committed for info.
Omenol did spot nothing, and now the jump spot does find the Yoru clone, and now has to hold the site down.
It's looking like a C commit, no fights yet, but plenty of utility.
Teleported right into the middle, does
Droid and
get
Shinon
taken
get
down.
traded with each other.
Then Onob does find Droid, and now the Armageddon does stalled out the C push, and they have to rotate
Don't
off.
rotate. UAF can't seem, SSS can't seem to make up their mind about where they want to push.
And Onob did see them rotating off, but
Scram is nicely posted up. Now Will, in their haste, SSS not clear.
Scram is in a position to play anti for main, and now Scram does find the first. RV goes down. Mikey finds the second, and now all in the hands of Bonobo. Bonobo has to win this round. 1 versus 2. No time to plant the spike.
And that is a 6th round.
Into the hands of UAF. Now, it was unfortunate that Mikey did manage to get the 2 entering and getting rid of the spike.
Absolutely. And it's still pretty neck and neck, though. Not a long lead. Economies are somewhat similar. And so we're looking at something that's still a very close game that will be decided by the ultimates, which currently there are none online for UAF. We've got the Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift online for Triple S, which will hopefully allow them to gain some space and kills this round.
And there is, in fact, the Outlaw on the side of UAF into all of these half armors, and ever since already going through with the Dimensional Drift.
And there's the Hunter's Fury committed, both ults early round, but Mikey shuts it down.
Gets into the side hold smoke, does get
Shinon
picked
and
off.
Mikey are both killed by the 2 ultimate users, but ever since falls to Onob.
Now,
Bonobo and Onob, the Cypher matchup.
already advanced into CT. Scram does manage to find the trade. Now, still 2 versus 2, but the information is in their hands. The timing does come through. RV.
Remaining.
Now, 1 versus 1 has to handle
RV and
Scram.
And RV
Scram.
tries, but the Vandal wins out at that range, and Scram takes the frag.
Does pull it through, Scram. Manages to get the headshot whilst...
And it looks like UAF is starting to pull away a little bit. Developed a 4-round buffer.
UAF does have the 4-round lead, but they have been breaking momentum every once in a while with SSS, managing to pull these rounds out of nowhere, even
Absolutely,
in 50s.
and we're seeing SSS double down on marksman guns here, that being those that reward headshots and accuracy, with 3 sheriffs and 2 guardians.
An advanced trip in there from Bonobo, trying to just cut off A from as deep as possible.
Teo drone comes up to interact with that trip.
Bonobo is now spotted out, but they do expect the
Onob
logo
finds
on
RV.
Oh no.
Garage is full of skirmishing. Droid very low on hit points here.
Scram takes down Droid, and now they have to back off and reorient their attack and try and figure out a new point of contact. But
Catharsis. Does he know B's empty?
And Bonobo didn't try exploring any further after seeing the Teo drone, and now they're going to re-clear towards A.
Mikey posted up here, anticipating the sneaky plays from Cypher. The cage is up, the flash, but they look the wrong way.
Past, and Catharsis does find the lurk kill. Shinon now goes down.
It's
Catharsis caught up by
3v3.
the fault line, and now Sheriff in hand has to take this fight. Misses the first shot. Paranoia.
It's good.
Does teleport away. The Shrouded Step out.
He's able to successfully reset, but he's still got a sheriff against rifles.
Cover going out.
This is still the 3 versus 3, but with the spike coming down, the pressure is on UAF.
Onob's going to send out that cam to get some info. Spots 2.
Now Onob will be waiting for first contact to drop out of heaven, and now
Catharsis got his eyes on the doorway. One pushes out. Onob
one
finds
goes down,
Catharsis.
and then Scram finds the other Onob.
And Scram tells the enemy team just that, claiming a 3rd frag for this round.
The retake absolutely helmed by Scram. Just the first one down, and then the second follows as he
Absolutely. I mean, Onob and Scram are working together so well at the minute. They're just very well coordinated.
It does seem like they're working well on the scoreboard too. Both of them leading their team 22 and then 12 to follow. Onob looking like Thanos on the server.
Yes, but unfortunately for UAF, SSS are in a fantastic position here. If they lose this round, it's the 9-3 curse, and if they win this round, it's another point for them.
It does seem like that would be one way for them to claw it back, but 9-3 with this level of skill, the pedigree on UAF, would be more than enough to maybe pull those 4 rounds together to get that 13.
Absolutely.
Mikey now droning down.
Drone
towards
comes
A.
out, spots at least a few hanging around A main, and it looks like they're going to commit to it anyway.
Avi was seeing the
Dark
deep
cover comes out to allow Teo to move up.
Teo playing in an advanced position, does push into the smoke ever since does manage to find the pick. Taking a overzealous fight towards sewers, and now the retake will have to be played with 4 versus 5.
Doleful considering the Rolling Thunder, but not sure about it yet.
But there is 2 lurks towards mid. The advanced force trying to find a split into the retake positions. Dorful has to manage to hold this position or else the Rolling Thunder will be deactivated.
But look at where the defender's Cypher is. He's really deep behind their lines. Onob has managed to sneak his way, but he's giving up the advantage by moving to mid.
Has to try and find Bonobo here. Does manage to get him, and now Onob has to look for 1 versus 4. The Neural Theft does manage to catch out the droid, and now swings through the smoke. Onob does get the kill, and now has to get the rest.
Now 1v3, but he's on a sliver of HP in a dream.
But RV's more than enough to close out the round. 8-4. UAF does take a commanding lead, and will possibly be able to snowball this into the attack half.
Absolutely. Now we move over to the second half of this map.
It could very well just be a full execute fest from the side of UAF with the fault line and salvos both being fully rechargeable.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's the advantage of having 2 damage and stun initiators rather than info initiators. Whilst you do give up that information you get with Sova, the Teo drone is a good supplement, and the amount of stunning and space clearing you have means that you can be really domineering if you have good communication.
And it is part of the team's game plan to go take early C info on defense with the Cypher Cam, but now they're moving on to a slow early default, positioning towards mid and A. Onob looking to get aggressive on A, but will just chill outside in lobby. And out comes the drone, taking it nice and carefully, and there goes the backside cleared.
Droid already brought down to a quarter of a HP.
Now they're already into B. The flash does come through, and the trades do get found. It's now back to a 4 versus 4. But Onob is already deep into A. Does spot the first, but misses the shot, and RB takes down the Lurker.
Absolutely, and we're looking at a 3 versus 4, but Scram's good for 1. Catharsis falls, 3v3.
And the HP is leaning in UAF side. Scram, a single bullet. Oh, and Shinon takes down Droid, the low HP member. Now the numbers are all in their hands. Mikey, the first shot found. The
shot through the smoke.
The tags are on Bonobo. Bonobo is low. Any shot will kill. And Bonobo taken down Mikey.
9-4, 1 away from double digits for UAF.
And with the purchase, they should be able to pull it together. Out comes the Vandal, half armor. Completely unfazed by...
Absolutely, but we are seeing a Bucky on the side of SSS, which in these tight corners on Haven, especially around A, can be very destructive.
Hopefully the Bucky does find some value. SSS does need to find another round to try and break this 5-round lead.
Absolutely, otherwise they risk having UAF run away with the game. So we're getting some early aggression from Onob up A main, but he's decided to back it off, which is a good idea given that 4 members, 5, it's a 5 stack on SSS's part, which is interesting given they don't have any retake ults online.
They are overcommitting towards A just to try and get this round together, but their gamble stack isn't going to be paying off as the dark cover drops down onto C and the full execute is underway. Out comes this cloud burst and in comes the dash, and C is already in the hands of
They gambled
UAF.
and they were wrong. Will they be able to turn this around in a 5-man retake?
And the retake positions are already here, but Onob's advanced, ready for the first shot, does manage to find the first contact.
Onob's good for 1.
Does find the first, but the trade does come through.
The Cypher duel continues. Catharsis and RV risk walking right into a sniper side here.
Out comes the Marshal, the retake smoke in now. And trying to keep this together, splitting the side in half, but Shinon has to take shots through the smoke, and it's not
pushes up
enough.
with that Bucky, but he isn't good for Shinon's accuracy. Gets picked apart.
And Mikey does get taken down. That's the Vandal dropped, but there's still Stingers in their hands, and that's a Ghost kill. And then Shinon, good for 3. The Ghost, absolutely perfect, does recover the Vandal.
1, 2, 3. Omen takes those frags.
No, they didn't recover the Vandal. Decided to stick with the Marshal.
That's confidence if I ever saw it, but on these long angles, such as around C and A, it can be invaluable to have a sighted weapon, which has found its way into the hands of Onob.
And Shinon will carry on with a Sheriff, which they picked up off the floor.
Oh, it looks like it's now switched to a Judge, which I have ethical feelings about that I shall not voice.
And now they will be looking towards the A side. This is the standard play from
Absolutely. Now that they've seen that 5-stack gamble giving them free access to C, they know there's no way SSS will try that again.
And Eversense finds the shot through the cyber cage, and RV has already managed to get a deep line onto A.
RV's posted up here, but there are 2 members of UAF. just
Scram
fighting
does
on
get the
other
first
side.
contact, and now Scram will back off. Will scram off short, and
That's 1 for RV.
Onob taken down, and the flashpoint. Ooh, and
He finds a
now
second.
goes another.
RV's dueling up here, but the judge is forcing him back. Droid sneaking behind, though.
Sneaking through. Managed to find a different position, and RV finds a third. The Phantom, absolute value, close range, takes all of them down.
Brilliantly executed defender round for SSS, losing only Eversense in that fight.
And Eversense did manage to get a lot of value that round, getting one through the smoke early.
Absolutely.
And now there will be a stinger on the side of UAF, but the rest will have proper rifles coming into this round.
We have no ults online this round, so this is one that's just going to come down to good old-fashioned util and gunplay.
We'll have to see what they're looking towards. Is it does look like Onob will be throwing the default cypher cage to just feign across towards A, and
But
now
Xenon's trying to take aggressive space through mid, and Garage is being cleared with a drone.
out comes the cam, but it's instantly broken. They don't know how many are advanced. The double swing does come through, but
Onob
the
with a
first is taken
clean
down.
pick, backs off.
That's more than enough. Does find the first, and now looking to see if they advance further into the cyber cage, but they never heard anything.
Droid's tucked down here in sewers. The question is, do they clear him? That's 1.
The off angle, but
And
it's not
traded.
enough. Trade does come through. That was the sheriff, and they would pick up another rifle off that.
3v4, but with breach on UAF on half HP, making out a 3.5 versus 3.
And they've backed it off A, and now they're looking for the rotate towards C, and the C split is going to come through. Oh, and Catharsis, the smart
taking
push.
fights, but
it's not
Shinon
enough.
takes him down.
The retake positions are already here. They're both already backside. And out comes the Cloudburst. Has to contend with the trip, which is still up. Bonobo does find the first, but the trades come through.
And that is another round for UAF, courtesy of Onob constantly diffing the enemy Cypher. 27 and 8.
Onob is absolutely awake. His double-digit kills and single-digit deaths. Uncontended within this server.
Absolutely, with the closest lagging behind him being Scram, the duelist of UAF on 14 and 9, and ever since the Yoru trying to carry SSS to victory in what is turning out to be an increasingly one-sided fight.
And as they're pushing it out, the smokes do come down, the C execute well underway. Out comes the ultimate. They do know that the retake is already here. Scram spamming it down, doesn't manage to and now they do have the site, and now tagged up by the trip. Bonobo was gonna look for the pick, but Shinon manages to get him down. Catharsis holding it down from backside, and now
Just like that, the members of SSS fall, leaving it in a 1 versus 3. It's all up to RV and the Arcane Sheriff.
we'll see whether the sheriff manages to find more, or whether it will be like
He's got a rifle now. We'll see if he decides to save or go for the fights, but at 11-5, you really want to try to get those hero plays.
And
He takes 1, takes
for
2.
the first through the
Hold on.
smoke.
RV's sending out the recon. Doesn't get the ping.
Broken down, and now
He swings through the smoke. He
right
gets
through, and
3!
RV manages to find it.
Does he have time to defuse? That's the question.
20. And it's
RV with the 1 versus 3 clutch to keep SSS in this and deny the match point for UAF.
And it's UAF deciding to go and take all those individual fights just for fun, because the round advantage is just so huge.
But in the words of Luke Skywalker, their overconfidence is their weakness.
And that will be the angle which SSS will have to use to breach into this game. They have to break this 5-round lead in any way possible.
Absolutely. And it is looking like a full buy with a few half shields on the side of SSS, whilst we've got a few sheriffs mixed in with the rifles on UAF's side.
Shinon does take the early space towards Garage now.
They've been doing this a lot. Shinon continuously pushes up mid, and he's found value for it a few times. But will he win this duel with RV?
RV deciding to just back it off. Does understand that the information is there, but now the dart is going to come through, the information given, and now taking the
Beautiful
swing out.
flash, but it's not enough. Scram is traded out by Eversense.
Eversense
Catharsis
does
takes
jump
Onob.
through. And there comes the kill contract. Droid has to try and find Mikey here. But Mikey diffs Droid in the kill contract.
And Shinon kills Eversense right as he comes out of this dimensional drift. 2 versus 3 with Breach low on HP. Ults online on both sides.
Bonobo's well aware, and out comes the drone, spots him out, has to back it off the line. They've decided they want to opt in towards B, and Bonobo does get tagged up by the paranoia, spam down.
It's all on Catharsis, 1 versus 3 with a Rolling Thunder online for UAF for the post.
And his ally did manage to pull a 1 versus 3 just now. So to do it again would be exactly what they need. But the post-plan positions this time are no longer as lenient.
Absolutely.
They decided to back it off the whole way.
Honestly, this would be a win for Catharsis if he can force them to commit the Rolling Thunder. Even that would be good here.
Well, it's just the salvos which come out now, even before the tap, well aware of his positioning. Now, Dolful will put the Aftershock down, and Shinon does find him through the smoke. That brings them up to 12.
And it is map point for UAF. They have been dominating here with Onob and Scram mopping the floor.
And UAF doesn't even need their main players, which have already gone and disappeared. And now, their substitutes are more than enough, and Onob carrying the flag, making sure that this map is well within their hands.
Whilst SSS's thoughts of victory with this shabby economy they've got going on rest on an Omen and a Cypher ult. Famously, 2 of the...
Least impactful.
Yeah, not the greatest ults to have.
Cloudburst to cross in towards A and sewers, and out comes the ult. Does see the positioning, but has to get spammed down by the Sheriff. The trade doesn't come through. Eversense does take the gate crash away, and now the A-hold left on a Cypher trip and a dream.
Shinon looking at a trip with the intensity that I look at cheese in the kitchen at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Now they've backed it off, and the salvos were there to clear off the close angles, and now they're all the way up. They've decided to rotate off to B. The fake was more than enough.
Absolutely. Mikey and Onob pushing up together.
Now it's all in the hands of Catharsis and Bonobo just to try and hold down the side. The smokes do come down. Catharsis does take the swing, but doesn't get damaged. Looks to take the shrouded step away. They've backed off the side, and now comes the Rolling
Shinon's in. Spraying down, trying to catch someone who isn't even there. And SSS flooding onto the side here, but they keep getting picked apart. Catharsis, Bonobo, they just fall one after the other. And RV and Everson's dead. It all rests on Droid, and he falls.
Not enough.
Map 1 goes to UAF 13-6.
In demanding fashion as well.
Absolutely. Did you expect that much of a dominating performance, Shannon? What did you think?
Definitely not. I thought that SSS was well confident on their Haven pick, and UAF completely demolished them.
Absolutely. That was truly an interesting upset from UAF on what was SSS map pick, and it will remain to be seen if SSS can potentially turn the tables back on UAF's map pick of Split.
We'll see you soon.
faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
One enemy. Player standing. One enemy.
And we are back, preparing for the second map of this best of 5 series, which will be Split, with SSS on the defense and UAF on the attack, the only map that they're starting on attack for in the whole series.
And on Split, they do have to start contending with the defense, and they will be able to play on the comfortable side of Split first. And UAF, who is looking absolutely spicy right now, Onob completely demolishing everyone.
Absolutely, it really is, and it's going to take everything SSS have to claw their way back. But Split, famously, one of the most defender-sided maps in the game. So hopefully, they'll be able to turn this into a multi-map series instead of just getting swept.
And this will be 1 point of fighting back for SSS if they do want to get a map on the board, really. Because You only have 5 games in this series, and you have to keep them close.
100%. What sort of comp do you reckon we're going to see here, Shannon? Do you reckon we'll see the Teo Breach brought out for the classic kind of double initiator? And look at that.
There
Both
is no
teams.
question, but Bonobo will be opting for the Vise, which is not a common pick on Split.
But maybe what they need is to switch it up and do something slightly off kilter to throw UAF off and potentially take this second map for themselves.
And both teams have decided to opt for the Raze instead of the Yoru, which has been permeating the meta recently. And even though Eversense was looking reasonably decent on that Yoru last game, perhaps it was a hit to the confidence which couldn't be recovered from, and now...
Absolutely, and it looks like we're looking at a split push with Raze tucked up into sewers, ready for some mid-aggression.
It will just be the mid default. They will smoke towards mail, and they will just work mid.
Some things, if they ain't broke, don't fix them.
It's the normal mid play. They will just take the contacts, they will slowly walk off, and they will eventually work towards vents and try and get that vents control. And with the Teo Breach, it's very easy to take that control without much commitment.
And we're off. The
Out
Teo
comes the drone.
Going to look around.
And they've decided to smoke off vents instead.
Eversense clashing with
and
Scram,
down
but
comes
the
the
Raze
fault
diff
line.
comes through from Eversense.
The fault line, the counter fault line to try and delay the attack, but now... Oh no, lurking in towards A, but does look like
He's making some space here, but little does he know, Catharsis lying in wait, takes the head.
Catharsis is well aware, getting revenge for all of last game's deaths, and now...
Mikey exploring mid, but that dark cover will come in from the defender's side.
And out comes the drone already, getting them. They know exactly where they are.
Trying to tap him through the smoke here, but to no avail. 3 versus 5, defender's favor. Mikey trying to create a bit of space here as they flow into mail.
And the salvos do cut them off. And we are back to the scoreboard.
We are indeed back to the scoreboard. Well, I'm sure what's happening in the game is very dramatic and interesting, and will be resolved shortly.
And hopefully no one's kicked their PCs. We don't need another tech pause.
Absolutely, but in the meantime, don't you be going anywhere, because it's all to play for in this grand final, as the prize pool is, what is it again, Shannon?
1,500 for the first place and 1K for second.
Proudly brought to you by GIC Esports, the sponsors and organizers of this tournament. So $500 on the line for these teams.
And they will be fighting for it, as some of them have stakes in this game, and they do want to keep their championship title here. But it seems that we're just going to be staring at this map pick for a while.
Well, this will make it interesting when we tune back in, I suppose, and see how the game has played out. All right, what are your bets on, Shannon? Who do you think won the pistol round?
Do I really have to take bets when UAF did start down members in pistol?
This is very true. It's probably going to have gone to SSS on the defense, but we shan't know until we tune back in after what I'm sure is only a temporary technical difficulty. So don't you all go anywhere.
Oh, and we're back. And 2 rounds have disappeared, and it does look like SSS has managed to take a lead 2-0 UAF.
Absolutely. Blink and you'll miss it. In this case, literally, they have taken the early rounds, but now we're heading into UAF's first full buy up against SSS's bonus.
Though it does look like that bonus is dangerous. 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and that Spectre will be able to contend with them at close range, and they are still looking to overstack towards B.
So, and the round has begun with the Teo drone being used to clear ramps for the attackers. It finds that Omen.
Now they're walking up towards mid, trying to see whether there is a wall there to contend with. Eversense does find the first pick. Shiron is now down. No more cover for...
Catharsis and Onob facing down in A once again, as they did in the pistol. But this time, Onob has managed to sneak all the way onto site.
And Onob's already got him past the lurk line, and Catharsis is ready. But it doesn't matter, they're just ready to send it into the site.
They flow onto site, all 4 attackers in the one place. And it's going to be a 5 versus 4 retake for SSS.
And the spike is down. It's as open as it could be. And now they're looking to push towards CT, get this space. The flashpoint does come through. The flash does find the target. And now Scram does find the trade.
Catharsis. Oh, Mikey backs right into a bullet.
And now Scram has to back off on towards the side. The salvo does force him away. Does find another.
Scram finds one.
But has to contend with all the odds against him. Had to fight a 1 versus 3 and could not find the line.
Harvey, the SSS IGL, finishes up the round.
That's a team ace for SSS.
All right, and we're looking at a full buy for SSS, whilst we've got what one would call a sketchy half from UAF.
UAF does seem to be having to carry over those 2 stingers to try and make something work. Though, with the satchels, Scram can get right up in their face and unload a full 20 bullets into someone.
Absolutely.
And it does look like they're going for a fast mid play. Out comes the fault line. That's Bonobo getting caught down, but the Razorvines will be enough to stop.
Bonobo taken out by Scram on the Raze.
Bonobo taken down, and now though all of the utility used to hold down B removed, and now it's all in the hands of Catharsis to try and keep this one alive.
Alone on site here, taken down by a well-placed sheriff shot, but the showstopper takes out the enemy Raze.
Everson's was enough to get rid of that rifle, and that drops a planter. Dorful gets killed.
3 versus 3, but the Stinger claims another victim with Droid taken down by Mikey, giving him a full rifle.
No, Shinon has to try and...
Onob's shots are true, that's one. Sends out the molly.
The Viper's the spit will stop him, but now they have to just...
It's all up to Everson's.
Nade to clear towards backside, but now has to take contact into an elevated angle. Going to get dropped. There's a contact play. Out come the salvos. And they're backed off. Just waiting until they see the swing, and now they're just playing a normal, safe post plant. And looks like they're going to double swing. They do find the target, and Everson finds both. That's the ace.
With the ace, insane from Everson's. First, starting the round off with the showstopper, and then finishing it off with a double dink clutch ace. Incredible performance from SSS's star duelist.
And the transfer between the 2 targets was more than enough for Everson to convert the round, and even with the double swing, Everson finds both. 9-1, starting off absolutely leading this game.
That round, by all accounts, should have been UAF's, but Everson's has decided to show them whose map pick this is.
But it's not theirs. And SSS is going to just take away what was UAF's decision to pick this. And now Catharsis finds the first 2 off the board, and now they're looking into a 5 versus 3 site take with their spear removed.
Catharsis on 2 HP, but given that he found 2 frags, more than enough value.
We'll be spotting towards heaven. This dark cover does come out, and now doesn't delay anything.
A Viper's barrel is poking out, giving Bonobo a clear shot on Onob if he chooses to push forward.
Bonobo focused on the line, still pinging his existence, and it's still too thick of a wall to be spammed.
Paranoia comes out, but it misses all.
Doesn't find anything. They're looking to slow down the round and pray that someone oversteps and makes a mistake. And Onob looks for the first, does find one. The delayed trade, and now it comes
finds 2. Onob, he's going against, he's pushing. Bonobo takes him down.
Bonobo will clean that one off, and now the stun does come through. Does manage to catch Bonobo, but the pinch does happen, and now...
all down to Shinon.
1 versus 3, a hero play of the ages if it were to occur, and now...
Bot comes out, clears part of sight.
Playing towards drop, the satchels just to bounce across, trying to see whether...
It looks like all 3 of the defenders are going to push out of ramp here.
And with a good enough play, with an lucky enough spray, he could manage to pull this one together, playing around the screen. That's find the first.
That's not quite 2.
Couldn't find the second as the double face does end up taking Shinon down. Trying to find shades of Eversense, but it's not enough.
And that brings it to 5-0. SSS proving that map 1 might have been a fluke on UAF's part.
And neither of these teams are looking to take their timeouts early as they're willing to just commit into these rounds, and they have full confidence that whatever they're doing wrong, they can fix it.
Absolutely, and ever since his raise is fully online, now with the showstopper yet again, after that early ace gave him a veritable bounty of ult points.
And I wonder why they ever put the child on Yoru at all. They should have kept him on the raise, and now out comes the nades and the push in, the showstopper trying to find the
committed.
target. And ooh, the judge does manage to find the kill, but the large amount of damage converted onto Eversense. And now Mikey does manage to find RV, and now they're pushed onto side. Doleful isolated all alone, and the sprays do come through, but it's not enough to find the damage. Armageddon being sent.
He's going to get timing here. Mikey takes down Catharsis. Eversense takes down Mikey. Doleful takes down Droid.
The kills, the spams through the smokes, but Doleful couldn't manage to realign the crosshair onto Bonobo, and Onop does have the low line, but they may be well aware that he's coming through.
He is, however, one away from the pit, so if he can find a frag or a plant here, he could potentially turn this around.
And the Viper Molly does end up missing, and now
it's all in the hands of the IGL for UAF.
Onop did manage to find the silent drop, but Bonobo, more than enough, already on the raft, manages to catch Onop off guard.
I reckon we're going to see a timeout from UAF soon, given the absolutely domineering performance that SSS is putting up on this defense half. But how much of this is UAF's failings, and how much of it is just the luck of the map and how defense-sided Split tends to be?
I have a feeling it may not be the sidedness of the map, and it may just be the bomb that Eversense has dropped on them. That is 14-1, an absolute devastating start.
But with the Rolling Thunder and the Vipers pit online on UAF side, we have two very strong site control ults up for this 7th round.
And now they're pushing up into heaven. The Roomba now pushing into the smoke, trying to get the space, and they do have a lot of mid space. Mikey already in vents, contending with the Bucky.
And is he going to drop down? Is he going to get greedy? He's thinking about it.
And he's dropping down, does manage to get caught off by Catharsis, and Onob looking for the trade, gets taken right back. And Bonobo just holding the CT line, just being careful. You might have even thought he wasn't there, but he's moving around, he's still well aware.
The attackers have flowed into B, but it's in such a manner that they've been pinched from both their spawn and the defender spawn, putting them in a very tough situation against a 5-player retake.
And they don't have many guns either. It does look like Scram will be looking for a forward angle. And Doleful goes down, but the Sheriff being held off, but Scram finds the first pick. Now the numbers have been equalized, but the guns haven't. They're still with Sheriffs with the utility to support.
Doleful throws an aftershock towards heaven.
Satchels do come through, and now the Rolling Thunder
contemplating it.
Thought about, and now the kills do come through. It's more than enough. These Sheriffs.
It's all in the hands of RV, the IGL for SSS. Will he be able to close this round out?
RV heard the drop, and now
he gets it to
will get off the spy.
He takes down one, but it's not
unaware of Scram, and now Scram follows up, manages to find the kill, and that closes the round, bringing it out.
The attacking Raze steps up to the plate set by Eversense on the defense.
Brought up to 1 round against 6. And that's 5 more rounds to claw back before they can call this even. They do now have the equalized buy, and the money is not looking too bad for either side.
No, 2 pretty much full buys, except for a few light shields tossed around here and there. This will be a round of gunplay with both teams having 3 ultimates online. Scram goes for the early satchel, but gets caught by a stun.
And out comes the Roomba, just clearing out heaven, and the drone is clearing as much of site as possible, but it does find the breach on site. The anchor has been found, and now the 4 rotators here. If they do decide to commit towards A, the flood will be devastating. Out comes the Armageddon. Onob will have to take the fight. Does swing out, does get caught, and now that's the first 2 down. And Shinon trying to take the gunfight.
Is just not missing right now. Claims Shinon beats the Omen mirror match.
Graham has to try and figure this one out, but that gets tagged through the smoke and no longer can move. That's a shot through the ankle, and that's done round.
Absolutely, and for the ultimates that we saw committed there, that was a very well played defense by the defenders with only the Armageddon used.
Only a single Armageddon, and that was more than enough to flush the people which had already pushed up onto ramps, and now...
UAF probably looking to levy the Viper's Pit somewhere here in the post plant.
And it looks like Onob hasn't been finding much value over his looks, and they have adjusted the Vise over towards A, assuming that their defense towards B and their retakes...
Graham goes for the early duel, but nearly gets his head taken off, brought down to a measly 5 HP.
The regenerating shield will bring him back up to 30, but it's not that much. That's a Sheriff kill. That's Shinon taking the first blood.
And there's fights in vents, but Bonobo's forced to back off as he sees more people than he can handle. Droid, Onob and Shinon fall beneath the gun.
No, they do have the ultimates, but I'm not sure whether they'll want to commit them in a devastating scenario like this. That's the first one goes down. Mikey, head taken off. Second, and the third, and the
Droid
fourth.
with the 4K.
Droid does not stop. It's like dominoes before him. And they all keep falling. 7-round lead now. They've absolutely run away with it.
Absolutely, and UAF are going to have to fight hard to get a few more rounds on defense. Otherwise, they're going to be in an uber precarious situation once they switch sides, where any mistake could result in the map going to SSS.
They will just need to keep fighting here because their attack currently has seemed to be quite unfortunately dismantled. And out come the salvos. Doesn't manage to break Teodrone and does spot out the breach backside. And now the satchels do come through.
Showstopper committed. It's off.
Does
Droid.
find Droid. Satchel's back. They have used it to commit it as a fake, and now the rotates are here, but no one's there. Oh, they've backed it off. Onob does have an advanced position in towards.
The bomb
Heaven.
is down on A in a 3 versus 5 in what's looking like it might be UAF's second round on split. Onob about to peek through the wall at RV.
Does have a great line, but Eversense is also ready to get that trade through. Shinon does dodge the steel guard.
Eversense finds 2. It could be a miracle, but he's on 30 HP.
Round, but they're all ready to just play against the tap, and out comes the tap, and the salvos do get on.
But he's sticking. It's
Panova's
hard.
looking for the trade.
The util kill.
Panova looked for the half, and now the trades do come through. Eversense does find another kill. Made it bloody, but the round does end up in the hands of UAF.
Bringing them up to 2 and keeping life support on for this team in what is a very one-sided map.
And hopefully their hearts don't stop beating, because they are down 6 rounds and it's a rough ride from here.
Yeah, UAF are going to have to pull out an incredibly good form for their defense half if they want to have a chance at taking this map away from SSS, who have just been dominating with the Raze performance.
And the Viper pick will be a little bit more effective on the defense, able to cycle the mid smoke, but they have to get there with a reasonable round differential, or else they won't be able to pull this one together.
They're
Down comes the dark cover.
Still holding on to the Viper's Pit. They've had that for several rounds now, and hopefully it can be used to secure them around.
Onob has been playing as as an exterior player, and it's hard for him to get towards the sides which he needs to be ulting without either death or being contended with multiple people facing
And
down.
speaking of creeping around, Viper is slithering her way deep into A site, whilst the rest of her team hang out at B.
Has managed to get towards heaven, and they have decided to concede it all. Perhaps in a player the trap to tell Onob to bring everyone over.
Absolutely, and Raze is taking nail. The Rolling Thunder committed.
And that's the Armageddon being pushed into heaven.
2
Does
ults to
Droid off.
secure an empty mail room. Must feel bad.
The dark cover, the side hold smoke is down, but it is slightly off. There is a gap, and Scram was looking for the pick onto Bonobo. Does find it late, and now the satchel does come down to just delay the push from RV. And ever since...
Finding a third, RV falls to Onob.
Trades
Onob
do come
gets a
through.
molly kill on Eversense.
And now Catharsis has to contend in the 1 versus 2, but from what we've seen this game...
He could make it work.
And
The Viper's Pit finally committed for this 1v2 to make it a nigh impossible situation for Catharsis. He'd
they're
need to
playing
get some...
it together, so disciplined and so ready, and out comes the Shrouded Step, and That's right on top of the spike. Is walking around trying to find the first pick, but he's about to get stabbed in the back. Onob didn't see him.
Player standing.
Catharsis finds one, but now Onob knows where he is and time is ticking away. But the Omen teleport, Shrouded Step. Will Onob be able to find?
Does cross over, will be looking to tap the spike soon. Has to put some pressure on now.
It's too little too late, and Onob's hit secures the round.
That's the 4K to make this round UAFs.
And UAF is starting to slowly turn this around, step by step.
Perhaps UAF's strong performance on Haven wasn't a team effort, and it was just Onob fighting it all himself.
Absolutely, but Scram's been putting up a good show, even though he hasn't been able to touch ever since on the Rays, who has been just stomping. And now we head into the last round before the switch.
And at the switch, they will be looking to try and get this final round to make it 4-8 for UAF. And now, out comes the drone, is able to get early mail control. And out come the salvos. They will get the space for the Rolling Thunder.
Committed to mid to try to isolate.
Scram's satchel movement, absolutely perfect. The salvos dodged and the Rolling Thunder escaped. And they've managed to back it all the way off. The duck cover just to cut off mid. Slow off that aggression, and now
It's fishing for a headshot through smoke, but he won't find anything.
and that's the vent smoke forcing forcing Eversense off. And now
Roomba lights up, tagging Onob, but to no avail.
and they've had to back away. They do have all this mid space, but it looks like SSS is clearing towards A. That's cutting off another line of their attack once anything happens.
RV is going to clash with Scram, but he backs off as soon as he sees the Star Duelist, opting instead for a safer angle. Droid takes down Mikey with a judge.
Now they do have the space, and SSS has control over B main and A main, and now they'll have to try and contend through the mid lines. Onob pushing right through, taking the fast push.
Eversense takes down Onob and Scram, denying what could have been a disastrous push.
And that's the
Bazooka in the basement.
showstopper.
Eversense takes down Shinon in vents with the showstopper.
And now it's all in Dolphal's hands. Does find
He
the
finds
first.
two.
Now
He
that's
finds three.
another on the board. Doesn't know that there's contact behind.
And Catharsis mobs him up, bringing it to 9-3 for the half.
9-3. Perhaps UAF is praying for their lucky stars and hoping that the curse really is real.
Absolutely. But as we've seen, Split can be a map that lives and dies by its defense half. So this could be the chance UAF need to turn this around.
And Eversense is showing shades of Onob from last game, as he's 24-6, which, to my knowledge, I do believe he's having a better KD than Onob was last game.
Absolutely. Eversense has definitely woken up and decided to come back with a vengeance. And we'll see how this goes with the Rays on attack.
Now, Scram will have to try and raise diff Eversense if they want to try and get this game back together. The fault line does come through. Does delay a little early, and the salvos do come now to buy a few more seconds, and Scram is holding the line. Just gonna wait until they get first contact. And out comes the drone. The fast satchels come, trying to catch off the off the Teo, but it's not enough. Taken out of the sky by the suppress, and Droid
Diffs Mikey.
caught in the salvos, and now the numbers go right back into SSS's hands.
And they're just sneaking around, playing for time. They've got a whole minute to work with. Plenty of time to reevaluate and mess around with UAF's head.
And out comes the Heaven Split Smoke, trying to show that maybe they've pushed up ramps, but it's not true at all. Onob is going to go check himself, and there's nothing there.
And it's looking like a B push as all three move out through B main.
And Onob has forgotten to even think about mid and has already come to take the retake line.
And RV,
Does
the
find the
IGL,
first.
sneaking behind with a gun in his hand.
Onob does find the first, but they still aren't aware of the flank timing. They now do know, and that's the first two down, and the kills are coming through. Bonobo having to fight between two people, and that's the right click. Bonobo gets taken down. The early pick's not enough. The numbers advantage not enough.
And a crucial pistol round goes to UAF, allowing them to perhaps retake some momentum and possibly get a foothold in this map.
UAF needs any and every round they can get. And they need to take this bonus and the bonus conversion next if they want to make this game competitive at all.
But we're seeing one of the scariest phenomena in Valorant, a raise with a judge, because those satchel charges mean that she can get up close and personal quicker than you can blink.
And hopefully you don't get caught out of the sky like ever since with the Teo drone suppressing you. And now those are the fast salvos pushing Onob off mid. They have doubled up the smoke early.
And SSS are exploring up B, but Shinon is there to tell them, no, you're in the wrong place. Takes Droid's head off.
Scram pumps a full clip into them and gets rid of them. And now
Arby's going to take the Sheriff versus Outlaw matchup. Debatably intelligent.
Last player standing.
willing to take the fight. Onob gets rid of Bonobo. That's another Senti diff.
And the last standing is RV, the IGL for SSS.
RV pushing out towards mid, does have the Sheriff. He's able to do a little bit of damage, but now they're just hunting. That's 6 HP. Anything will get rid of him, and a headshot is overkill for that.
That is a flawless for UAF, building that momentum, but they'll now be going up against a full buy from SSS.
And SSS is well aware of this Outlaw, which they'll have to contend into. So half armor will be deadly of a decision. Catharsis won't be able to afford much more than half armor if he decides to get any gun.
And it looks like a Guardian on the place of Catharsis. No, a Bulldog. All right.
Bulldog and still the half armor, and RB will continue with half armor.
It's looking like a stack for SSS towards A site, but they've been predicted.
Oh, and there comes the trap, but it's not enough. They've already backed off. Eversense already passed the utility, has the judge. And out comes the drone, trying to clear out the space. Eversense doesn't want to reveal the fact that they've got a judge in this round. Out comes the drone, looking to spot anyone. Finds
The nade's out, but Doleful takes Catharsis out on
Scram gets the next.
Down A.
Oh, like dominoes, they fall. Bonobo does get the mid pick, and this could be a round turner.
3 versus 4. SSS with the initiative, but not the numbers.
And Scram does have a nice corner avoiding the aftershock, so maybe RV will have cleared that in their mind, but no, out comes the Roomba.
And the Aftershock's going to come in and isolate Scram, who's making a getaway with satchel charges.
Now they've backed it off. Bonobo's here, regrouped with their friends. They've gotten the spike, and now they may be trying to leave.
As they'll be banking on Raze, who's got eyes on heaven. Ever since we'll be catching those exit frags, hopefully, as people try to leave the site.
And ever since taking the long fights, we'll have to use the classic instead of the judge.
30
Which
seconds.
will
Unob
be-
making a bold play up mid, about to walk right into SSS's vice.
And Bonobo is unawares and now taken down, and that's the spike given over. Onob doesn't necessarily know that they're coming through vents, but has a
RV
sneaky
knows
position.
exactly where Onob is, but it's not
Finds
enough.
the first, finds the third!
Onob, regardless of being known, he will hit his shots.
And Onob completely ruins them. That was an absolutely stellar play. Was marked by the enemies, and they had their crosshairs trained on his head, but Onob, absolutely perfect. Still on a heater.
9-6. SSS cannot make a dent in this attacking half from UAF so far, who are now on a full buy except for Mikey.
And it does seem that they have managed to pull together the split defense, and they've gotten 3 rounds in a row thus far. If they can pull shades of SSS and make this...
And the double
That's 6-0.
satchel's coming in. Ever since is angry and he's here to play, but he gets caught by a
Eversince.
snake bite. And Shinon, Bonobo, and Droid fall beneath the blade.
All the util comes right through, and there's just too much damage to dodge, and now Catharsis has to try and make this round work. The spam at the satcheling raise is not enough, and the tag does find him. And Shinon takes him down. No Catharsis left in this world for Catharsis.
Absolutely dismantled. SSS cannot find purchase in this attacker's half.
But they do have the buy coming into this next round, and the money is looking absolutely stellar for UAF. The economy bolstering and screaming that they can buy any gun that they want.
Yeah, do you reckon we'll see an op? Not in this round, but perhaps the next.
Maybe when some of the rifles do drop, as it does seem that the Bulldog is still being held on by Mikey.
He loves that Bulldog. It's important to him.
It's a family heirloom, perhaps.
Absolutely. All right, and we're watching Bonobo and the rest of the team move up mid, trying to get this control.
And-
Viper invents, Onob ready for anyone who may come his way.
Onob does break the drone as it comes up, and now they are contending with the space. But is willing to give it up for the most part.
And ever since, just waiting for someone to peek out a mail, but it's no avail.
And now the Viper smoke comes right back up. There is a small gap, which Eversense has been playing around.
Doleful tagged a little bit.
Doleful, the absolute accurate shot. The sharpshooter takes down Eversense, the star. Now,
But Bonobo claims Onob in this long-standing rivalry that has persisted over the whole series between the two.
now 2 stars snuffed, and now the lights on both teams have to just wait to see whether the supporting acts can pull this one together. Catharsis does have a deep line, but Shinon is already taking all of A. Oh,
And the
they've slipped
last-
past each
the last
other.
hope for UAF on A is Shinon.
Oh, Shinon will find this timing, perhaps. Finds the
Gets one,
first,
he
does
gets
find
two.
the second.
Shinon stops the push in its
Does have the
tracks.
spike, but Catharsis will have this pinch. Is going to look for the TP. They do know where his Shinon is.
Droid
And the
is
kill
here to
does come
help.
down, but the damage already comes through even after the kill happens. And now Catharsis
3 versus 2 with Droid on a sliver of HP.
and Mikey is holding out those salvos, ready for the anti-plant. Scram taken down.
predicted. Now a 2 versus 2. But Catharsis takes 2. It's a 1 versus 2, but both of them are on low HP. 1 and Mikey
2.
falls. Catharsis with the 3K, taking SSS to double digits.
Mikey probably thought that Catharsis was just going to be a little bit slower after just getting the kill after heaven. So it does seem that he wasn't exactly correct on the timing, but now they have to contend with 3 rounds of a lead. SSS does keep some level of control over this game.
10-7. But it's definitely gone from being a stomp from SSS to definitely being anyone's game.
And it is only a 3-round gap. UAF could catch this up with moments.
They have the P and the Omen ult online.
And they have decided to use the PG just this round. Perhaps they want to look for a better conversion now. That's 4 towards male. The
And
drones
the drones
see each
pass
other.
each other.
They do cancel directly after seeing each other. They are not too willing to contend past that point. Now, fishing towards A.
Catharsis
Bonobo.
trying to find anything, but there's no one in male.
Bonobo and Catharsis are walking towards A. Oh no, it's just Bonobo.
RV's about to have an unpleasant surprise meet him. The IGL all on his lonesome.
RV facing the wrong way, and Onob.
One IGL claims another.
And that's another life taken, and Vent's control established with the salvos, forcing anyone which would have been there out. And now Bonobo is lurking through, does have their lurk smoke. Wait a second, that's the enemy smoke, and it's Shinon which is just holding it carefully.
Scram runs into too many people in mailroom, forces Breach to come away from A to come and help.
Droid does manage to find a gap between the salvos and
But
avoid
look at
any
where
damage.
Vice is. Bonobo's managed to get up behind the enemy Omen.
Bonobo's so deep, and maybe he'll look for the knife, but that's the first kill down. No disrespect given. And now the first, then the second, and now here, and that's A all open.
Bonobo committing the Steel Garden, but it catches no one as the enemy team was so far away. They couldn't even be caught by it.
And now they're here for their retake positions, but it's still 3 versus 4. And they have to manage to get rid of that.
Will we see the elusive retake pit?
Though they do have the Armageddon on the side of SSS, this would be a impossibly hard retake to play, and Eversense does find Onob, and that's the player which they needed to find value.
Scram taken down by Bonobo. The sneaky
Sneaky Bugger does find another, and now Eversense adding another kill onto his belt. Oh god, and now the rounds are flying away, and UAF's comeback may have looked a little too fake.
Absolutely. SSS confirming another, bringing them up to 11 and within throwing distance of getting to that match point. But we do have the pit still online, which honestly, Onob's been a bit reluctant to use the pit this game, and I think it's hurt him a little bit. He's holding onto it for sometimes 5-6 rounds.
Onob does seem to really love the pit. Perhaps it's some fixation with seeing the ultimate online rather than using it.
You can potentially make the argument for the intimidation factor. All right, Everson's claims Scram, Catharsis claims
Oh
Mikey.
no, and that's the first two down. The defense absolutely dismantled, and that should be 12 if nothing goes wrong. Catharsis already in spawn. Onob taken down.
And he's on a warpath, Catharsis.
Oh.
And dismantled, bringing them up to 12 in seconds.
There is no defense left. They've just been completely ripped apart. Every bullet is absolutely perfect.
It looked like there was hope there for UAF for a second, but they're falling apart under SSS's punishing attack.
And it'll be 5 rounds in a row which UAF have to string together if they want this comeback, and it's looking quite rough for that situation. They do have a judge, and it does look like Viper will be committing the ultimate towards mid, and here comes the pit.
But 4 of the 5 members of SSS are already on B. Showstopper claims Shinon.
That's another one down, and the sprays are coming through. Oh, they've backed off. They have to walk away, or else the Utel's going to claim them, and now they have to play a 4 versus 5 retake with a judge.
And RV, ever since claimed by a classic from Onob.
Had to, and
But
now
Onob torn apart.
does find one, and now Dorful has to take 2 fights at once, and
It's a 3 versus 3.
does get tagged up heavily,
The
but
bomb
did find
is
the
not
kill.
yet down. But Bonobo has a huge flank here.
Bonobo
1,
has the flank, 1, 2, 3, and that closes out the map. Bonobo.
with the insane lurks, and that gives 1 map to SSS and brings the map score to 1-1.
1-1.
We'll be back for the 3rd map.
Of Lotus.
We'll be back shortly.
We'll see you soon.
One enemy remaining. Left.
White.
Air stand. One.
Put down.
One enemy.
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought to try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy
Shot down.
Stay down. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Don't stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
And we are back for the third deciding map of the MSC Grand Final.
And they'll be on Lotus, SSS versus UAF, and this will be the map to see who can pull ahead in this series.
Absolutely.
As neither has managed to get to 2 just yet. Now the scoreline remaining on 1-1. Bonobo on that Vise again. Old reliable.
SSS starting on the attack half, whilst UAF is on the defense with a deadlock. Which is
They have a deadlock and a clove. I have a feeling that maybe that clove is Naz. Oh, it's Mikey. Oh, that's a signature pick in his rank games where he picks that clove. And out comes the nade and the early A main control given away. That's smoke taken, and now they do decide to push right into B. That's the sound sensor does manage to catch them off. The nade, paint shells bouncing off into A-Link, keeping them away just for a moment, and now the pivot towards C.
And SSS have managed to get deep into the defenders.
Oh, and Shinon's left all alone. The shots are going to come through, and now has to fight against the paranoia. Knife out. Right click misses. No shots hit. Now they have to try and figure this one out. Avi does manage to find another, and now
3v4
numbers.
favor of the attackers.
It does look like
Catharsis
Ooh.
nearly falls, but the light shields save him.
Mikey, the bullets do manage to find their targets. Is a little bit low.
2 versus 2.
And down the shots come, and that overheal wasn't almost enough to save their life, and now
It's
ever
all
since
in the hands of
Doleful has to try and find this clutch between Eversince and Avi, who have now reconnected for the high-low. Oh no, and now comes the swing. The shots come through, and Avi, the wallbang to finish it off.
and the attack around goes to SSS.
And SSS manages to claim that pistol. Oh, that's a little bit rough. Avi did manage to find a few of those kills hanging behind in that C-Link as the rotators did come through. Managed to find some value, and that was more than enough to win them the round. And it's been a relatively quiet series from Mikey.
Absolutely. We
So-
haven't seen him pop off a huge amount, so maybe Lotus could be the map where that begins.
And now back on his signature clove, there is a non-small chance that he will use
Seeing
this.
a big commitment of attackers towards C main here.
The utility does come down, and the site split smoke is there. Shinon won't be able to see what's on mound unless they decide to pop their head through. And if they do, I have a feeling they'll get ripped right apart. They do have a lot of deep
Onob has snuck his way up, takes a head.
Onob lurks up deep, and now will back off. Oh no, he's fishing for more.
Eversince put himself in a high ground position, dodges the haunt.
Playing on the double box, and now all the way up onto C. They do have the space, they just need to find the plant.
Eversince taking fights.
And now Catharsis finds two through the smoke, and that.
4 members of the UAF fall in seconds.
And what is an Onob? It's not a clutch, and that's 4 versus 1. Doesn't work out. Oh no. SSS will now bring themselves up to 2-0. Hoping to fight and take this map to bring them up to 2-1. Now, we just need to see. Both of them do have slightly shattered buys. The economy slightly awkward in the side of UAF, who decided to have a slight force on their side.
So we've got a full push up B main here with just the Vice lurking around thinking about going up A. It looks like we've got a 4-stack towards A main from UAF.
And they should remember the sound sensor, and that sound sensor's been triggered again. Out comes the paint shells, cuts off A-Link. Mikey pops out, the trade does come through. Catharsis manages to find Shinon, and now they're all into side. It's 3 versus 3, but SSS is low on the health.
2v2.
Bonobo trying to run away and bail both of them. They have 33 HP between them. They have to try and make this work out, but Onob, 2 bullets will get rid of both.
But can Eversince land a shot?
Eversince doesn't manage to find it. He's expecting the second, but there is no one there. Bonobo has managed to sell his ally.
At least he'll get the plant money, at the very least.
The plant money will come through, and Bonobo with 3 HP, if he could pull off this clutch, it would be legendary. Bringing it up to 3-0 would be absolutely momentum shattering. Now UAF does have the
Prowler
retake.
coming through to try to find info.
Prowler doesn't manage to find the location. The
I
Fawn
managed
also
to dodge as
misses.
well. If Deadlock doesn't clear this corner, it could be winnable.
And Bonobo does find it, and now the shots, they don't come true.
And it's a HP diff.
It really
Winning the round
was.
for Doleful.
Doleful almost ends up dying there, left on 30 HP. We'll be able to pick up a Vandal afterwards. And this will be a small consolation prize and the round win over to the side of UAF. Now they need to see what kind of money they can scrape together for this purchase, because it looks like there's going to be a snowball building on SSS's side. Their buys are absolutely...
They're forcing
perfect.
it up. They want to keep this momentum going.
They do have an outlaw, and there is absolutely no armor on the side of UAF.
Oh, the outlaw's been switched out for a full rifle.
Has been convinced against their better wishes. And now the satchel does come out, trying to get early space, drops out of the one way, and now C mound control already conceded. They do know how many people are here, and Clove has already rotated.
One away from the showstopper for Ever Since, which could be an absolute game changer this early in the game.
They did tap the door, and that should be some presence feigned towards B. The horn does come out.
Posted up. He gets greedy, breaks the drone. Fault line comes through.
The reclear is more than enough, but the C is not ready. The Gravnet couldn't actually catch everyone. Bonobo was waiting outside, and now they've backed it all the way off. They are holding the sun out, ready to just reclear rubble properly. Out comes the aftershock, and it is just Doleful jump spotting stairs, but is smoked off. Out comes the Prowler. Information is found. They do catch them. Scram manages to catch out Catharsis, and that's a rifle handed over.
4 versus 4. RV trying to create a foothold for the team on A site, but doesn't risk the door.
Now they're just being careful, waiting outside, and now the presence has been feigned, and they're looking. Their spearhead is all the way over at C, and there's a chance that this will be more than enough for the rotate. Playing the off angle, Shinon may be able to find this pick. Oh no, the timing went into their smoke window.
And Everson's droid and the rest of the team fast flow onto C, just barely beating the defenders here. Showstopper committed, but the head taken off Scram.
Everson's is absolutely perfect, and out comes the showstopper. That's one down, and now Mikey has to clutch this out with the Sheriff. Does find the first. Now, sometimes it's a good skin that will determine whether you can win or lose, and does manage to find the spot between the two nades.
Droid takes one head. Mikey. All to play for. RV and Bonobo playing the up-down.
And it's not enough. RV.
The IGL
swings off,
claiming ahead for the team, and that brings SSS up to 3.
That is 3 rounds on the attack side. This is meant to be an attack-sided map, but it hasn't been looking particularly close in the rounds which they've been winning.
No, we'll see how it starts to shape up when some of these more destructive ults come online.
Some heroics from Mikey there to try and bring this more towards equilibrium, but it wasn't gonna happen. They do have the Clove ult now, and the aggression on towards A. The Gravnet does catch a few, and out comes the counter paranoia. It's just waiting, and now it comes through. The nades do come through, and they have to take the fight. It does look like UAF has been winning these trades, and now Droid
is good for 2 though.
Has managed to find another, and now 3 versus 1, and Bonobo snuck all the way up B.
A Riot Gun Buddy, a Vice ult, and a Dream. Can Bonobo make it work?
Did manage to get past the sound sensor, so there is no suspicion particularly, but Scram is well aware that someone will be able to come through their spawn or through B. Bonobo is fishing for information though. Trying to find the less careful positions which he can abuse.
Absolutely.
But everyone has been split apart, and it looks like Shinon is still holding that C line.
Bonobo's full HP, got a full light shield. The question is, does he know where they are?
Still slowly peeking around, and
Fight
Scram
one.
not aware, but does find the first now, 21 HP, and
That'll be a save.
He'll be quite happy with the damage which he's done, and 21 HP. It's time to pack it up and find a safe space to hide.
Absolutely. The question is, are UAF confident enough to go headhunting?
10 seconds left.
Doesn't look like it. Their money is not particularly strong here. Let's hope they can keep it together, and Bonobo tucking himself into platform corner and will just sit there.
And that brings UAF up to 2.
And the round lead drops from 2 to 1.
Absolutely. And now SSS with 3 ults online, but UAF with 3 as well. We've got the Clove, Fade, and Deadlock ults on defense, and the Vice, Omen, and Teo ults on attack.
In terms of, efficacy of these ultimates, they seem to be matching up about 1-to-1. The Smokes players' ultimates aren't that strong.
Absolutely, but the Deadlock ult used correctly can pull someone off an angle and change the tempo of a whole fight. And ever since, speaking of tempo, rushes out of A main, taking an aggressive angle.
They've already got him rubble control. Scram did get tagged up a little bit, and Mikey does find the first. Can play these aggressive angles, will be able to ultimate if they die. Finds a second, finds a third. Rips the ultimate, and now looking for another. Droid waiting, laying in wait.
Ballistic, he's going for 4.
Mikey's well aware of where they are, and
he finds 4. He's online for the ace. It's just Bonobo left standing. Bonobo claims 1.
And the true resurrection is there, and now Mikey
Bonobo
has to find the
claims
fight. Bonobo, not enough. Scram manages to find the trade-off.
Denies the ace, but still gets taken down, bringing the score to 3-3.
An absolutely nuclear round to bring us up to 3-3, evening out the round score. Now, we do have those round-changing ultimates still there, but that Armageddon is already gone. Did manage to pull back some of the ult points, which he would have committed into it, but the round was lost, and...
Absolutely, looks like a 3-stack for the defenders towards A, whilst the whole enemy attacking squad is fast rushing. Shinon's caught out at Mound.
And now they have the orb control, and that means that they can get the Rolling Thunder online, and that it is.
Ever since pushing into sight.
Now they've already got full sight control. Now the Razor Vines just thrown out to delay the possible retake, but they've been split up between the two
Nightfall
positions.
committed. Tags at least 2.
Sitting on the drone, trying to find a tag, trying to suppress anyone. Manages to find one in CT.
Takes down Fade. Onob denied and pinned in Waterfall on low HP. Aftershock pushes him to his death.
Onob used his ultimate. He didn't actually manage to use it. He primed it.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Oh no, and now left in the hands of Scram and Mikey. They do pull out the Rolling Thunder.
And Droid's good for 2. Will Scram peek this or just play for exit frags?
Scram is just gonna leave, save their HP, save their rifle. But Bonobo's going hunting. Just gonna follow just behind.
Bring it up to 3-4. Neck in neck here on
Oh
map
no,
3.
he didn't use his ultimate. That was a mistake on my eyes. I'm blind, apparently.
Well, that's good for the defenders because the Deadlock ult is a good way of pulling a duelist into a position that they can't escape from, or just flat out killing them depending on how quick the team reacts.
But their economy is completely destroyed. They hardly have anything left to pull.
They've got a Hero Phantom in the hands of Scram, but apart from that, it's Light Shields and a Dream.
And Mikey is absolutely willing to destroy their economy to get this Vandal in their hands. They think they can win this round alone. Oh, and there goes the Roomba, trying to stun off contact. Here comes the drone. They do know that Shinon is the solo anchor of C, and now they spotted him out. Broken.
Grabbing that orb, bringing Eversince up to 1 point away from Showstopper yet again.
The side split has happened.
And a duel's happening in spawn, but Bonobo can't connect with Onob, taking him down to 5 HP with no reward to show for it.
Onob saw them all, but the damage has already been done to Bonobo. Onob has to try and back this off.
Onob looking to get greedy and re-extend here.
Now, Mikey does trigger the wall, brings the attention right back, does find the first overkill, now popped.
Bonobo peeking in on low HP, Mikey finds a second.
Dropped. 5 versus 3, and heroics is what brings us here. The satchels come in, and that's onto site. Full site control, they are going to play 5 versus 3 retake. But they are aggressing in towards CT. Shinon falls, and now they have more space. They will be playing this post plan high-low on this.
Will the Deadlock ult be committed here to try to take one out?
They absolutely will. It's now green, it's popped, and now Mikey drops the first. Dolphin finds a trade.
Deadlock ult whiffs.
Deadlock ult doesn't find the target, and now the Showstopper is committed. and
Eversense with a
Eversense.
3K to clean out the round that looked like it was going the defender's way. But the deadlock ult whiff, followed by a beautiful 3K by Eversense, secured that for the attackers.
The hero for SSS ever since. And ever since I laid my eyes on Eversense, they have not lost a round. This child is the future.
3-5 for SSS's favor, with a full buy coming in for both teams. Looking like, once again, mound aggression is going to be sought by the attackers as Vice tries to create some space up B main.
Vice does pop their flash. It's still there. It was broken, and now backing it off after the information's been given and the wall's been dropped. Just waiting for Mikey's aggression. They've seen him push up every round. They're trying to catch him off.
And Clove has taken huge swathes of space in A.
And that's the wall triggered. Will manage to get past and get back to main. And Shinon trying to play an aggressive angle, but teleports away. The Shrouded Step manages to get them off.
And it looks like a full 5-man rush heading into C here.
They have reinforced their C defense. Now there's actually 3 players here. Holding
RV
it
spraying
down.
into the smoke, trying to find anything.
Down comes the Armageddon, but that's the grab net delaying the push. Bonobo does find another. Now 2 kills from Scram.
Bonobo and Scram fighting back and forth.
Even numbers coming through. Mikey finds another, and now the defense is going to manage to pull this together. Catharsis trades it back, and now 1 versus 3. Can he pull this out? Does not have the ultimate to grab that spike, but he's being
And he's
hunted.
being pursued. Finds one.
First one down. Maybe they'll play more structured now that the Clove ult is dead. The contact taken.
But does he
Just
suspect
baiting.
the raised lurk?
Just baiting for Raze. And Dolphin manages to find the shot before Raze even gets contact, and that's enough to secure the round.
Neck in neck, back and forth. 4-5.
And this UAF comp does have shades of EDG from 2024.
Absolutely.
They have what is the Clove, and usually it was played towards C. But they've decided to opt to have the Clove in B-Link instead.
Absolutely. The more aggressive angles that Clove can take compared to other controllers gives them a really dynamic play style that allows them to shift up and makes up for the fact that they only have one duelist.
Now they are fighting for A space again, both sides committing util. Dolphin finds the first, Catharsis manages to get the trade. Mikey
Catharsis
tagged out heavy.
Taking out Dolphin.
Out comes the smokes, but Onob gets rid of Droid, and now the numbers in the hands of UAF. Grab net all the way over.
And scuffling and
Oh,
fights happening
no.
here. It's messy. Onob claims Catharsis.
The mud fight is more than
But
enough.
Bonobo takes Onob, gets traded up by Scram. RV takes out Mikey. It's a 1v2. It's all up to RV, the IGL for SSS.
RV has to try and make this
He gets
alone.
one.
1 versus 1, but Scram finds the shot.
Beautiful wallbang headshot from Scram there. Tying it up. 5-all.
And that's 5-5, and Shinon's been having a cold game so far. 0 kills on the board, I believe. But as they play this game, they have been abused on C. And now they're looking to fight towards A again. After being bounced away earlier.
With only one ultimate online on the server currently, that being the Fade Nightfall on the defender side.
And it was Dolphin's skillful picks which managed to get that Nightfall online. The paint shells to initially deny the push.
They're not letting them get aggressive in A main again. Instead, the defenders are coming to meet them.
Now the counter util is through, but Dolphin finds the first shot.
Scram claims 3. Bang, bang, bang,
And
bang.
that's the 4th, the classic to finish it off. Scram.
Absolutely dominating over UAF.
Completely blocking them at the door. The smoke. They tried to abuse it, but Scram is just there, keeping it closed.
SSS have been stopped in their tracks by this duelist.
And now, finally, the round score has gone over to UAF. They've gotten the advantage.
They're turning this around.
Now, the best which SSS can do is tie this up at 6-6. They are looking to abuse C again. Now they're pushing through the drone. Shinon getting flashbacks. They do remember.
Paranoia comes out, catches Eversense.
Paranoia
that
will
push.
delay for a moment, and the sound sensor is here. Eversense is aware, tries to shoot it, but gets tagged up instead.
Is it looking like a pivot to B, or is the door just a fake?
Oh no, B's just gonna go chill up on that second box. And now, oh, here comes the Steel Garden. Everson's will perhaps go in a little bit too early.
But the
shorty finds
claims
one.
Everson's.
The trade does come through. The HP.
Doleful with the Sheriff lands a good shot. Doesn't need a rifle to be accurate, but RV trades out Doleful. Mikey trades out RV, and it's a 2 versus 2, 1 versus 2, 1v1. Catharsis
Versus Scram, the hero. What can Catharsis do? He manages to get the spike. He needs
one away
more
from
point.
his ultimate. Is the orb still there? He goes to check.
No.
No, it's not.
He's trying to figure out whether Scram snuck up behind him, but neither of them are willing to push their line.
30 seconds on the clock. Catharsis has to decide whether he wants to commit to C or run somewhere else.
Catharsis is trying to call his bluff, and now Scram
Moving
getting cold
offline.
feet. And he's backed it off, and Catharsis is going to walk over to C. Cutting
But
the noise.
Catharsis has changed his mind. No, he's sprinting off.
10 seconds left.
And the plant comes in.
Manages to hear the tap. He's getting back.
But here we are with an Omen ult online. Scram at full HP. Catharsis a bit tagged up. Who will it be?
Scram does not have a piece of util to his name. He has to clear out every angle with his face.
Whilst the dark cover is online for Catharsis.
Oh, and there comes the smoke.
Clove helping from beyond the grave. And Catharsis has made the walk, but he's made the wrong call.
Scram has revealed position. Will look to get the tap. We'll try and get half here. Scram!
And Catharsis beautifully plays a ring around the rosy clutch, bringing it up to 6-6.
Stepping into the smoke, he was just trying to get the visual on where the Scram was just playing inside, waiting for the tap, but they missed each other just barely, and that was going to change the odds towards Catharsis' side.
And now we see the change in tempo with UAF on the attack and SSS on the defense.
Now this is their time to try and pull every single round they can. This map will be relatively, this comp is relatively attacker-sided still, even without the double initiator.
Yes, the presence of Clove as a controller almost always skews a comp towards being attacker-sided, given the aggressive playstyle they encourage.
And the Gravnet and the Seas will still be able to contend with all of the util dumps.
And there's the breach stun plus the volley missiles from Teo. Try to catch some early damage in A main, but to no avail. But Breach and Raze taking space, getting greedy here. Does Mikey suspect them?
Did Mikey only have one smoke?
Catharsis posted up, waiting for that Vice wall to spring the paranoia trap.
Didn't manage to pop the wall, and that means that Bonobo was
And
more
here
willing
comes
to
the
get on
paranoia
line.
plus the bramble vines. Deadlock is locked in a spiked, shadowy box.
And Ono gets dropped, and that's the first one down. Mikey has to go re-explore A. Hopefully the lurk will be able to pay dividends.
But Eversense is watching like a hawk.
And the flashpoint
But
is ready. Oh,
Mikey's good for it. Caught by the breach stun.
the fault line. RV doesn't want to play off it. Has to back away. Fearful of the overheal, which Clove did just pop to chase.
Mikey making space.
Bring them down.
And it looks like it's going to be a late B push for the attackers here.
And the B split has come through. Down come the Clove smokes and the dark cover. The plant is in towards pit. This will be open enough for any of the first
RB claims Mikey, gets vengeance for his fallen comrade.
Now it's a 4 versus 3, but the HP still relatively alright for the side of UAF.
But Droid could potentially make this work. Whether or not he has any util left, I'm unsure.
It does seem like they're waiting for...
And Droid further tagged up on a sliver of HP now.
Really low numbers evened out, but the flank does come through the door, and now...
Catharsis finds Scram, Bonobo finds Doleful. It's all up to Shinon against two people on a sliver of HP, and Vice, who's looking fully healthy.
And that dark cover is going to stop them from pushing any further. This is rough.
And the pistol round goes the way of SSS.
Pistol round denied from UAF, and now... Mikey did get overzealous pushing into the heaven smoke, trying to get a pick again. It's It's the Clove mindset. You gotta overheat every time you see. It's seeing blood in the water, and now waiting outside of A. There's a chance that they're just gonna go contend B.
It's looking like a heavy B push from UAF here.
The GravNet to stall what may be heavy A aggression. Oh, and they've gotten all the way up B. Out comes the Razor
And
Vines.
Scram diving in, caught by the paranoia, dismantled by Catharsis's Bulldog and Eversense's Outlaw, taking Onob and Scram off the round.
Now the numbers are no longer in their hands, and they do have the Sheriff in Mikey's hands, and now adjusting towards C, the spike. It's a slow round as they try to regain the pace towards here.
They've lost 2 heads, and they're against a full HP defender side, who are all currently stacked up on B, pivoting towards C now.
Catharsis may not be aware, but
Shinon trips the wall,
manages
backs
to
out.
get away. And now this is where we see where the SSS runs away with it. They're waiting for any mistake from the defender side.
Catharsis watching like a hawk as Dolphin peeks, but
Dorfel does find the dink, but it's not enough. Mikey does diff Eversense.
2 left standing
30
for the
seconds
attacker's side against a 4-man.
Now they're walking up B, trying to finish up in this
Shinon looking for a gun,
middle
caught by the fault
side.
line.
fault line, catches him up, and now they're just waiting to try and get into B. They need to die for their money. First pick gets found, and now
Droid takes out one.
Droid finds the
takes out
second.
1, 2, 8 to SSS as they begin to pull away.
And now, if UAF does manage to lose this next round, SSS could very well run away with it.
Absolutely, and we're seeing an Outlaw, a Guardian, a Phantom, few more expensive guns coming in on the place of SSS, whilst UAF are opting for a full buy.
The Outlaw will only have maximum efficiency against the Fade, but the rest of them, even on full armor, you will still be left on 10 HP. That is deadly damage.
Shinon, again, going for that early map.
Oh no,
control.
finds the first pick. That's the GravNet trying to push out and find some early information. Grabs the Phantom. Now has to contend with Droid. Droid takes him down. The trade found just a little late.
And it's 4 versus 4.
Now Mikey's going to try and get some early positioning and gets Eversense. That's the star down. And now
Mikey
finds
takes
another.
out RV. Droid,
Absolutely accurate.
last hope for the defenders lies in Bonobo.
Has to fight
Does he
Bonobo
suspect
here.
Cloves here? Gets dinked pretty
Finds the
badly.
dink, and now out comes the
Decay hit.
the
But he
decay.
wins the fight
No.
against all odds. Mikey falls.
Bonobo
He's got a full rifle now, but he's going to back off and just save it.
will have to save this rifle. They are on a sliver of HP at best, and there's not much left to win in this round. The spike is already down.
It looks like Scram is going headhunting, eager to deny that economical.
Maybe Scram is looking for a gun. Oh no, they very well still have a rifle. My short-term memory is absolutely horrible. Goldfish as a caster. Bonobo all the way up C, just waiting until the spike goes boom.
And that brings UAF up to 7, keeping this series neck in neck.
And they will be right next to each other as here comes a timeout from SSS. Droid calling it. They do need some adjustments perhaps if they want to pull away as much as they can. The kills across the board are rather even, and now Mikey left alone with 20. And in this timeout, I'm assuming that SSS is going to be trying to figure out a way to galvanize their defense and pull together, because the A aggression, it looks like Mikey just waits it out and just goes back after. And putting Naz right back on that Clove has been an absolute dream. And towards the end of this timeout, hopefully they'll be having the solutions which they need, and Dolphin will probably have to buy for this Clove. The money is not looking good on either side. Oh, Catharsis buys the armor. Waiting for the request, and there comes the rifle. Both sides do have some level of a purchase. Onob is left on that Guardian, but there's a full contest onto A. Both sides committing their util and faces. Salvos do miss the shrouded step, and Mikey finds the first shot. It's dropped, and now that's the second, and that's the third, and that's the fourth. Bonobo has to pull this one together. 4 versus 1. Happened in seconds. There's nothing left to win. Oh, but he's still sneaking up anyway.
Planted.
There's a chance with a few early picks, and if they do play separated, they could find the picks, but the information's been given, and Doleful manages to take down the Bonobo. And the rifle's being traded around on the UAF side, perhaps. Someone has a lucky skin which they want in their hands, and it looks like SSS is going to recommit their utility back towards A, even though they just got demolished in seconds in that round.
And this 8-8 scoreline proving that it is still anyone's game.
Out come the salvos again, and ever since all the way up on top of rubble, this angle may not be easy to contend with, but Mikey taking the fight, absolutely confident, has to back it off the fault line.
Droid and Eversins punishing that aggressive attempt from UAF as they maintain a 5-3 man lead.
Now Bonobo may be the only one on the C side, but the rest of them are already in, and there is 5 faces to throw.
3 versus 5 retake in the defender's favor. Both teams only having the Omen on the line, but Nightfall has just come online as a result of the Fade's plant.
With the Nightfall, that Outlaw will become an operator if they do decide to throw it. Out comes the side split smoke as well as the spike smoke. Oh, in comes the retake, out comes the paranoia. The flash
and the
does get
Nightfall
caught.
committed, catches 1, 2.
The Nightfall absolutely valuable. They do try and do a tag.
Droid decapitated.
But
2,
the person's
3.
still on the spike. Catharsis is still on. They managed. They pulled around.
Despite an insane performance from Fade, the sneaky defuse from under the attacker's nose.
And SSS has managed to pull a thrifty without even having to commit all that much. They threw 5 bodies at it, and they managed to get the defuse.
Absolutely, that is a ninja defuse if I ever saw one, something you don't often see in a tournament setting. All the more impressive and keeping this game neck and neck.
And the rounds now leaning towards SSS. It is just 1, but either team getting the lead would be...
And we're looking at a full 5-man push up an abandoned A, where there are no defenders present, and they're going to have to scramble here to get there in time for an efficient retake. But they do have the Annihilation to deny plan. The Armageddon, I'm sorry.
And they are all here. They do tap the spike, just trying to bait out any of the utility, the pre-planned utility.
The bomb is down, and there are 6 ults. Armageddon committed.
Here comes the Armageddon.
Deadlock ult as a
Annihilation
counter. It
does
wraps
manage to
up
catch
Vice.
first.
But she is freed.
And now the
Showstopper comes
Showstopper.
in.
Now it's going to have to be heroic.
It's all horrific. And Mikey committed the Clovolt. Going to have to play big here before the timer runs out.
Doesn't
And
manage to
can't
find the kill.
it, bringing SSS up to double digits.
Shinon and Mikey both drop down at the same time, and SSS may pull away with this one. That's 2 rounds up now. And they'll have to try and pull another one, as their economy is now starting to look a little bit more shabby.
And SSS definitely won out in terms of ults spent that round, with 3 ults online compared to the 2 from UAF, with only 1 of UAF's ults being a big impact, that being the Showstopper.
And UAF did commit their own Annihilation into that round, as well as the Clove Ultimate, but it wasn't able to be converted.
And here we go.
And now they're
Ram
all up.
trying to create some space, rushing into B. Showstopper committed. Droid caught in the back.
And now the Razorvines don't actually manage to get any that much damage onto Scram, as he now has full A
Posted up
link
with
control.
the Judge and complete control of B, seated to the attackers. But in comes the Rolling Thunder. The attackers trying to...
It does get them off the spike, and the Eversins finds the first shot. And now the trade does come through slightly delayed, and now the numbers are in the favor. Scram and Mikey pull this one together.
Bringing the attackers up to 9, hot on the heels of SSS.
Kobe and Shaq on UAF trying to pull this one together. That's 26 and the 16 kills. Both of them fighting for their lives to keep this one in their hands.
And the economies of both teams are in interesting places, but it is a struggle for SSS, who are going to have to pull together a half buy here in the hopes of their next round full buy, giving them enough momentum to get to 12.
And there are 3 sheriffs on the board. Not much of an investment, but it's more than enough to try and eke this round out. And now it comes the paint shells, pushing them off main. And
here
now
comes like an old friend, the C push we're so familiar with by this point. Scram trying to take a duel with RV, gets him down to a sliver of HP, but fails to get the frag.
Mikey may not check the corner.
Mikey peeks out.
And Catharsis
takes
does
the
manage
head,
to take the head.
but Scram trades him out almost immediately. Low HP across the board on both teams.
But Eversins just
takes it on
shoots
head,
through.
Traded by Onob.
No.
And it's half HP in a dream for several members of this fight. Droid sprayed through the wall. He's down low now too.
No, there is only 2 players which are full HP in this round, and one of them is on the flank.
But this
Uh-oh.
flank may bear fruit yet. The whole of the attackers are looking the other way if Bonobo pushes in carefully.
Bonobo
And
will
that's
find the
one.
timing.
The 2 kills with the missiles from Droid. Huge util use, bringing it down to just Onob. But he finds 1, he finds 2. It's just Onob against Vice. It's all to play for.
No, we just have to figure out whether Onob is getting psyched out by Bonobo's positioning. Oh god, I got confused.
I told you it would happen, and the Annihilation is online for Onob, meaning that the 1v4 clutch he would find himself claiming if he wins this fight is within reach.
And now here comes the plan. Onob's gonna stick it and go fish towards
Down sensor
CT.
on the bomb, probably playing post-plant with Annihilation here.
It will be Bonobo trying to get that tap before the Annihilation comes through or takes the advanced fight.
He thinks he knows where Onob is, and his call is correct.
They both
It's
do
close,
know, and out
and
comes
the
the
ult comes in,
Annihilation!
and the 1 versus 4 clutch for Onob. Insane play from the attacking team, and UAF take it to 10.
And he pulls it together barely with a sliver of HP. That's more than enough to catch with the net. And he's wrapped up in the cocoon. And there goes Bonobo. And the match score is tied up yet again.
The
10 to
Bonobo
10.
and Onob rivalry has been the narrative of this series. They just keep finding themselves at opposing ends of a gun barrel, fighting it out.
And they are really closely matched. And it just seems that every game there's someone which pulls really far ahead.
All right, we're looking at a B main aggression from the attackers here as UAF seek to keep this round advantage.
And now they do have a lot of B main control, but Catharsis does have the
early
line.
peek. Nightfall committed to try to take down Catharsis.
Comes the Nightfall, and the trail doesn't follow because he did use the Shrouded Step.
Do they suspect he's here?
Uh-oh.
They don't clear him.
They haven't
That's
cleared
one.
him. That's 1, that's 2, and
that's
that's the
3.
third.
Catharsis, the Omen, he's where you never expect him. 1, 2, 3, taking SSS to 11 and keeping this series neck in neck.
And it was the Nightfall which may have tricked them into thinking they got over. They may have thought that the trail would just keep following, even though they may have heard the Shrouded Step away.
Absolutely, the Shrouded Step was the crucial part of that 3K for Catharsis, putting the controller at the top of his team's scoreboard.
Manages to get them up to 11, and now both teams are looking to try and get 12 rounds. And
It's looking like a heavy push into A with 3 defenders here to meet them. Roomba committed, but doesn't find anything. Breach tucked in the corner. Does Onob see it
does get
coming?
tagged by the horns, and now has to try and figure it
A
out.
jumping
Onob.
right click, but Onob is traded out by
Bonobo is
Bonobo.
here.
Dolphin's sheriff shots are good. Droid falls. It's a 4 versus 3 in the attacker's favor.
And they're gonna try and keep this close as possible, and Scram just waiting outside the smoke, waiting in the smoke as he chills. Eversons has the A line. And finds the first. Dolphin goes down, and now
3 versus 3.
the trade has to come
Everson's gonna
through.
Take the fight again. Claims
Eversons
Mikey.
another one, and Catharsis gets another on the side.
And suddenly the
Scram.
momentum of this round has turned. It's all in Scram's hands. 2 satchel charges and a dream.
If Scram had a gun bigger than a sheriff, there would be some odds, but Bonobo's got him on the deep line. There's a chance he could call for one of close smokes from beyond the grave, but
Omen smoke lets him get a little bit of space. Is he going to dry peek? He does. He risks the dry peek, revealing himself to Eversons, who's waiting.
has to
And
pop
the
out.
clean flick shot.
Does manage to find one, but it's not enough. They're now up to 12. SSS trying to put the nail in this coffin, and Onob calling a timeout.
At a crucial time, 10 to 12. This will put SSS on match point for this entire series if they manage to claim this next round.
And they're trying to fight for series point here, and this is a shattered purchase from the side of UAF. They will need a massive strategical round to pull anything together.
Absolutely, and with that 1,500 prize pool on the line, it is absolutely crucial that their strategy is up to scratch. But Catharsis has just been so dominant on the Omen this game, Shannon. Those shrouded steps have been perfect again and again.
Catharsis has been pulling lots of sneaky plays, and he's been absolutely ghoulish. The perfect Omen player you could ask for. And it's been an uncharacteristically quiet game from Shin on here.
Absolutely, given he had such a domineering performance on Split. And now we're coming out of the timeout into match point for SSS. Can UAF stay in this, or will Lotus fall under the belt of the spooky, scary skeletons?
And they are fighting for series point here, so both teams really need this one to pull ahead in the best of 5.
It looks like they're just posing up to explore B and C with a lurker up A. A is once again
And
empty.
out comes the fast C push,
And
the first kill
early
comes.
fights, Eversons claims Scram, but Dolful trades. Bonobo takes Onob down. The rivalry continues, but Dolful trades him out. It's a 3 versus 3 with Armageddon online for the defenders.
Any trades would have been good if the economy
Shinon
was
gets the
equal.
plant down. Mikey and Catharsis trading bullets, but neither can find purchase. And
Mikey finds the first.
clean shot. 2 versus 3.
Doleful swings out,
Droid
manages to find
gets
one.
Dolful on the trade. It's Dolful.
Now Droid has to try and pull this one together. Playing in the smoke will get
Out.
spotted, doesn't get spotted, but it is shot.
And that's one. The Annihilation. The Clovolt comes out.
Now Droid has to take these fights carefully.
Does he commit the Armageddon?
And now that's another kill over, and that does
Bringing it
keep.
up to 11. We are in touching distance of overtime here. UAF clawing their way to an OT that could potentially win them the map. But SSS have one last chance to prevent an OT.
And that last chance, they are really shaping up to have a good economy for this one. It does look like Scram will be forced onto a Spectre this round, and they are carrying over one Guardian.
Absolutely, but Scram and Dolful on the attacker's side, both 1 point away from very impactful ultimates.
They should be able to find that early space, and now the smokes do come down, they won't be able to get that. A has been completely denied, but the Sea Orb does seem to be open for the taking.
Absolutely, and that puts the showstopper online.
Now, Showstopper on the table. Where are they going to commit? The flash is broken. That means that Bonobo will be backing off. Oh no, finds a
Onob,
good opening kill.
Clean kill on Catharsis here, opening up the round with the top frag of the defenders decapitated.
Now Bonobo will just be waiting deep inside.
Scram commits the showstopper, jumps in, gets caught, but manages to continue on. He's not going to find anyone unless he goes real deep. Showstopper whiffs.
And now the Showstopper didn't find as much value as they would have liked.
Annihilation committed to force defenders of the spike offside so the defenders can push up.
The Armageddon was ripped up front side, and now the first one gets stunned. Dolful gets put down, and Shinon does manage to dodge the flash, and the
Mikey
kills.
It's a 1 versus 4. Bonobo, the last hope to preventing this from going to OT.
The kills all have fallen into the favor of UAF to make this into a OT, and now the fight doesn't manage to find it. Mikey.
And we're going to overtime.
Oh god, for the second time today.
Absolutely. If it proves anything, it's that these teams are closely matched.
They are neck and neck, but the difference maker really will be to see if Mikey can pull more and more kills and get up to that 30.
Now we wait. Retrieving wall.
And here we go with SSS on the attack for this first round of overtime. Looks like they're going for some B aggression. Do they remember that the Vice sensor is typically there? They've spotted the wall.
The sound sensor is there and it is waiting. But Mikey is going to throw bullets in their face if they decide to try and walk through.
And it looks like UAF have taken mound control with this aggressive Omen smoke.
That is the one way out, and now Shinon will throw the paranoia. Does manage to get tagged, won't be able to try to step away.
And the volley plus Eversense's reliable aim claims Shinon.
That's another one down, and they have to keep fighting this.
But Eversense on a chunky missing part of their HP bar.
Oh.
As opposed to Scram, who is a hair's breadth from death. Both razors tagged up. Catharsis falls to Onob.
Down comes the smoke, and the numbers are in the favor of UAF, but Scram is barely.
Scram is on what you might call a suggestion of a health bar.
Yeah, wind would kill him.
Absolutely.
Just breathe on him, and now...
Doleful stands up, waiting for the push that he's sure is coming. In comes the Roomba to clear him out.
And now they're rotating towards B, opting through the door.
Volleys are out. These are very dangerous to someone like Scram on such low HP. Onob coming through. Link about to clash with Teo. His aim's good.
Onob.
Freud down.
Absolutely
Arby, though,
perfect.
takes out the enemy IGL.
And they're going to finish over towards A. They're trying to rush.
The clock is ticking. Can the plant be denied?
And Eversense is on the spike. The first one's down, and now Eversense has to win this 1 versus 3.
Scram with the shorty.
But
Scram.
it's nowhere near enough.
And the first round of OT goes to UAF.
And UAF has now managed to get the lead back after being down 2 rounds previously. And this could be the round which they need. Now they're on the attack, and both teams have been struggling to get these rounds together.
Absolutely. Hopefully we see a hero performance from Mikey, who has really come alive this series with 32 kills on that Clove. Really showing that the controller can lead from the front.
And they are most well known for their controller, and he's now, with the Clove in their hands, they're able to pilot this agent to absolute perfection. Oh, they are contesting A hard. Out comes the
And
step.
it's just a veritable storm of util over here at Rubble as Droid claims Shinon, but Mikey claims Eversense.
The kills are traded over, the heads are being rolled, and now 4 versus 4, but...
K-grenade going into the door.
And now they're pushing over towards A, the lurk, hopefully from Ono, being able to find some value.
But does he know Omen's here?
Neither of the Sentinels are too particularly aware
Mikey
of each
now
other's
1
position.
point away from their Clove ultimate, which would give them the ability to aggressively take
And
take.
Ono getting taken down, Bonobo with the better pinch.
The rivalry continues.
And now they're looking to finally finish in towards A. The door opens, and now... praying for the plant. In it comes. Safe against the wall, safe from everywhere, and this is only planet for tree. Out, down goes the spike. The retake is here. Scram finds the first, a shorty.
3 versus 3.
300 credits, by the way, and now 1 in drop and 1 on platform. Arby does throw the flashpoint, tries to take the fight, but has been just tucking back and forth.
Catharsis gets Doleful,
Bonobo.
Bonobo gets Scram, Mikey gets RV. It's all up to Mikey, but he's being chased relentlessly.
And it's not enough. The Classic does finish it off, and that's another round of OT up to 13-13.
It is neck in neck here on Lotus, with neither team able to find a purchase in the attacker's side.
Both of these teams are unrelenting in their attempts to try and pull this towards a closed series point. But they still have to win one more map after this, and this will be the advantage which they need to pull this together.
And now we've got UAF back on the defender's side and SSS over here on the attack. Will UAF be able to continue their trend of dominating in the defense rounds?
And the util does come down on A, and it does look like UAF is just waiting for this C-pop.
Absolutely. We've got the whole attackers team except Vice stacked up around Mound.
And
Smoke goes down, orb secured, 2 away from Showstopper.
Shinon has been left out to dry for most rounds, and Bonobo has come up to face this deadlock wall.
Droid contemplating tossing out the drone, but decides better.
Now they're just going to back it off. The deadlock wall has now dropped, and the time. Bonobo maybe
Deadlock
for this look.
Teo drone goes out, finds Omen.
And the two
Mikey
of them
clashes with Bonobo. Mikey takes the head.
manages to pull out ahead, and now there is one tucked on rubble.
Scram,
Finds the first
gets
kill,
one.
Scram.
But he's isolated.
Heroics.
Falls to the IGL. RV takes 2. It's a 3 versus 3.
Doleful wasn't managed to pull it together, but Mikey is ready to play out through the smoke. Can the prodigal son return?
Mikey posed up, but
And it's
RV
not
takes off his head, nabbing him his 3rd kill as the IGL leads from the front of the pack.
And that will be the Rolling Thunder awake, and that's
The flash comes out,
starts
but
around. That's the first and the
Onov
second.
claims
Oh no. And then Shinon cleases up the round, and that's the defenders claiming another. UAF barely pulls ahead again.
and it's 14-13 with UAF once again on the cusp of victory.
Oh, they're only on the cusp of winning the map. They've still got a series to win.
This is true.
Oh gosh. And as we push further into the night, all of these players will have to be fighting exhaustion at this point as they fight.
And Mikey approaching a 40 bomb.
And oh geez, the push does come through.
Once again, the attacking team are going for that mound control, as both sides tend to do every round. But the Vice Wall and the Omen Smoke will dissuade them from pushing any further.
The Omen Smoke is but a ruse. There is no one there waiting. And they've backed it off. They're just going to sit and wait outside of C for a moment.
Deadlock exploring up A to try to find some space. He's managed to attract 4 of the defenders to them, leaving C woefully unprotected for all of the attackers that find themselves there.
Onob is just fishing for information, and down comes the smoke on B. They may just decide to pop the wall and maybe try and pull a rotate over.
But
they
they've
are
decided to
unfazed.
rotate. They're spooked. Despite C site being empty, they've decided to back away and head up towards Deadlock.
But the same has happened on the other side. SSS starting to pull members over towards C, but they are unfazed. They're sticking to their guts and they're chilling nearby.
And their guts are correct. We're looking like a 5v5 fight over site here.
Now, spike thrown over.
Shots flying, ever since, and focus.
And there goes the first.
Droid takes down Doleful. Shinon trades out Bonobo. Droid gets a second scram, but Shinon, Onob, they take down
numbers.
3. It's a 1 versus 3 with the entire
Catharsis.
hopes of SSS resting on Catharsis, who has had an excellent game so far, so don't count him out just yet.
Catharsis has to win against 3 players, and UAF has had a habit of going a little bit too trigger happy with their swings. And oh, here comes the grab net. It does miss, and now
That's one.
Catharsis finds the first. Looking for the paranoia. Mikey does manage to get away. Fakes his teleport. Mikey now twists his eyes over to another side, and then
that
Onob closes it out.
Is map 3 to UAF, bringing them up to series
2-1.
point.
And that's series point for UAF, and they will need one more map, and they will be on their map pick of Fracture.
And we'll see you for Fracture and potentially the crowning of a new MSC champion
In
after a
UAF.
short break.
We'll see you soon.
stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Night, night. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
stress. No charges left. Enemy kill. Nice, nice. There we go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Dead.
One enemy.
Be faster. Aw, thought you'd try harder. Bye.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
And here they go into the fourth map. Fracture chosen by UAF. Hopefully this is the map where they close it out 3-1, hoping to take this first place at MSC. And if it's Snaz, it would be his second time. And Onob too, taking that first place trophy, but now they need to pull it together on you in their match against SSS on Fracture.
Absolutely. Let's see if UAF can take it home. And we're back where the day started on Fracture with a strong composition from both sides as SSS begin to make some early aggression up B main.
It does seem like UAF has opted for the ISO and the Jet. They have both of the duelists, and now Bonobo looking for the low timing, and it does seem that Ono may be quite aware, and Shinon takes a swing, but does manage to get the trade out. Now they're chasing after Shinon, trying to get that late delayed trade and get that numbers advantage. The orb taken.
He'll catch a bullet in the back, but he lives.
Manages to run away. This fault line does manage to save that. Ever since manages to take down Doleful, and now...
Ever since claims another 2 versus 4.
And OG Mikey finds another.
Mikey finds 2, puts it in a 1 versus 2. Scram would have to go insane here.
But Scram does have the Sheriff, will be able to deal enough damage to kill Ever Since in a single shot. And Scram pulls the clutch together. That's the headshot to make Catharsis lose, and that's the pistol over to UAF. Oh no, and that's not a round which you really want to be dropping as SSS, the 2 versus 1.
Absolutely, but Scram is good for it, picking up an Outlaw and regen shields to put a domineering amount of control on A main.
And he's passed over that Sheriff over to a friend, and now it looks like UAF will be able to try and pull forward towards a slightly more commanding lead. We'll be contending into the Rays and the Brim here, but neither is exploring too far just yet.
Scram posted up, decides to back off while ISO takes a bit of space.
And now looking to take the off angle.
Here.
Oh, and it was a headshot angle, couldn't find the head, and now
Catharsis low on HP.
And Monkey's already dropped to the floor.
Scram takes 1 though, but gets traded out by Droid. That Outlaw now in the hands of the attackers. But Catharsis trades Onob, Onob trades Droid, Doleful trades AV.
And now the numbers evened out, but that's a stinger to try and beat a Vandal, and it's not enough.
Ever Since forcing a Hero Vandal for second round is mental.
I do believe that may have been stolen from Mikey. Yeah, looking at his money, it's probably the case. And Catharsis and RV have to invest quite a little bit into this round, with their economy being dropped down to a...
Whilst 100. UAF are forced back onto Sheriffs and aiming.
And hopefully their Sheriff shots will be able to ring true and be the ones to claim back the round which they just lost. Manages to dodge the flash in on, will be trying to avoid...
UAF getting greedy, extending up B main here, ascertaining that there is no one on B.
And now they realize that even the low hold isn't there. They've got the deep positioning, and now the Darumba pushing into A. Ever Since has the positioning, gets rid of Doleful, and now it's all left in the hands of the remaining 4.
Trying to find a lucky headshot with the Sheriff, but to no avail. 4 versus 5 with a tough retake.
And Onob has to contend against the Vise wall. Will accelerate after being spotted out, and now looking for any pick and couldn't find one. The smokes are just delaying them for so long, and the Sheriff...
Scram drops onto site, trying to make a difference here.
The Sheriffs aren't enough to just win the round alone, so... Does manage to peek around the smoke, finds the first.
But Droid takes him down. Mikey takes down 2. Backs up. This is good economy damage if nothing else.
Doing a fair bit of damage, and Bonobo, what a sharp shot. Claims the round, and that's enough to take SSS to another.
Absolutely. 4 buys for both teams here coming into round 4.
It does seem that production has put the visual a little bit incorrect. UAF is up 2-1, yet they only have the match score for the Oh, did they put their losses there? It seems so. That's weird.
Alright, and the round begins. We've got a pincer maneuver coming in on B site with all the attackers putting pressure on Vice and Brimstone.
The pinch does come through. The fault line does manage to catch Onob, and now they're pushing in towards the site. The Razor Vines will be enough to delay for now, and out comes the kill contract.
ISO pinches someone, but will he win the fight?
We have to have a look, and ever since manages to get the difference, and that's one more down. Uh-oh, this
And
one doesn't
Showstopper
seem.
committed. Ever since claiming Onob.
Ever since is an
Ever
absolute
since
demon.
going insane, finds his third. He's on track for the ace.
This may not be the situation which UAF really wants, and now the plant being committed to safe.
Doleful denies the ace, takes down Ever since. It's 2 versus 3.
That's
It's
the
looking
after
tough
shot
with the orbital
committed.
strike online for the attackers.
There was a gap for Catharsis to survive, and out comes the flashpoint. Scram.
Novo peeks out, takes off Breach's head. Scram, the last hope for the defenders.
Scram
Spot
takes a
slice.
swing, trying to find Bonobo, but it's not enough. Bonobo manages to pull this one ahead.
And it is 3 in favor of the attackers. Fracture once again demonstrating that it is an attacker-sided map, as SSS show that they will not be denied the full best of 5.
And SSS desperately wants to go to this 5th game, and oh, and here comes an early timeout, the first in any of these games, and Onob desperately trying to find an adjustment, trying to pull together an eco-round strategy to, like, stabilize this game.
Absolutely. They do have the Vice, which, as we saw earlier in the lower bracket final, allows a changing of Fracture's typically very attack-sided tempo to something a bit more even. But unfortunately, with only 2 frags, Onob hasn't been able to quite find that value yet.
And neither side particularly has a Yoru to actually affect the Vice wall. But
Absolutely, but they do have the Raised Blast Packs and the Jet Dash as 2 of the most classic forms of dive that you'll find.
And I think that this game may just be an ever since difference. He's been completely frying.
He's woken up. But Catharsis with the Orbital Strike online and Scram with the Blade Storm. 2 ults that have the potential to change around.
Hopefully that this Blaze Storm will be able to get UAF the value which they need.
And so it looks like we're seeing a undecided Vice. And an early pizza maneuver from the defenders, getting aggro.
And the
but
Jet has gone
Scram
so
punishes
deep.
it, takes down the Blade Storm.
Ever since completely removes Scram from the playing
Double
field.
line, Bonobo cuts up Onob. This aggressive, bold play going disastrously wrong for UAF.
And they're still holding the line, and RV manages to take down Shinon, and now...
2
Oh
versus
god.
5. It's all fallen apart. Can Dolphin and Mikey stem the tide?
And an entire tsunami wave upon them,
1,
and now...
2, 3.
Dolphin with the
Dolphin
3k!
Mikey
Oh,
takes him down, and it's a 1 versus 1. It looked like it was in the bag there for a second, but
but it's
Bonobo
not
confirms the
enough.
round.
Bonobo manages to clean it out and just secure it. The
Noble
economy
effort.
damage from Dolphin. Holy...
That almost went a completely insane direction.
Dolphin pulling out the heroics to try and keep their team alive, but now the rounds have dropped down to 3 away from SSS, and they're trying to contend and play catch up in this series.
UAF have some impactful ults online now that can hopefully help them make the difference. Ray's exploring up B main with the rest of the team, but the Jet has a line of sight here.
The undercut does manage to delay it for just a moment, and here comes the Steel Garden. Forces the people off to play into heaven and just try and delay. Salvos do push them out, and
Dolphin
now...
falls to Ever Since,
Dolphin.
but Scram gets Bonobo. It's a 4 versus 4.
Oh, Ever Since is so aware of the
Catharsis
scenario.
looking for a fight in heaven,
Mikey.
falls to Mikey. Onob takes down Ever Since.
More than
Onob takes
enough.
down RV. Onob's coming to be the hero, but Droid takes down 2, and Shinon closes it out by decapitating Droid while he's looking the other way.
And when they do have the rifles, they've managed to make it close. They did have 3 of their friends all fall over, and now They're
Big-
scraping together their
Big
economy.
investment with Scram on the operator here, hoping to make a difference and pull that lead away from SSS.
If Scram can get that operator on a deep, deep line, he'll be able to deny half the map from the opposing.
But it's looking like the op is heading towards Dish, which is woefully poor prediction from UAF, as there is nobody there.
They may try to get the operator escorted all the way towards the side holding arcade, or they're holding for Mikey to push up deep.
And Scram posted up with that op, predicting the A main push.
Scram dropping into A main, he's ready for the first. But are they ready for him?
He's watching, waiting for his opportunity.
But it may be that they're planning on flooding through Sands, and that would be an adequate pinch.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder's prepped. I don't know why we're on Bonobo, but that's alright.
And now comes the Rolling
goes out,
Thunder.
forces Jet off the
And
angle.
there's the showstopper to bounce away the operator.
Ever since eliminates Scram, securing them the site. Droid planting. Rolling Thunder comes out to counter the plant, combined with the orbital strike.
The utility all raining down all of this to try and deny this plan, and now...
Plant coming down, but Shinon finds Catharsis. It's a 3 versus 4.
And now Everson has to try and find this fight. Does do a lot of damage, and now...
Bonobo takes down Dolphin and Shinon, but
Ono with the hero
fires
plays.
straight back. Eversense and Droid down. It's a 1 versus 2 and a 1v4 for the defender Onob. Can he pull it off?
He has to fight in high-low, and it's nowhere near enough. RV tears his head away.
That round fell apart for UAF the second the operator was taken down by the showstopper. That ult used to deny such a powerful defense tool was a masterstroke by SSS.
SSS was completely prepared for the possibility of multiple anchors, and the Rolling Thunder completely dismantles any plan which UAF would have had.
Absolutely. And it's 2-5 SSS favor.
Some hero rifles coming out of UAF trying to make sure that this round isn't a complete loss.
But the command, and it's looking like we've got 2 UAF members poking up towards Brimstone, hiding around in the top of SS. He's going to get pincered. He hops on the rope and gets away just in time as Jet and ISO wrap around.
Manages to dash right away, and now arcade control established.
Undercroft being explored by RV.
Oh, and here comes the drone. They do hear this little scuttle, and they doesn't manage to find a pick.
The RV's wrapping around. Will ISO get the timing here while they're looking the other way?
Oh, they've had 3 players exploring, and Mikey maybe will find this pinch. None of them are looking his way.
He's getting behind them.
He's about to be ready, and Bonobo still looking towards sight. Mikey has to keep walking.
Bonobo takes down Shinon, but
Oh no, manages to find first,
there,
manages
2
to find a
sheriff
second.
kills. He goes for the
Has to
headshot,
jump
but he
around,
runs out.
rips the steel garden. Does manage to pull away their rifles, and now, oh jeez.
Eversince takes down Scram with the paint shells, and it's all in the hands of Dolful.
Dolful.
Woefully underarmed for such a fight. Taken down by Droid.
Dolful was accurate in their 3K, but now that sheriff just wasn't enough into 3 rifles, all pinching onto him.
And the round begins. We've got early aggression from the defending Jet, pushing up to try to take space, but backs off, gets intimidated. We've got a large portent of the attackers in A main. Mikey has been spotted.
Spotted out,
and
and
it's
now
a
the
bad
spam's
spot to
coming
hide.
through.
Ever since claims Mikey, this is not looking good for the defenders. But they back off, trying to predict the rotate as Onob tries to create a little bit of space. Scram posted up with an op, looking completely the wrong way.
They still have the Armageddon on droid, so they could very well burst this side open. Now they're exploring. Out come the Razor Vines, but it's just a little bit too early. And now the salvos pop onto side. The wall.
Wall isolates Raze on
Split.
site, but Raze still has a bazooka, so it doesn't matter. Showstopper
off
out ever since an
Everton.
Onob trade.
Trading off themselves, and now
Armageddon comes out to allow them time to plant. Spike is down.
no, there is 3 alive for UAF. This could be enough to mount an attempt. Scram is looking to get the rifle. Has managed to get a Vandal in his hands.
And now we've got a 3 versus 4 retake. It's not looking good for the defenders.
And he switched right back to the operator and has jumped right away. They're saving 3 of their rifles.
But with a now 5-round lead for SSS, how much can you afford to save?
They better manage to find some value with this operator because it's been denying them chances to get their retakes in. And the numbers aren't even that bad right now. And now Scram looking to go get an advanced position towards A main. And this is where all the contention has been happening, where all the fighting has been. But they do commit the breach stun, and that would throw the operator off its line.
But the attackers, SSS, just hanging out in spawn. Not confident enough to go anywhere for the fear of walking into Scram's op.
And now the round begins, and here they are, pushing up Dave Mikey, looking to get towards the orb. No, they've escorted him into the corner, and now that's the drone which spots them, and the undercut will catch them off.
Mikey caught out, but the shield is good.
Does manage to find one of the
Scram.
trades. Numbers advantage for the first time in UAF's hands, and that operator has managed to find value for the first time. And Dolphin manages to get information off the jump spot. The stun and the molly pulled out. Oh, they're pushing in towards the rope. Oh no, more than enough to get the first, and Scram misses the timing, and now they're all in their spawn.
But Scram is deep on site. Will they stick to going A, or will they make the correct call and pivot to B here?
Shinon has already pivoted towards B and is holding for this spawn push.
Does Droid suspect the
Oh, but the timing may miss each other. Oh, they just haven't seen each other, and Droid is still walking behind them. Uh-oh, and here comes the pinch. Eversense goes down, and now Droid, well aware of Shinon's presence. That's the first kill on the board for them in this final situation. Onob may not be holding the right place, but that's more than enough. Onob can manage to find the flick, and that's Droid down. This may end up becoming another scenario like Split.
3-7 to UAF's favor.
And on Split, SSS managed to pull together a round advantage in the attack half, and then that was more than enough to snowball.
Could this be another false comeback?
But we need to see whether UAF can pull more rounds on their defense. If they can pull this to a 5-7, this could very well be their map. And down come... Oh, the spawn walls, the storm barriers drop, and oh, there comes the undercut. Manages to cut the information off. Oh, and they've taken the rope, and now they're regrouping towards Dish. They are fearful of the operator, and that's managed to get them on the cool and smart line. Oh, here comes the paint shells, and the satchels come in deep inside. They're pushing into A main, and Mikey's the first one down. Uh-oh. It was Eversense that was the first one down, and Droid manages to find the first, and Droid finds the second. Oh, takes down the operator and the operator's escort.
And it's a 3 versus 4 in SSS favor. They've just got such a domineering hold, but they haven't managed to find a site, and the bomb is isolated.
They are planning on bringing it back towards main. Oh, the rope. Dolphin would have heard that. But they don't know whether that rope take is going to be an adjustment towards A or B. They're willing to commit and stick this to A.
30 seconds
Shin on the
left.
solo side, Anchor on B is getting no information at all.
This is all going to come down to Breach holding this cross on A main. But he looks away. Oh, he's back.
And down comes the fault line.
Dolphin posted up.
Catharsis getting on that spike. They're just trading the spike around.
Dolphin takes one.
Oh, Dolphin finds the first.
What brings it up to an even fight. The aftershocks are good,
Oh,
but
and
Catharsis
Catharsis.
finds Onob.
Catharsis completely
Molly
removes
coming
Onob's
out.
head.
Oh, but Dolphin finds another. He might be the hero of this round. It's all up to Dolphin, the 1v2 on a sliver of HP.
Dolphin has to try and pull this one together somehow, but even though they're stuck behind the smoke, they have more than enough utility to counteract anything he does.
Dolphin's gonna go for the tap, perhaps? No.
Holding down the fault line,
first.
getting on the tap now. Out comes the counter stun, and now they're onto the side, trying to fight their lines. Oh, swings out wide, but that's not enough. RV just takes a body shot and claims his life.
And 8 points to the attacking side.
In the half.
If this is a reflection of Split, it does look like UAF will go down and remain at 3. However, anything they can do to pull together a fourth here will be amazing.
But yes, this is a win-win situation for UAF. If they win this round, they get a 4th point. If they lose this round, they invoke 3-9.
They have not managed to capitalize upon the curse recently, and with that flash, they find that no one's an A main. And
RV.
oh, here comes the kill contract.
But Mikey's seeking revenge for his fallen comrade. Mikey
Oh,
whiffs.
and
RV diffs him.
Harvey, more than enough somehow, and this duelist has gone down. Oh, they're sprinting it right into B now.
And the Steel Garden will come in, depriving the defenders of any weapons and making it a 2 vs 5 with pistols.
It does seem that this may not be the most doable rounds, and they will have to pray that this map is attacker-sided enough that there is no issue contending here.
Ever since posted up, waiting for Dolphin.
Dolphin.
Last player standing.
Oh, they swapped off his camera.
And util galore dropped on Shinon.
Uh-oh, and everything's dropping upon him.
That is a
Everson.
flawless for SSS, bringing them up to 9. It is still anyone's series.
I feel like that's your hopes talking, and this is SSS. Most of their wins have come through ever since completely popping off. Ever since is having multiple life games this series.
Yeah, 20-9 for Ever Since. Absolutely insane performance.
And they will need someone to try shouting back on the side of UAF, because right now, it's quite a quiet game.
Yeah, absolutely. Onob on 11 kills, 9 behind the enemy top frag. Let's hope they have an insane attacker's half and bring this up to a bit more of an even fight.
And they do have the A main aggression set up. The stun and the salvos will be ready for any contact at all from this raise. And uh-oh, here comes the fault line, here comes the salvos, and now they have to back it off.
Droid trying to put pressure on a
Mikey does
sliver
swing
of
out.
HP.
And Onob holding Mikey's line, but that's not enough. RV does manage to find the damage, spam through the smoke from Ever Since.
But low HP on the attacker's side.
And Droid's been looking for more and more. The kills don't fall in his favor, and
It's 4 vs 4 with low HP bars for both breachers and both duelists.
Mikey was contemplating the chance that Bonobo was on flank and now left the line, and uh-oh. His back is exposed to the arch nemesis, and
Bonobo being patient
the
here.
shots come through, and that's the first, that's another down. Numbers advantage strongly in the favor of SSS.
But UAF backing off, heading towards B site, which they've correctly read as being empty, even though the Vice util is still present.
Shinon does break this razor vines, making sure that the delay won't be absolutely horrendous.
Scram posted up with a sheriff.
Spike planted.
Scram does have the sheriff. It will take down RV in a single shot, and it will also take down Ever Since, but the other two absolutely perfect on their HP.
The smokes are good. Shinon and Scram with a beautiful cross. They get stunned by the breach. It's all about time.
Shinon just waiting in the suspicious line.
And
Does manage
Shinon
to find the
finds
first
two.
two.
RV trades him out, but Dolphin gets him Scram.
The HP between them is so low, and Bonobo more than enough, but Scram just buying time, buying time, and now look for this. Oh, he's on the spike.
He's
Oh,
sticking.
he may just
He's
stick. He's
sticking.
gotten
He's got
half.
halved.
Now he swings out and he's getting right back on. Is this more than enough?
And
No,
it
0.6.
goes to UAF in a much needed pistol round.
And they managed to get the first pistol of this game, of this map too, but it wasn't enough because they just lost this bonus, and now they need to make sure that they do not fumble their bonus here. They need to bring this up at least to 7-9 before they drop another.
Absolutely, they've found an Outlaw and a Guardian as well as a Hero Phantom in the hands of Mikey in the hopes of making this as decisive as a bonus round as possible.
They will be trying to make this as destructive as they can for the side of SSS, but ever since any gun in his hands, you can trust it to be perfect.
Early fault line coming through.
Now they're pushing right in. Out comes the double tap, and the shield comes up.
Mikey gotten deep into sands already.
Not gonna go overheat too hard, but will be pushing out
Catharsis sneaking in with a Sheriff, but he gets red. Will he get taken down? Half his HP
did
gone.
back right off after taking those shots. And they have gotten into a post-plant scenario. If they can just convert this with all of their guns, they may be able to bring this up to 7.
Avi and Bonobo hiding up in pipes.
Out comes the fault line, and the salvos come out close, trying to clear out the angle.
Droid
The
down,
first shot goes
Catharsis
through.
down, Scram 1-2, 2 heads taken.
Now has to find the rest. Is gonna back off, wanting to save this gun. Dolful, the only cheap gun on this team, has a stinger, maybe
And he's
looking for
running
damage.
in.
Trying to make sure that they can't get this save to the spot. Oh, jumps down. Will keep this stinger for themselves.
And UAF take a 5th round, perhaps changing the tempo in favor of whoever is the attacker.
This could be the comeback which they need. And they do have all of their guns. It's a flawless. And these guns could contend with the 5 rifles which are in the hands of SSS. And there is the Outlaw into 3 half armors. And whilst it hasn't gotten value in the previous games, surely this is the one where Onob can manage to get these opening kills with the Outlaw.
Absolutely. We see a little bit of exploratory aggression up B main, but that'll probably back off once they spot that Vice wall.
Slow contact coming through the wall, walking right in.
Outlaw looking aggressive, going for Catharsis. Scram's taking Heaven control.
Oh, when they
The
felt the
wall's up,
flash.
and the double tap saves Mikey's life and gets him Bonobo.
Bonobo goes down,
gets
but
Catharsis. It looks like they're winning the full buy. They might be converting the bonus.
If they can convert this bonus, this will be more than enough to try and bring this game back. But Onob manages to find the trade after Droid drops Shin on, and now, ever since, uncharacteristic whiff, and the trades come through. Scram.
And it is 6-9. UAF are pushing back.
Maybe this is truly an attacker-sided map, unlike Split, where they faked the comeback. And this is 3 rounds onto the board, and now SSS tossed onto a practical full save. The strongest gun they have there is the Guardian on RV. The IGL is taking responsibility into his own hands and hoping that they will pop heads.
Absolutely. And so we're coming in to the 16th round of this game.
Oh, and the fast aggression in towards B main. Onob will back off. Uh-oh, not enough. Doesn't manage to get away, and that's 4 facing down B. Mikey holding down the line.
But
Oh,
Catharsis
no.
takes his head. It's a 3 versus 5. Not looking good for the attackers. Bonobo hidden deep on A site. Gets taken down by Scram.
So much damage converted over onto Scram.
Will we see the Blade Storm come out?
Droid, the only person which is really low on the side of SSS, and then UAF does not have much HP to contend with.
But if they can play the time and the util, Droid finds Scram, Dolphin finds Catharsis, RV finds Dolphin. It's a one.
It's shit on. If he manages to find RB, the last one is
down,
low. And shit on finds the clutch.
Clutches it, brings it up to 7 in an absolutely crucial round as a character who's been a bit of a dark horse for this series comes forward and proves that he's earned his place on UAF.
Shinon, with those kills, has brought the orbital strike into his team's post-plant utility section. They can use this.
Absolutely, that was a crucial round for maintaining UAF's momentum into what is looking like another comeback, but 7 rounds was what they got to on Split with their false comeback before they were swept aside by SSS, and so it will remain to be seen if they can break this.
But will they be denied? Scram did get really far up with the Bucky.
Aggressive Bucky kill from Scram.
More than... Oh, absolutely amazing.
Mikey takes Droid's head. It's looking good.
It looks like this may be the conversion. Catharsis
Dolphin getting in deep, though.
Dolphin does have the timing and gets the first, and RV finds
a second.
Uh-oh, and...
Ever since fall, it's all
Ever since has been a hero.
Takes them. It is 8-9. UAF will not be denied. They are turning this around.
The tides have shifted, and now SSS is on a save again. And... Oh, 5 Phantoms. They absolutely want to abuse all of the half armors on the side of SSS.
Absolutely.
And Dolphin, his awareness has kept them from that flank's like devastating impact. Just dropped 2 of the flankers before Eversense takes them back. And it looks like Eversense is cooled down since the half is swapped, and now...
Early volley coming in. Trying to get some early damage. The Rolling Thunder and the Armageddon online for the defenders, but the Brimstone Orbital Strike for UAF.
And Onob is now going to be fishing around for information on that arcade side. We'll see these Razor
quite deep. And
Scram finds the person now. The opening kills on the board. Oh, Onob gets down Bonobo, and the numbers are...
Stasis falls, and it's all falling apart for SSS.
They're worried about the side smoke, but they jump in, and there's no one there. They're fighting Phantoms of the past.
He will not be stopped. Charging in, leaving Droid alone and afraid with a judge.
Droid does have the judge, could do some damage, but Scram finds the trade.
Tying it up 9-9 and ending SSS's lead that they've had all game on Fracture.
And they actually managed to convert the pistol, and now that means that they brought 6 rounds in a row.
But unfortunately for them, Spooky Scary Skeletons have 4 ults online for this next round.
SSS does have 4 ultimates, and all of them are impactful. All of them can completely deny you from having the round.
However, their eco is still forcing them to buy light shields, giving those Phantoms on the side of UAF a deadly kick.
And UAF may be trying to find any early picks they can get, because if those ultimates are there for the post-plant in a 5v5, that will be absolutely devastating.
100%. UAF need to look for frags here, but given how much their aim is locked in, playing for picks might be in their best interests.
They may be able to find the Brimstone all alone in tower. They've been wrapping around after getting the ultimate orb, and now...
With the ISO ult online, we'll see if this will be used to pinch someone off their defensive angle.
We haven't seen anyone in an ISO ult duel, largely because the observers haven't swapped over, but maybe he'll look for one soon, and hopefully it picks off an ultimate.
And
that's the first pick!
That's an excellent kill, opening up A for the team and giving...
Droid
trying to fire back.
They're trying to leave, but
Mikey trades out Droid.
Ready, gets another.
Mikey takes another.
Recovers the spike and Scram. They reconnected.
3 versus 2 with the advantage soundly in UAF.
Oh, and Scram takes down another. It's all in the hands of Bonobo to try and make this work. Does have the line, and... Oh, the wall was enough. Does find the dink.
And UAF pull ahead for the first time all match. A mere 3 rounds away from being your MSC champions.
They need 3 more rounds still, and SSS did not have to use any of their ultimates because they were all dead.
This is true. I am terrified of a Rolling Thunder Armageddon Orbital Strike.
And if they drop all of them, that will be absolutely devastating. But Eversense did rip their ulti in that round, and they were taken down.
Absolutely.
They still have the kill contract on ISO and the Steel Garden.
It's all to play for in round 20.
It's you and me.
And out comes the kill contract, and they find no one. They were hoping to find Eversense. But Eversense decided, it's time to back it off, and he walked right away. And now, sprinting it all the way into B, and
Molly
here comes the
out
Molly.
to deny the push.
The Molotov has slowed it all down, and the Razor Vines popped up.
Catharsis just playing nice and patient now. But
They've slowed down the round again.
Onob exploring through Undercroft.
And it's been Onob's lurks which have managed to get lots of value. But now they're no longer doing anything too
Rolling Thunder in
crazy.
the hands of Doleful. Looks like they're getting ready for a big push here.
Hoping for the execute, but it looks like maybe they won't commit the ultimate because they haven't seen anyone on site. They're clearing it out now.
Oh,
but
Mikey falls
Catharsis
to
gets
Catharsis.
the CT.
Orbital Strike.
Orbital Strike.
But
at
no,
ready.
the Aftershock forces him
to
away.
swing out.
And that's a util kill for Doleful. Onob takes down Droid. Arby takes down Shinon and Doleful, but it might be too late. 2 versus 2.
Onob takes
gets around
another.
behind.
But this is Eversense.
Seconds left.
All the hopes rest on the star duelist, the wonder kid of SSS. Can he pull this off?
And Eversense has been doing it the entire game. Onob has to find a way to deny this. Will take the shot, but Scram takes him down. That's 11.
Duelist Diff bringing UAF within a hair's breadth of victory. Surely we see an SSS timeout here after this shambles of a defense half.
Eversense has only gotten 2 kills since the half swapped.
This has truly proven the merit of Fracture as an attacker-sided map. And there it
and
is.
here comes the
RV
timeout.
timeout as the IGL desperately tries to figure out what went wrong.
RV needs to find a solution. Anything at all will bring this together. They committed 2 of their ultimates into that, and Onob completely ripped them apart.
.43 seconds on this timeout.
If SSS wants to pull this series back together, and I think they're going to have to ask their duelist to do even more than he already is, and that...
$1,500 on the line, all to play for here at the GIC MSC Summer Championships.
And they are looking into a force, all of them on half shields, and even the Bulldog and the Guardians coming out. They need this momentum back. And
We'll see if they can get it heading in to round 21 of Fracture, the 4th map in this series.
And they are rotating around. It looks like they may be opting towards an arcade push. Maybe they think they can catch Bonobo
That
all
explains
alone.
why UAF have come back. They've got a Smite Phantom, automatic wind skin.
Yeah, the Smite Phantom, absolutely perfect here. And that's fast.
Scram is
Heaven
in heaven
control.
already before the defenders can blink, and Sight has already
Oh, and
fallen.
Mikey finds Eversense. The star's down, and that's Bonobo too.
Mikey is on a rampage. Onob claims AV, the IGL killed by his counterpart.
Oh, he's a black hole. He snuffs all life.
And it's just up to Catharsis and Droid, but it's looking pretty bleak.
Oh no, they will be tossed onto absolutely devastated economy next round. They forced up to avoid 12.
And it's looking like 12 will find them anyway. Scram
Oh,
takes the
Scram
Angel,
takes
decapitates Droid, and it's just Catharsis saving his rifle as he desperately backs away from a map that seems to be slipping through SSS's fingers.
This has been an absolute perfect half from UAF. Not a single round has been dropped.
It looked bleak for them coming into this attacker's half, but they turned it around. They had a timeout, and they have come back with a vengeance to almost reverse sweep SSS on this map.
Yeah, they were down 3-9, and the curse is real. The curse may be real here, as now SSS, oh, they're back on the half shields and mishmash of rifles.
And once again, that firing squad of Phantoms sitting on the attacker side, ready to take advantage of that economic deficit.
And oh, they are going to lash out and hopefully find what is championship point here. Oh, jeez, the ultimates are evened up, but
And it begins. ISO coming in early. Mikey getting aggro, wanting to confirm this.
Does jump through. The shield is
Eversins
dropped
takes
down.
one.
Eversins does
Backs
get
down,
another.
11
Arby gets
HP.
another.
Pulls out the paint shells to cover his retreat. It's a 3 versus 4 with Eversins having a huge impact. Droid taken down by Onob.
And it's Onob's luck again, which has been opening up the map for them.
Absolutely, but we've got an interesting rotate coming through Arcade from the defenders rather than mid. Will Onob see this coming?
Oh, Onob should be well aware. He's heard nothing from CT and now does take a glance towards Arcade, scared of the possible timing, but is going to be peeking into CT soon.
And it looks like the timing might be in the favor of the defenders as they sneak up towards tower, right past Onob. Catharsis distracting the attackers. Orbital strike
Down
comes
the
in to
orbital
deny the
strike.
plant.
And Shinon
Catches
goes
Shinon.
down.
2 versus 4. Catharsis takes
finds
one.
the burst.
It's all up to Onob and he falls.
Not enough.
SSS take their first round of their defense half, bringing them up to double digits. It's still anyone's game.
The eternal opposition of Bonobo manages to find 2 there and absolutely cuts
The
down
eternal
UAF.
opposition of Bonobo sounds like a rap album.
Oh no. I think the Bonobo should be dropping a hit single soon enough.
Well, so first you better make sure to hit his shots as it's 12-10 and incredibly tense here with both teams full of rifles, but one team with half shields.
The last time someone got up to 12 and then was pushed to overtime, they lost that series.
This is true.
So, SSS may be trying to fight back into OT.
And Eversins has found Mikey a huge kill for early into the round.
No, another pick has been found and Onob doing his usual, lurking right up into spawn. He may have found the gap in the
Does
defense.
he slip past? He does. He's in spawn. This could be huge. This could decide this game and thus the series. If he can get behind Droid and Catharsis and knock him in the back of the head.
If the Sands players get pinched, this could be
Here it
devastating.
comes. A devastating flank from Onob potentially. But he's
may not
looking
be
the
aware.
wrong way.
He does a mouse jump and that's the second. Oh, A
And it's
site's been cut open. The numbers now in their
3
favor.
versus 4. Desperate times for Spooky Scary Skeletons. What can they do?
Oh, and down comes the spike. Safe plan for main. Bonobo, the only one on dish.
Dolphin gets the plant.
Planted.
Bladestorm is online. They're going to need this Vice ult to be huge if they want to confirm this and stop them from
And now
losing the
Eversins and
series.
RV have sped up their flank. They have popped the wall and RV cut away from his star duelist and now...
Absolutely.
Oh, down comes the fault
The
line trying
time
to
is
delay.
ticking. It's looking like it might be all over. Shit on
on the
delays with the
molly.
molly.
Oh!
Lands the headshot. It's a 2 versus 4.
And the star's been snuffed out and RV...
3 versus 2. But the time is ticking. It's
And the
looking
fault line
like
does find him and now it's all in the hands of Bonobo and the aftershock
and
takes him
UAF
down!
are your MSC champions.
And that means that Naz and Onob have now gotten 2 notches on their belt. 2-time champions under the same banner of UAF.
With UAF taking the crown and SSS rolling in second. And that concludes the GIC Esports Grand Final.
We've been your casters and we'll see you next MSC.
They're Shannon and I'm Mobster. And we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.